Here. Good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer. Honey Renisella. Here. Hi, honey. Thank you for being here. John Radakis. Here. Good morning, John. Daniel Rossinger.
Here online.
Good morning, Dan.
Thanks.
Tracy Slipsevic.
Here. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Tracy. Katie Sweeney.
Here. Good morning.
Good morning. Ginger Taylor.
Here.
Good morning, Ginger. Lisa Weiderlight.
Present.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning.
And Walter Zarodny.
Good morning. Here.
Thank you, Walter. All right.
This is Kirsten Jensen from CMS, and Caprice is on but was off mute but unable to be heard. So I just wanted to let you know that for CMS, she and I are both here. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We did mark that appropriately that Caprice is joining virtually. Okay. It completes the roll call. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Sylvia. You want to do the meeting procedures first? Okay, we'll do that. Let's do some housekeeping items. And since I'm at the mic, you should see them displayed on your screen or on the screens above us. But I'd like to take a moment and just remind everybody, meeting materials can be found on the IACC website. The link is visible on the slides. Slides, a transcript, and a video recording of this meeting will be posted on the IACC website in the coming weeks. Closed caption is available in Zoom for committee members and on the NIH videocast for members viewing from the public. Cart service is also accessible using the QR code on the slide. A sensory room has been made available. Please request access when you reach the registration desk. Restrooms are located in the main lobby just beyond the main desk. Please silence your cell phones, and I would ask respectfully that we try not to use them during the meeting. Next slide, please. What's up? For members who are here in the room with us, raise your hand to be recognized. Turn on your laptop microphone to speak and turn it off when you're done. For members who are attending virtually, use the raise hand feature in the Zoom to be recognized. Stay muted and keep your camera off during the presentations and breaks. You may turn on your camera during discussions and unmute yourself to speak. Members who wish to have comments read aloud may send comments to Dr. Oni Celestine in Zoom, and your communication partner may read them. To maintain FACA compliance, please do not discuss committee business with other members off microphone, using the Zoom chat, or during breaks. Finally, please keep your comments brief throughout today's discussion. The primary goal of today's meeting is to discuss a working draft of the 2026-2028 IACC strategic plan. We will hear an update from the National Autism Coordinator and a summary of the public comments submitted by the committee or to the committee. Okay. And we'll go ahead and turn it back over to Sylvia.
Okay, and now we're going to hear from our National Autism Coordinator, Diana Diaz-Harrison, who's going to provide us with some updates regarding the status of our April recommendations from the April meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay, wonderful. It's so great to see everyone again. It's wonderful to be back with many of you who I've been interfacing with over the last couple of months. I want to take a few minutes today to update you on what has happened since our first meeting. Are we good?
Yes,
you're okay. And more importantly, what has happened with the recommendations that you put forward. When we met on April 28th, this committee advanced several concrete proposals focused on safety, healthcare, workforce training, research, and the needs of individuals with the highest support needs. Since then, we have been working across HHS and with our federal partners to move those recommendations forward. I'm pleased to report that we are already seeing real progress. The biggest example, and the one I want to highlight today, is what happened last week in Rochester, Minnesota. Secretary Kennedy announced the development of the first ever National Autism Missing and Endangered Persons Alert Initiative. Led by HHS in partnership with the Department of Justice and FEMA. This is significant because it directly responds to a recommendation from this committee. You asked us to improve the rapid identification and recovery of missing autistic individuals through broader implementation of the Missing and Endangered Persons Alert category within FEMA's Integrated Public Alert Warning System, or IPAWS. We took that recommendation to our federal partners, and it is now moving forward toward implementation. And I just want to take a moment to share with you who is pictured on the slide there. The event and the announcement came together fairly quickly, and we were able to get the support of the new FEMA administrator, FEMA's top leader, Cameron Hamilton, who joined us at the event because it was that important to him. We also have Deputy Director Vince Davenport from DOJ, who flew all the way out there, and he has great expertise with other alert systems like the Ashanti Alert. And Secretary Kennedy himself took great length of time to learn about the issue and to fully support this new initiative that is very, very important to us and to him. And if we go to the next slide, I want to highlight our amazing IACC member, Caden Larson, and his mom, Jennifer, from Minnesota, who were able to represent the IACC very, very well in this celebratory announcement. It was amazing to hear Caden's story on this issue and why it's so important directly from Caden. He opened our roundtable discussion with our partners and the local law enforcement in Minnesota. And it was just wonderful to have Caden and Jennifer there to launch this with us. So I added some of the media links. It was announced nationally and locally, and we couldn't have found a better program to highlight for this announcement because the Rochester, Minnesota community has a very intentional autism alert system that has a 100% success rate in recovering children and adults with autism when they go missing if they are part of the Project Lifesaver program. So it was just a day for all of us to reflect and be very proud. I know many stakeholders and IACs before us really wanted this, and now it's in the implementation phase with full commitment from Secretary Kennedy and our partners. So let's relish that for a moment. So our goal is straightforward. When a person with autism or a child with autism goes missing, we want communities to be better prepared to respond and respond quickly. FEMA plans to issue national operational guidance encouraging consistent use of the Missing and Endangered Persons Alert for qualifying autism-related wandering incidents. FEMA also plans to incorporate autism-specific messaging into its alert templates, including guidance to prioritize nearby bodies of water and high-risk traffic areas during a search. The initiative also includes responder education, stronger state and local implementation, and improved data collection so that we can learn from these incidents and continue improving response. DOJ is at the table through the Bureau of Justice Assistance. DOJ plans to encourage law enforcement agencies to immediately activate the MEP alerts when autistic individuals with high-risk characteristics are reported missing to promote more consistent activation criteria nationwide. And CDC has agreed to substantially update its autism safety resources, including a new autism safety webpage and a dedicated
are
resource
reported
called
missing to
Autism
promote
Wandering
more
as an
consistent
Emergency.
activation
Thank you to our
criteria
IAC member Crystal for
nationwide.
helping us
And
get the
CDC has
language
agreed to
correct in those
substantially update its
CDC pages,
autism
and we
safety
are excited to share
resources,
those links
including a
once
new
they are live.
autism safety webpage.
So when we talk
and a
about the
dedicated
value of
resource
the
called
IAC,
Autism
this is
Wandering
a
as an
very
Emergency
tangible
Activation
example.
criteria
A recommendation came from this
and
committee.
CDC has
We brought
agreed to
federal partners
substantially
together
update
around
its
it,
autism
and now we are
safety
seeing it take
resources,
action.
those links
We
when
are
they are
also
live.
making
So
progress
when
on
we
your
connect
healthcare
with our
recommendations.
reported
You can go to our next slide for a summary. The committee raised concerns about co-occurring medical conditions and diagnostic overshadowing. While CMS was unable to issue new EPSDT guidance during the current cycle, CMS has offered an alternative path forward. A virtual presentation for state Medicaid directors and Medicaid leadership on the IAC recommendations with materials available online for future reference. CMS also gave the IAC an opportunity to review and comment on the autism co-occurring conditions section of its ABA toolkit. HRSA is taking the work further through workforce training. HRSA has offered to increase graduate training on diagnostic overshadowing and co-occurring health conditions through the LEN program. It plans to award up to 60 LEN grants this coming September, followed by 9-month technical assistance effort focused on strengthening training and identifying gaps. HRSA is also working to improve services for autistic individuals through its health center program. That includes a $50 million investment this year to expand dental services for children with neurodevelopmental disabilities. And beginning this year, health centers will report on the number of patients screened and diagnosed with autism, giving us better information to improve access and quality of care. Finally, I want to mention the committee's recommendation on profound autism. NIH has agreed to designate profound autism as a highlighted topic for investigator-initiated funding opportunities, with an emphasis on including individuals with the highest support needs. NIH working groups are also considering standardized data collection through common data elements, and NIH is working with the Office of Portfolio Analysis to better understand and communicate findings related to this population. I want to close by emphasizing why these updates matter. At our first meeting, you gave us recommendations. Today, I can come back to you and point to concrete actions underway across HHS, FEMA, DOJ, CDC, CMS, HRSA, and NIH. There is definitely more work to do, and not every recommendation can move at the same pace. My role as National Autism Coordinator is to continue pushing that coordination forward, tracking progress, and making sure that your recommendations don't simply stay on paper. I think the Minnesota announcement about our National Autism Alert Initiative gives us a powerful example of what that can look like. For families who live with the risk of wandering and elopement, this is not just a policy issue. When a loved one goes missing, every minute matters. Our responsibility is to make sure that communities, first responders, law enforcement, and families have the coordination and tools they need when everything counts, including all of the other initiatives. Thank you for the recommendations you put forward, for your expertise, for sharing your lived experience, and for continuing to push us toward meaningful action, especially with the new strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. And I wanted to thank you also for your leadership and coordinating this interagency effort. I know that a lot of what got done was also because of your effort and your team. So thank you. Okay, ready for my slides? Okay. I'll just start while the slides are getting pulled up. I also want to express deep gratitude to Secretary Kennedy, who acted directly on this committee's April recommendations, and to HHS leadership and federal agencies and the many individuals who carried these recommendations into policy. These new efforts will save lives, improve medical care, and improve quality of life. And I also want to congratulate this committee. We acted. We delivered on the concerns the autism community has raised for decades. Are we in the slide yet? Okay. All right, I'll just keep going. Okay, next slide, please. Those who were here in April will recall notable tensions. On the one side, the pace of government, built for deliberation, not speed, along with the settled habits of a long-standing committee. On the other, daily urgency and calls for action voiced by many members of this committee, with the same calls repeated for years in public comment. In the setting of that tension, two assertions were made in April: that our meeting may not have been compliant under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, and that GAO review might give our recommendations binding legal effect. Next slide, please. On the first, a detailed review by the HHS Office of the General Counsel concluded that the meeting was fully compliant. FACA requires that deliberation and decision happen in public, as they do today. Nothing in the Act precludes an individual member from researching, drafting, and presenting ideas for the committee's consideration. On the second, these recommendations are advisory and non-binding. GAO review calls for a response. It does not direct specific action. Laura Salini will walk through the Autism Cares Act later today, including a new provision requiring the NIH director to prepare an annual autism budget estimate, a budget bypass, if you will, pursuant to the IACC strategic plan. For an estimate to be prepared pursuant to the plan must exist. Under that statute, delay is not a neutral act. Next slide. How this plan was built. At the April meeting, the committee voted to establish 3 working groups. Every member was invited to join one or to submit materials directly. Members submitted draft materials, multiple members, many drafts, and the working groups met a total of 7 times, discussed the drafts, which were then synthesized into the July 17th working draft, which was posted publicly. Federal and public members then submitted corrections and clarifications of agency roles, authorities, and scope, and that was incorporated into the updated working draft of August 17th, which is our base source text today. Every change was traceable in a document that is posted online and the committee members received, called the Summary of Revisions. Public comments have been reviewed, and some of the ideas that raised in those comments are carried forward into another document, Proposed Revisions for Committee Consideration. Federal partners contributed to this process throughout. Next slide. Some public comments have characterized this process as secretive. The process I have just outlined was efficient, and efficiency is not secrecy. Calls for transparency need to be understood in the historical context of this committee. One measuring stick is the September 2024 meeting, when a strategic plan update was adopted. In that single meeting, 15 members raised some 60 requests for revision. Each request was met by a commitment from the federal staff to draft the material at a later time. The committee then approved the update with those drafts, still pending. Members approved text that did not yet exist. The public never saw it. It has yet to be published. I do not say this to criticize. The prior committee made a practical choice under a deadline, but measure today against it. Every change in the updated working draft is a visible, traceable red line or comment. Every submitted proposal is in a public document. We will consider additional proposals here at this meeting, perhaps. That is transparency, not secrecy. And it is why we move with urgency now. A plan approved but never published helps no one. I'd now like to turn to the public comments. Next slide, please. This committee received more than 5,000 public comment submissions in 4 months. Some members of our community have called for delay of this process because of that volume. However, as we will see, most commenters are supportive, with a significant number urging action, and some of their specific recommendations are actually reflected in some of the revision proposals before you today. To those commenters whose ideas reach beyond this draft, this plan is not an ending. Approving it does not close the door, it opens it. Okay, next slide, please. There are members of our community who are drowning, literally in connection with wandering and elopement, which hopefully will improve with these new measures, but also figuratively, day to day. I assure you, as a clinician and as a parent, that is not hyperbole. 1 in 31 children has autism. Roughly 27% of those have profound autism. Many struggle with self-injury, aggression, absence of communication, serious co-occurring medical conditions, and support needs for basic tasks. Nor is it only those with profound support needs. Many autistic people with lower support needs live with unrecognized medical and mental health conditions, wait years for a diagnosis, and find independent living and employment out of reach because of lack of supports. They have said so in this committee's record for a decade. This plan answers them. Next slide. Oh, sorry, stay on this slide. Actually, go back to the methodology slide. I apologize. I will now turn to an AI-assisted analysis of the public comments. Every eligible submission was counted, nothing sampled, nothing dropped. Every comment was coded for its relationship to the plan, the topics it raised, and every action it requested under a written versioned protocol, and the full methodology was rerun and cross-checked on a separate AI model. Behind every count is a person who took the time to write to their government, including those who are worried and those who disagree. Every one of them is counted in what follows. Between April 14th and August 20th, this committee received 5,265 discrete submissions. 585 were 585 were excluded from the subsequent analysis. 583 of those asked only for a comment period extension, and 2, unfortunately, comments were incomplete and unable to be analyzed, leaving 4,680 substantive comments. Every percentage that follows uses that denominator, 4,680. 377, 8.1% stated support for the plan or the working draft as a whole. 2,353, or 50.3%, asked for something the plan already contains and took note, but didn't take an explicit position on the plan itself. Those are reported as aligned and separately from support. 1,863, or 39.8%, asked that the draft be revised or expanded. 1,742 of those are campaign-associated comments. The remaining 87, 51 are opposed, and 36 with no position. Next slide, please. The record divides into 2 halves. 2,539 comments, 54.3%, contain no campaign language. They were written in the commenter's own words. 2,141, 45.7%, carry the text of one of 32 different template letters. Every one of these is still counted. None was deleted. Each was classified by its contents, not its source. One letter accounts for the majority of those campaign comments, 1,581 of them, a third of the entire record. That campaign asked that vaccine causation research be added to the plan and is classified as mixed or conditional, neither support nor opposition. The comments with no campaign language carried the wait lists, the years-long delays, the regression histories, the profound autism care needs, the caregiver strain. Of those, 12.7% explicitly support the plan. Next slide, please. Of the opposition, 51 comments expressly opposed this plan, about 1.1% of the record. 45 of those carry the same letter, the one on this slide. This letter names no section, no initiative, or recommendation of the draft. It states concerns: the right to an education, to work, to vote, no institutionalization, no databases. I would like to say that some of what is proposed in this campaign is not contained in the plan. There are no proposals to institutionalize individuals. There are no proposals to create databases. There are no proposals regarding microchips. Next slide. These are the most frequent topics among the 2,539 comments with no campaign language. Organized by plan structure, each bar colored by the relationship of the entire comment to the plan. Profound autism inclusion leads in 1,005 comments, then communication access with 985 comments. Caregiver and home and community-based services is highly represented. Vaccines, regression, the research portfolio, service access. As well as co-occurring conditions such as GI, immune, motor, mitochondrial, epilepsy, and sleep. Next slide. Finally, urgency. 532 comments use urgent or immediate language. 358 request immediate policy change. 233 describe long-standing delay. 139 literal support or aligned with what is already in the plan. Next slide. In their own words, these are from recent comments. We implore you to take action now. We have time to change that future, but only if we act now. Next slide. The comments we received recently resonate with the last decade of historical comments. From 2016 through 2024, this committee received 1,423 substantive open-ended comments at meetings and workshops, alongside a 2024 RFI on co-occurring conditions. In the open-ended record, the community set the agenda. What the community chose to say, unprompted, is the more revealing of the two. Next slide. Between 71 and 375 comments a year across 9 meeting years. And then this year, more public comment in 4 months than in the entire previous decade combined. This committee is doing something bold and new, and people respond to that in one of 2 ways. They feel seen or heard, or they may oppose those changes. Either way, the volume reflects a plan unlike any that came before it. Next slide. This slide presents the decade's comments arranged into the architecture of the current draft plan. There is no section of the draft plan that does not answer a documented community concern. The plan was built from this record. Next slide. 683 of these comments over the last decade, 45% of all of those received, raised committee process, governance, or the representation of profound autism in every meeting year since 2016. Demands for federal action, accountability, and measurable progress, portfolio balance, interagency coordination, and representation of people with profound autism. Each row on this slide has an answer in the draft plan, and the first row will be answered by today's vote. On portfolio balance, of the 247 comments on the research portfolio, only many of them asked for a shift to prioritize co-occurring conditions and the daily challenges faced by individuals with autism, again, in the direction of this plan. Next slide. And these are quotes from 2016. After a decade of meeting, my hope would be that there would be a sense of urgency with the IACC to take immediate action towards positive change. But sadly, I don't believe this has been the case. In the same meeting, I am appalled by the lack of action in regards to wandering deaths. We are experiencing a crisis. Please address this epidemic. Next slide. 8 years later, the record reads the same. I was one of those commenters in 2024. I told this committee as a parent and as a clinician that there were far too research dollars going toward those with profound autism, that we needed to understand the immune, mitochondrial, and gastrointestinal factors in order to move toward accessible, effective treatments that can improve quality of life. I did not feel heard. Nothing came of it. The 2016 plea on wandering was answered on August 21st when the Secretary announced the new initiative. The 2024 ask on research for profound autism was answered at that April meeting, and also in terms of the priority therapeutic domains in this plan. Next slide. In the 2024 RFI, which asked directly about co-occurring conditions, 1,254 people described the draft's plan architecture before it existed. One respondent named the clinical error at the center of it, diagnostic overshadowing. That was Andy Shee from Autism Speaks. That concern was named in 2024. The draft on the next slide. Across the decade, 1,117 of 1,423 comments, 78% asked for policy change, federal movement, or urgent action. In every year this committee met, roughly 3 of every 4 comments asked it to act. Urgency is not new. Acting is. Thank you. Now I'm going to turn over to Laura Cellini, who's going to discuss the draft strategic plan foundation, the executive summary, preface, plan architecture, and part 6.
Hi, thank you, Sylvia, and thank you for that very detailed analysis. I think it's very helpful for all of us. So I suppose my slides are being loaded, and
yes, Laura, we're working on that. So I don't know how far you want to go before we get that technicality fixed, but.
Sure. So I can, just because we are on a tight schedule, but I'll just go ahead and I'll describe things for you in visual. No, in the cover, one of the things you'll notice when it's uploaded is a graphic that is supposed to look like a roadmap. And I think that really speaks to what we are doing here today. This strategic plan, as Sylvia mentioned, is just the beginning. And adoption of it really is just a starting point. We are not in the implementation stage. We are not in the stage where the agencies have determined exactly what they will do. And so I found this graphic and I thought it really spoke to where we are in the process. So what I'm going to talk about here for a few minutes is the executive summary, the preface, and I'm also going to just touch on part 6, which we will return to later, but we want to mention some things about part 6 before we discuss more about the plan today, because it will be relevant to our federal partners. Do we have the slides yet, or?
I see them feverishly working, but not to me.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and continue, and I'm just going to go ahead and start with the first slide. Basically, what this slide describes is that the intention here is to improve accountability, continuity, and coordination across the federal ecosystem. As our federal partners can attest to, they are hard at work and they have many activities, efforts, priorities that are intended to address autism, and that is sometimes invisible to the public stakeholders. That is also very evident throughout our public comments. And that has been a pattern, as Sylvia mentioned, for many years. So one of the things that the IACC is charged with by Congress is to try to help improve coordination across the federal ecosystem. And so basically, okay, that's not mine. Okay. So the primary question for us is how can we better coordinate autism across that federal ecosystem? How can we meet the CARES Act deliverables and produce demonstrable state change that stakeholders can feel and verify? So how do we do that? The first thing, as Sylvia mentioned, this plan was based largely on information gathered from the extensive public record. This current formation of the IACC has the advantage of coming along at this time when much has been done prior to our serving. Previous IACCs have developed many strategic plans. They have also collected requests for information from stakeholders as well as public comments. That was a rich source for us at this time, and so we were able to look back and examine this over a long period of years. The other aspect, of course, is what does the CARES Act tell us that we must do? And then that also informed us as well as GAO. So GAO had made some previous comments in the past about maybe some gaps, the absence of measurable outcomes, indicators, more specificity that was not in previous plans. So we thought that we needed to pay attention to what the GAO had previously said and their feedback and consider that as this plan was being developed. So the goal with this plan is to connect evidence, authority, responsibility, and to create deliverables for stakeholders. Every element in that chain is documented in the public record and can be checked against it. So I'm just gonna continue. If you guys want, I'm on slide 3 for the room. That public record, as I mentioned, is extensive, but the federal impact of it has been difficult to discern by the stakeholders. So recurring needs were documented, but prior plans often cataloged that activity, but they didn't assign dated, measurable federal deliverables by agencies. That is one of the things that we have changed with this plan. So what were people reporting? People reported unmet medical needs, diagnostic overshadowing, fragmented services or absence of services, safety risks, lifespan gaps. They needed workforce support. And so these things have been consistent year after year. What did prior plans produce? So, okay, we can go ahead and go to the next slide. Thank you, there we are. So prior plans did produce a lot of information for us. However, as the GAO did comment, is that those plans had a lot of documented issues and problems that stakeholders had reported, but there wasn't necessarily specific goals. Goals in previous plans were more aspirational and non-specific. we chose to become much more focused and, like I said, a roadmap. So imagine that you have directions and your directions are very detailed. That's what we set out to do with this plan. So we tried to map things to authority and a lead in supporting agencies with deliverables, timelines, plus measurements that we could track. And then ultimately we would have public status and updates so that the public could be informed. Next slide. Congress in the CARES Act, which was based on was recently amended in 2024. The original act that established the IACC was the Combating Autism Act of 2006. That act has been amended and now is referred to as the CARES Act in 2014, 2019, and 2024. In the most recent version, Congress broadened what the plan must address and reinforcing the need to consider the population across the spectrum and the lifespan, as well as co-occurring conditions, caregiver supports, geriatric care, and safety. It also gave the plan a recurring federal role by tying it to an annual NIH budget estimate and the biennial update. This was Congress's way of incorporating stakeholders into the budget planning. Next slide. Great. This sequence may be unclear for some, and we really took time to study the act to make sure that we fully understood it as well. So I want to be exact about this, and I want to be clear about what each step means. So first, the committee prepares the strategic plan pursuant to the act. We are mandated by Congress to do that, including this time under the new amendment, we are to include proposed budgetary requirements. The NIH director then prepares the annual autism budget estimate pursuant to that plan. The secretary and this committee receive a reasonable opportunity to comment, but neither may change the estimate. That purview lies with the director of NIH. So no official budget authority or veto authority on that budget developed by the director of NIH belongs to us or the secretary. What that sequence creates is a documented starting point and a defined place for public participation. After we review it and we give our comments, the director of NIH then submits that budget bypass directly to the president. And then the president receives that and gives it to Congress. Next slide. So every claim in the plan is tied to a class of evidence supporting it, whether that is the law, GAO findings, public input, federal portfolio data, or science. That distinction is deliberate. Public comment establishes what people experience and what they prioritize, and it does not by itself establish causation or clinical efficacy. Each recommendation then moves from problem to evidence stage to federal action to agency role to deliverable and a measurable outcome. Next slide. Adoption of this plan means adoption of the committee's recommendations only. It does not mean agency concurrence, implementation, or any authorization or obligation of funds. Agency assignments identify jurisdiction and capacity rather than asserting consultation or commitment. And budget figures are planning ranges rather than appropriations. Advisory does not require us to be vague because what cannot be assigned, dated, and measured cannot later be verified. Next slide. Each recommendation carries the same 4 elements: the record establishing the need, the federal action proposed, the budgetary requirement with its scale and timing, and the federal product with its deadline and measure. Building it this way allows anyone to compare this plan against the eventual NIH estimate and see what was carried forward, what was modified, what was omitted, and what was left unexplained. Next slide. The plan is organized by function rather than topic. Part 1 sets the federal framework. Part 2, the scientific foundation. Part 3, the translation, infrastructure. Part 4, the priority therapeutic domains. Part 5, lifespan systems and autism.gov. Part 6, accountability and updates. 3 threads run through all 6. Evidence gates, public navigation, ultimately 1 register. Next slide. Decades of stakeholder engagement has built the record, identify what matters, and they will ultimately judge whether outcomes become visible and meaningful for them. This committee synthesizes evidence and authority, then recommends owners, deliverables, and measures. The authorized agencies determine the operational approach, align resources, and report what moved, what did not, and why. Congress determines what to appropriate and what to authorize for funding. Next slide. Part 6 places every recommendation in a single register carrying owner, authority, deliverable, dependency, budget posture, measure, and status. The status taxonomy separates work not initiated from work blocked by an unresolved dependency and separates deferred from closed. Activity output, access, diffusion, stabilization, and outcomes are reported as distinct categories rather than collapsed together. Missing data remains visible and is not scored as progress. Essentially, what has happened since our April recommendations is that the work begins after we determine this, and that is when the agencies have the opportunity to consider all of our recommendations in detail and develop these things, and then identify where they have gaps, challenges, and what can be done in a timely manner. The Act sets 2 recurring tests. The first asks whether the annual estimate was prepared pursuant to this plan and it reflects the proposed requirements, portfolio gaps, and priorities. Next slide. The second asks what progress was made and what specific measures were taken. The question before this committee is not whether the plan is adopted. It is what happens after it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Laura. I'm going to go ahead briefly to just introduce part 1, then we'll have an opportunity to look at part 2, and then after that we'll have time for committee discussion. But we just wanted to introduce, have an opportunity to introduce the FLIT framework. Okay, my slides, please. Okay. All right, slide 2, please. Part 1 begins from a simple observation. I think it echoes some of Laura's comments. For 2 decades, the autism community has documented its needs in the public record. The question part 1 asks is whether the federal enterprise has moved in response, where it has not, and why. Part 1 compares 3 layers of evidence that should align. The first is the public stakeholder record. The second is the dominant federal research portfolio, what NIH is funding project by project in the most recent fiscal year. The third is federal products and outcomes. The central question is whether the priorities documented in the first layer are reflected in the second and third. Where they are, the system is functioning. Where they are not, the plan has to account for that gap. Next slide. I'm going to go through this just very briefly because we reviewed it before. The 2024 RFI had 1,254 respondents. They reported on a broad range of recurring priorities and co-occurring health conditions. Those needs have been in the record, as I noted before, for many, many years. So part 1 therefore poses a narrow question to the previously available 2023 plan. Did its formal recommendations name any of these medical, safety, or access concerns as a target with a quantitative metric or deadline? And because that plan didn't, we chose to take as a committee a different approach. Next slide. Portfolio construction. The committee analyzed the NIH fiscal year 2025 RCDC autism category, which returned 622 projects. 5 of them were duplicates, so that was 617 projects totaling $339 million. Centers, structural components, and supplements were retained as separate funded efforts consistent with how NIH funds them. Only exact duplicates were removed. Next slide. Each project was placed on a translational scale, T1 through T6, from molecular and cellular mechanisms at one end to implementation and services at the other. 87.5% of the funded grants sit at the discovery stages, T1 through T4, and only 12.5% sits at delivery stages, which is intervention, testing, together with implementation and services. Approximately $1 in 8 reaches the stages that is closest to patients and their lived daily experience. A second and separate classification examined how many grant projects related to co-occurring conditions, as this is the primary source of morbidity and poor quality of life in repeated public comment. Only 12.8% of funding carried a primary focus on any co-occurring condition. A third classification by etiology, among projects that took a position on cause, pure genetic research outweighed pure non-genetic research by nearly 6 to 1. And there's a separate slide about that as well. The conclusion is not less basic science. Genetics and neuroscience have been productive and should continue. The conclusion is that discovery should be more diversified. Immune, metabolic, microbiome, and mitochondrial biology alongside genetics, and that discovery should carry an explicit path to validation, translation, and delivery. Next slide. Okay. So part 1 draws 3 consequences from this analysis. First, a formal gap and duplication review, GAO, as Laura mentioned, found that the Office of National Autism Coordination lacked written procedures for reviewing federal autism activities. HHS finalized those improved procedures in July 2025. Second, budget alignment. The Autism Cares Act of 2024 requires the strategic plan to include proposed budgetary recommendations, and as Laura described, connects directly to this new autism budget bypass provision for the NIH director. On the adequacy of the budget itself, Part 1 offers one benchmark. In fiscal year 2024, NIH invested approximately 48 cents in Alzheimer's research for every $100 of that condition's annual economic cost. For asthma, approximately 33 cents. For autism, only 7 cents. Funded at the Alzheimer's investment to burden ratio, annual NIH autism research would be approximately 2 million, million. I think as a community, we also, in addition to making our recommendations here today, and I offer this also to our community watching online, I think we, as public members, need to be very vocal with Congress that our needs are potentially underfunded compared to the economic and societal costs of autism, which is a life course condition. The plan is deliberate about the limits of that comparison. Economic burden estimates are not fully comparable across conditions. They differ in the years they describe and in how those calculations were made. Conditions also differ in trajectory. Dementia is overwhelmingly a condition of later life, whereas profound autism is present from early childhood and persists across the lifespan. The comparison is therefore illustrative, not a funding formula. It nonetheless is a reasonable framework for 2 questions. Part 1 places before the committee. Are we spending enough on autism? And is the amount allocated by Congress sufficient to the scope of the need? The plan's position is that autism research is both underfunded and also misaligned, and that correcting one without the other would reproduce the current imbalance at a larger scale. Part 1 also assigns every recommendation one of 3 categories of federal action: discovery, where important scientific uncertainty remains; translation, where evidence has matured but has not been incorporated into practice, coverage, or workforce training; and implementation, where authority and evidence already exists and what remains is incomplete execution. That structure is designed to prevent 2 failures at once: treating every unmet need as though it requires more research, and treating preliminary findings as though they are ready for broad implementation. Next slide. Sorry, I think my slides are a little bit out of order. I think I'm actually just going to leave it there for now, so we can move forward. And now we're going to move to part 2 of the strategic plan. And I think Laura's going to give us a very brief introduction, and then we're going to hear from IACC members on a variety of topics.
Sure, thank you. So part 2 really tries to establish the scientific basis for what one of the things that, as we all know, has been discussed out in the world and is highly debated is the aspect of, do we have a real increase with autism? And the other aspect is autism heritable? And so one of the things that we wanted to establish right away is that we needed better epidemiology. We needed more specific epidemiology. ADDM has done some tremendous work, but we do have the advantage here of having someone who has been involved with that for many years, and Dr. Rodney. And many of us would benefit to better understand if this is a better ascertainment and capturing of the population, if it's due to the DSM changes that happened in, I believe, between DSM 4 and 5. And then as well as that, do we have clusters? There are some things in the Autism Cares that talk around us identifying and examining certain factors that we may have not done yet. So in that section we do, and Dr. Rodney will talk more about that. The other aspect that we would like to consider, and Dr. Rosignol will touch on, is the role of heritability as well as the concept of heterogeneity. We take the position that autism, as it is a spectrum, is widely heterogeneous. And we know that from our lived experience. We know that if you've met one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. And that does make it very challenging to try to develop policies, scientific investigations, and understanding things like causal factors or clinical interventions, because we have such a wide and diverse phenotypes and presentations across the spectrum. And so we feel like one of the things that we need to do is focus more on cohort-based investigations and become more precise around that, like they did with cancer research, so that we can move forward with much more specificity, more precision, and better informed science. So thank you, part 2.
Walter, go ahead.
Good morning, dear colleagues. The prevalence of autism has grown to 3.2% among 8-year-olds born in 2014. This rate corresponds to 1 in 31 children with autism
I'm sorry, Walter, could you speak closer to the mic? We can't hear you. Thank you.
This rate corresponds to 1 in 31 children with autism, nearly a 5-fold increase since 2000. The rapid increase in autism prevalence has generated little concern among U.S. public health authorities. However, this is due to the widespread perception that the increase has occurred because autism diagnosis has expanded in a beneficial way to recognize and support mildly affected children. The misconception about the scope and nature of autism drivers persists without evidence, in spite of the fact that the proportion of children with autism and intellectual disability has doubled between 2000 and 2016, and in spite of an increase in the intellectual disability fraction in the most recent studied cohorts. This misconception has real consequences. If there has been no true increase in autism prevalence, there is no reason to search for environmental triggers or gene environmental risks, or even to study the powerful artifacts and mistakes that have obscured the scope of autism for 90 years. If there has been no true increase in autism, it might be acceptable for us to continue with a research agenda focused on genes and developmental biology, while mainly ignoring the heterogeneity and complex medical comorbidities of autism. It might be sufficient to be satisfied with inadequate approaches to screening and diagnosis, and to continue with interventions which are oblivious to the needs of individuals most in need of care. If there has been no true increase in autism prevalence, it might be acceptable to forget that autism is a true challenge with lifetime effects on the person, the family, and our society. However, if the gigantic wave of autism represents a true secular change rather than a byproduct of better awareness or a redefinition, we must act now to scale up our infrastructure, research, intervention, and support systems. Structural reforms and innovations are urgently needed to expand the autism research agenda, to advance effective health care, overhaul and support our special education system. If we acknowledge the true scope of autism, then we must go forward to establish reality-based programs which support the family, incentivize the workforce, and foster economic integration and independence. This IACC is uniquely ready to challenge the misconceptions about autism and to promote innovative research, effective treatments, and enhanced quality of life. I congratulate you, my colleagues, the public members of the IACC, for the enlightened, comprehensive, and bold ideas expressed in the 2026 strategic plan, and look forward to working with you, our federal partners, and the wider public so that we can make a real difference in the lives of individuals with autism.
Folks, please, I'm sorry. Please refrain from clapping. It has been brought to my attention that that is a little bit unnerving for some of our sensory friends. So even if we just did a little clap or an acknowledgement, we really appreciate everybody's input today, but keeping clapping none. Thank you.
Dr. Rosignol. Let's just make sure we have his slides ready on heritability and clinical heterogeneity. Oh, there they are. Okay.
Okay. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So if you have the first slide. So good morning. My main point is simple. Even though genetics play a major role in ASD, important questions about biology and clinical care remain open. Twin and family studies show that genetic differences clearly matter, but heritability is a population level finding. It cannot explain individuals' features, support needs, or developmental course. The question is how inherited risk interacts with biological processes during development, including things like immune activation, metabolism, placental function, cellular energy, and whether these interactions may contribute to development or expression of autism. Understanding these pathways can help explain why autism presents differently across individuals and may ultimately improve care. Next slide. autism genetic. For some variants, incomplete penetrance means two people carry the same change, but only one develops autism. Variable expression means people with the same change may have very different features or support needs. Family recurrence may also reflect maternal biology shared across pregnancies, including maternal antibodies that may persist or other immune characteristics that may reoccur across pregnancies. These factors could contribute to a sibling pattern that looks entirely inherited. So this could reflect the child's genes, maternal biology, or both. The role of these pathways still being studied. Family clustering, where there's groups of kids with autism in one family, can identify which process is operating. We need studies of cause and effect, standardized tests, and confirmation by independent researchers. The next slide. This diagram shows much where the unanswered science lies. So genotype refers to your genetic makeup. Phenotype refers to the traits we can observe. So the 4 boxes here across the top ask how genetic risk operates during development, affects observable traits, and shapes later health and development. Polygenic means the combined influence of many genetic differences, and de novo means new in the child rather than inherited. The examples across the bottom represent ongoing areas of research with varying levels of supporting evidence. Some are better established than others, but further studies needed to clarify their potential role in autism. Next slide. So systems biology matters because body systems do not operate independently. So immune activation can change cellular energy use, mitochondrial problems can influence stress response, gut-derived substances may affect immune or brain signaling, the gut-brain connection. But a connected biological model is not proof that a pathway actually causes autism. An association can generate a hypothesis, but it cannot establish cause or show that changing a factor would prevent autism or improve outcomes. So this requires studies designed to separate the cause from the consequences. Next slide. This slide turns the science into a 4-part research strategy. First, we recommend continuing genetic research while linking genetic findings to change in the body. We want to also, secondly, test how possible biological pathways work and how they play a role in autism. Thirdly, study clearly defined groups based on age, medical conditions, history, biology, not just their autism diagnosis. And fourth, move towards tests that and treatments only after findings have been carefully validated. Together, these priorities ask which biological processes matter, for whom, at what stage of development, and can that knowledge lead to reliable tests, effective treatments, and better care. Next slide. As Laura mentioned, autism is highly heterogeneous, meaning that it can look very different from one person to another, including in communication, development, support needs, and co-occurring medical conditions. Diversity matters clinically because the same diagnosis can coexist with very many different medical needs. The 3 profiles here are just examples, not fixed categories, as the conditions can overlap. When a person cannot reliably describe symptoms, you may see behavioral or functional changes, and this may be the first sign of pain, illness, seizures, or another medical problem. New symptoms in a patient with autism should prompt careful medical assessment, not diagnostic overshadowing, as Laura mentioned. This is the assumption that new symptoms or changes are simply part of the autism. In the last few years, I've cared for 3 patients with autism who went to the emergency room with abdominal pain, were sent home with a diagnosis of constipation, and then later found to have appendicitis. In fact, one developed life-threatening complications, almost died, and was in the hospital for over a month. These cases are a sobering reminder that an autism diagnosis must never lower the standard of medical evaluation. These clinical profiles remain careful and support careful symptom-driven assessment, not universal testing. These are not proven autism subtypes yet, but we need more research. But symptoms, examination, other clinical findings should guide your evaluation. Last slide. So population findings can guide clinical questions, but not replace individual assessment. This is not about trying to change who a person with autism is. It's about identifying and treating medical conditions that may cause pain, interfere with functioning or communication, and reduce comfort and quality of life. Identified conditions should be treated according to the accepted standards, while benefits and harms are monitored using outcomes that matter to the patient and family. New or unusual loss of skills warrant evaluation, may help identify the study to clarify its biological significance. So genetics are foundational, but they're not the finishing point. The opportunity here is to connect genetic risks to biological processes, define meaningful groups, and use carefully confirmed findings to improve individualized care. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Walter.
Thanks, Dan. So before we turn to discussion, I actually just have to backtrack and do just a piece of committee business. Can we have that one slide? So,
It's gonna take a minute.
okay.
So I'll go ahead and give you the review and the overview of the process for voting. What we're going to do is vote on to adopt the subset of distributed edits to the strategic plan, and that's what they're working on bringing up for you. We will use a Zoom polling feature for voting. For each recommendation, you may vote yes, no, or abstain from voting. Only yes and no votes are counted. Each member of the committee may cast one vote. For federal agencies, with both a member and an alternate in attendance, please ensure that only one vote is cast per agency. Members of the meeting support team will help us verify the votes before announcing the results.
Okay, so I'll just review our process of the current working draft. So on July 17th, a working draft was distributed to the committee and posted online. Multiple federal partners, and thank you very much, submitted clarifications, corrections, revisions, suggestions. Some public members also noted some errors in that working draft. And so that led to the August 17th updated working draft. In that draft, the deletions were redlined in the text, but the corrections were contained in the comments. And I did that as a way to preserve page numbers so that people would be able to track. In addition, the committee and the public was provided with a document called the Summary of Revisions, which outlined every revision made between the July 17th and the August 17th draft. Subsequently, after August 17th, we had two federal partners. Our partner from Social Security requested one additional correction. And then we worked with HRSA to address several corrections, clarifications, and narrowing. I would say I'm going to give Brendan, if you want to have a chance to weigh in here, but I will describe the corrections as largely kind of narrowing HRSA's role in some dimensions to a supportive role at points in the strategic plan. HRSA was identified as a lead for potentially creating or synthesizing information, and they clarified that that's not their role. They also, in our collaboration with them, we discussed the addition in the preface of an overarching provision that clarifies the use of outside experts and partners in the work of federal agencies. So those were distributed, both of those documents, to the committee. The second one only yesterday, so I'm sorry about that, but we were working closely with HRSA to address their revision requests. Brendan Quinn, do you have anything else you would like to add about that process?
No, that was a pretty straightforward. Leah and I, we put in our recommended changes, and you addressed them. So thank you.
Thank you. So what I would like to do now is propose a vote to the committee to adopt as our working draft going forward at this meeting and potentially beyond, to incorporate those changes into the working draft, and that would be our official working draft. We are not voting on adoption of the draft. It's just to incorporate those changes so that can be our working draft going forward. Do I have a motion for that? No, that's not the right document. So why don't you just, it would be a motion to incorporate the changes from HRSA SSA.
So I have a motion for the HRSA changes to be adopted to the working draft.
And that's from Lisa Ackerman. That's the first one. Do we have a second?
And I propose that the SSA revision be adopted.
Thank you.
Next, the committee will move to the vote, and they're preparing all of that for you now.
Just pull two.
Two.
Sorry, I don't have them in front of me. I think it's one and two. Sorry, I have them separately. Let me just look.
Sorry, number two, we can pull it up.
I can't see this one. Yeah, wait.
So it goes to the working draft federal clarifications.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, if you see a poll in front of you, that's the wrong one, so we're going to get the correct one launched.
Okay. Sorry about that. Whether the first document called Federal IACC Members Request for Clarifications and Corrections contained one correction from SSA and a number of corrections from HRSA. And then a second document was created, supplemental HRSA clarifications, as our discussions evolved in terms of just timing and availability. So I apologize that they're not all in one. So this vote would be for that Federal IACC Members Request for Clarification and Corrections. Does everyone see poll 1 on their Zoom?
I have white text on a white background, so I can't see it. So perhaps I can, if this is going to be an ongoing issue, I can deal with it for this vote. But if this is going to be an ongoing issue, if somebody could help this.
There's someone behind you.
Excuse me, I see a poll. It says federal members clarifications and correct. Is that supposed to be for public members?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anybody here in the room or online that was not able to vote using the Zoom? Dr. Gaitanis. And this is poll number 1. Okay. All right, Dr. Gaitanis. Yes, okay. Anybody else here in the room that wasn't able to vote with the Zoom? Anybody online that doesn't see the poll? I heard somebody say they had white text.
Get on the Zoom link. So they haven't voted yet. They're trying to get on the Zoom link.
Who is that, Jennifer?
Lisa and Walter.
Okay. Okay, you guys can just vote verbally for now and we'll get you set up with the Zoom. So Dr. Zaharani? Yes. And Ms. Liederlight? Yes. Okay.
This is Kirsten Jensen online. I received a poll to respond to, but I don't know if that was also sent to Caprice and whether I should have not respond.
Yes, so it should only be one vote per agency if both the federal member and alternate is here. So if Caprice is not online, then you can vote, Kirsten.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, has everybody either recorded their vote in Zoom or given me their verbal vote? Okay, so we have 34 yeses, 0 nos, 5 abstains.
Okay, and now the second poll would be just the supplemental HRSA clarifications. document that you received yesterday, again, incorporating clarifications and revisions directed by HRSA. There's two. One is for the federal IACC member request document, and the second is the supplemental HRSA clarifications. They were two separate documents, so we're voting two different times.
Yes, and the poll did reset, so please vote again.
The poll reset? Okay. Vote again.
Okay, for people in the room, Dr. Gaetanis. Do you need us to bring up the text of the poll so you can see it, or? Yes, okay. Dr. Zarodny? Yes. And Lisa Wiederlight? Okay, great. Anybody else in the room that wasn't able to vote? Judith, who are you pointing at? I can't see. Okay. 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 All right, so everything's okay down there? Okay, thanks, Judith. All right, has everybody else voted in the Zoom that would like to? So we have 34 yes votes, 35. I'll give it one more second. It looks like people are still voting. We have 35 yes votes, 1 no vote, and 4 abstentions.
Okay, thank you. So our agenda now calls for committee discussion of the sections presented during the morning session. So I open it to the floor, and I guess could we turn the screen to the members who are joining us online? Dr. Mumper.
I am a clinician.
Just a reminder, to turn your computers on mute so we don't get that feedback.
Yeah, you got to turn it on.
So I am a clinician and I am new to all the policy speak, but I'm very grateful for those of you who know how to do that. I did read all of the public comments we got up until the ones that we got yesterday, and I did not realize until the presentation with the AI analysis how much symmetry and repetition there is for what people have asked for decades. So there are a couple of issues near and dear to my heart. One is the issue of all the medical comorbidities, which again, I came across in my files from 2008. Safe Minds asked for this in 2008. So I want to thank all the people that did make public comments. I really appreciate the AI analysis of it. That gave me incredible insights. And I know that that was a lot of hard work done at the last minute. So thank you, whoever was responsible for doing that.
Tracy Suchovitz.
Hello. I would like to express that I strongly support part 1 and part 2. Part 1 addresses something that I truly believe that has been missing for way too long, and that's accountability. We've spent decades funding autism research, but families deserve to know what that investment has actually produced. This plan moves us from simply documenting research activity to establishing measurable outcomes, identifying gaps in duplication, and creating a pathway from research to real-world implementation. Also, I strongly support part 2 because it broadens the scientific conversation. Genetics absolutely belongs in autism research, but it cannot be the only lens through which we investigate autism. We need to examine biological subgroups, environmental factors specifically, regression, and the complex medical conditions families are experiencing. Our responsibility should be to follow the science wherever it leads, especially into areas that have historically been underfunded and overlooked. Thank you.
No.
Video on so everybody can see me. First of all, 2 words of thanks. One to both Sylvia and Laura and the numbers of folks that supported this effort throughout the last many weeks to develop this plan through a series of working group meetings, through calls, through all the work that's been done to put together a.
Can you bring your mic closer?
Okay, sorry. To put this plan together. I mean, this has been a true labor that has taken a lot of time and energy and is a well done plan. It has incorporated a lot, and I think it's for all the folks that are here in this room, but also for the folks that are online and the public. This has incorporated a lot of public comment, and I applaud your presentation for making that very clear. I would also like to say a word of thanks to the public for all of the comments that have been provided. The fact that those comments were so large compared to prior years is indicative of many things. It's indicative of the need, it's indicative of the urgency, and I applaud the committee for acting, and thank you for all your hard work.
Scott?
First, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity for us always to participate and collaborate on these important efforts. I do want to raise, by the way, just a quick thing. I'd prefer to be addressed as Dr. Robertson. A lot of other folks with MDs and PhDs are addressed as such, so thank you. I was tasked by our agency leadership at the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy when they experience accessibility issues to raise them so folks have awareness, and as part of our agency mission to improve accessibility for all people with disabilities, including people on the autism spectrum, and increase access to full access to employment opportunities to have a better quality of life. And I feel with the way that access is set up here and the way we have received documents in a very short manner in many cases for the meeting, that the government is not fulfilling its full obligations to provide accessibility, including to autistic people like me as the only autistic person sitting here on the agency end, and then we have some other folks who are public members who are autistic and other folks in the community. I am a slow processor. I have communication and language challenges. I have reading comprehension challenges. I often need to read things multiple times to process things. And that is the case for millions of other autistic folks. And about 20% of Americans in the country also have other disabilities, many of which are also neurological and cognitive that can affect processing and parsing of complex documents. And we received yesterday afternoon more than 1,000 pages worth of additional public comments and additional revisions. The passing the standard for here and other advisory committees, and I do represent us in other spaces as well, and on transportation, other areas, is several days through, like a week basically, before. Less than 24 hours is infeasible for myself and others to adequately process the comments to help inform our engagement on the strategic plan. And we want to be as fully engaged as possible. I'm raising this not just to raise it. I'm raising it because it is important to us. I believe that as an autism committee, as a disability focused, we have an expectation, an obligation to go above and beyond when it comes to accessibility for the members here, for the community in America, and to consider that across all of our efforts, including with developing and adopting the strategic plan and any other things that happen across the course of the committee activities. That is really essential, I believe, for having full accessibility. So I just want folks to consider that, and consider folks like me, as I say, who may have challenges with processing things, but just need equal access on accommodation. I function quite well in other activities because I've had full access to be able to have full participation. And I don't mean this in a negative manner. This is not a personal, this is just an accessibility issue with our obligations. In the case of, for me, as a federal employee, to have full access to meetings that I participate in, given my disabilities. And as I say, in the case of the public, with this being a federally supported activity and our obligations in the federal space for supporting full access for folks. So I just wanted to raise that as a point. And I'm the one who also raised on the clapping as well. I am very noise sensitive, like a lot of other autistic folks. So I'm very assertive that when I experience accessibility challenge, I prefer to let folks know. So I'm just sharing for folks' awareness and context. Again, I do appreciate the efforts. I appreciate our collaboration. I appreciate all the perspectives folks have. And I don't want it just to sound like I am challenging on that. This is just an accessibility issue for me, given my significant disabilities, which I know may not always be visibly apparent to some folks because of my job title or the way I look or any other things where folks might think my autism is quote unquote mild, etc., which is not the case. Is I experience pretty significant challenges on the communication, social space, executive functioning, sensory on a day-to-day basis. It's just most people just don't understand it, right? And I get by. So thank you for your understanding about considering the accessibility issues. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Scott. I'm sorry, Dr. Robertson. Sorry, I'm having a little.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Honey.
Thank you so much, Dr. Robertson. I actually think that was incredible for you to share. I want to share that it was a challenge for many of us. I just want to give a shout out. Like I myself am a working mom full time of adult twins with autism, both varying disabilities. But I think the power within this presentation is the ability for people like Sylvia and like to Dr. Mumper's point to organize it with chat. I just want to say one thing personally. We all have our own issues, and I'll just share one of mine was how much I cried reading those public comments. I actually had to stop because I was having such significant PTSD that I actually threw them into chat and said, just give me the ones that are going to relate to the vast majority of everybody, because I myself was overwhelmed with reading them all because the emotion is real for so many of us. So I love that you just shared your perspective. I absolutely love that we can hopefully work at a much faster speed and a more rapid rate to take all of that information with the tools that we have in today's technology to hopefully bring better support to people like yourselves and all those that wrote in with a public comment. But I also applaud truly, Sylvia, that was incredibly helpful because it was very time consuming and hard to catch up last minute when those additional ones came in. So I agree with you completely. And again, thank you so much for organizing all of that in the comments, and especially to Dr. Rosenthal for pointing out I have identical twins, and it spoke really loud to me with the genetics versus the deeper, keener eyes for medical components. So thank you.
Elizabeth Bonker.
I am grateful to this committee for prioritizing the urgent needs of those.
The top two public comments were profound autism and communication access. This strategic plan is a great leap forward to help families who are looking for action.
Elizabeth, would it be okay if your communication partner reread those comments or if you just did that again or played it again?
Elizabeth typed, I am grateful to this committee for prioritizing the urgent needs of those with profound autism. The top two public comments were profound autism and communication access. This strategic plan is a great leap forward to help families who are looking for action.
Hayden and then Lisa Whiterlight.
Dr. Roberts, I think it's wonderful. How many comments? There were two. I used text and voice, and I recommend that.
Can you play it again and just make sure the mic was on?
Dr. Roberts, I think it's wonderful. There were two. I used text and voice, and I recommend that.
If you could read it, and then we'll sort out the
Dr. Robertson, I think it's wonderful how many comments there were too. I used text to voice and AI. I recommend that for you too.
Lisa.
I'll be fast because I know we're short on time, but I just want to thank the public and just on what Honey was saying. As a parent of someone with profound autism, I found myself going through all of these public comments with tears in my eyes and so relating. Like I was like, oh, I hear you, I see you, and I just wanted to like hug everyone because we've all gone through some version of what we read, and it was heartening in a way. Like I want to turn it into, I wasn't crying the entire time because I was encouraged. I didn't feel so isolated that we've all gone through this and we're all going through it. And I'm hoping that that means we'll have greater collaboration in the future and so maybe we can all work together really productively because our community really needs it. So I was sad to see that so many people were going through what we've all gone through in this community. And then also on the upside as well, like with the plan, I'm so excited to read it. With the accountability being key. A lot of the things that we've been asking for decades are finally getting in that plan when we measured. So I'm just really hopeful and very grateful for everyone's participation. And rest assured, I was up really late, but I don't sleep anyway. And I was reading those comments and just thank everyone for your participation. It was tremendous.
Lisa Ackerman.
Yeah, before I got on the plane, I downloaded the latest pack and read every one of them. And I'm sure my neighbors looked at me while I was crying so much. But there was one comment that really struck me, a community member. So we love hearing from parents. We love clinicians. We love people with autism in their comments. But Judith Stafford said 3 of 6 boys in my very small neighborhood have a diagnosis of autism. Isn't it time we do something about it? If not now, when? This is a crisis that deserves immediate action, and she's a neighbor, y'all. That struck me, and I just wanted to share that comment.
he was saying. It's almost for me unimaginable that here we are in 2026. And
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you please use the microphone so the people online can hear? Thanks.
Is it on? Okay. I just want to reaffirm what Dr. Zaharati was saying about the need for epidemiology. And it's, for me, unimaginable that here we are in 2026 and we still cannot definitively say whether the autism rate is going up or not when we see the extent of the catastrophe that's going on around us every day. Thanks.
I also just wanted to see if there were any questions or revision requests or anything else related to these early sections. Actually, yeah, let's do that and then we'll take a break.
Daniel had his hand up online.
Thank you, Daniel Keeley.
Thank you. I did want to mention that when I was 3 years old, I was diagnosed with autism, and I'm just concerned about sorry, I need to start my video as well. Families have waited 40 years or more for answers, and this committee needs to balance what voices have cried decades ago. That story about your neighbor. This is a very serious problem. Autism is a problem, and we need to adopt the strategic plan swiftly. And families have waited too long.
Thank you. It is 10:55. We have a break scheduled and we will return at 11:05 a.m. where Office of National Autism Coordination will present a summary of the written comments, and then we will begin our oral public comment portion of the meeting. Thank you. Hello, gonna ask for everyone's attention. Thank you. We are a few minutes behind schedule, so if everyone could please take their seats. Okay, now we're going to hear from the Office of National Autism Coordination regarding a summary of the written public comments.
Morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Oni Celestin. I'm the Deputy Director of the Office of National Autism Coordination, and I'll be presenting a summary of the written public comments that we received. Amy, can you go to the next slide, please? Or, never mind, I can. Okay, you can't hear? Is this better? Okay, sorry. I was just saying I'm going to present a summary of the written public comments. So I won't go through all of this because Sylvia also presented an analysis, but we did receive public comments from approximately 4,778 individuals. We did have some repeat comments, which is what the higher number that Sylvia presented. And those comments ranged across the autism community and presented a broad range of perspectives on research, services, and policy. These comments included several email campaigns and form letter efforts, and our office conducted an analysis of the comments to inform the discussion. So there were several email campaigns, as I mentioned. The most prominent ones were focused on vaccines and autism causation, requests to extend the public comment period, vaccination rates, and Tripedia DTaP vaccine, profound autism family and caregiver representation, neurodivergent rights and community living, prioritization of vaccine and autism research, and support for the draft strategic plan. Our office coded all of the comments to 17 themes, and this was an AI-assisted analysis. Each comment was coded to a maximum of 3 themes, allowing for identification of recurring themes, quantification of topic frequency, and representation of multi-topic comments. So I'm sorry this is hard to read, but the graph displays the themes and the number of comments we received coded to each of those themes. The most frequently represented themes were strategic plan, federal policy and system reform, vaccines and vaccine-related research, research priorities and gaps, individuals with high support needs, public comment, transparency and stakeholder engagement, and caregiver and family supports. So to summarize, as I said, the comments spanned across 17 themes that we identified, and we will provide a full analysis and post it online, as well as the slides that Sylvia presented with her analysis. And finally, I'd just like to thank some members of our team and some members from outside of our team who helped with this. As you all know, it was a very large number of public comments, and our team is not set up to process that many comments. So I'd like to thank Rebecca Martin, Katrina Ferrara, Angelis Matrakis, and Elliot Murphy from our team, as well as Alexandra Adair, Brian Barnett, and Brooke Vaughn from other offices at NIH who jumped in to help and support us. Thank you. And now we'll have our oral public commenters.
First person for oral comment is Jen Parrish. Is that correct?
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Parrish. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Jennifer Parrish. I'm the 2026 Delaware Mother of the Year, a community advocate whose work includes Autism Delaware, and most importantly, I am the mother of 5 children, 2 of whom are autistic. My 2 sons have very different lives. One is a strong student, involved in FFA, self-sufficient, and dreams of a big future, while my 5-year-old son, Marcus, is non-speaking and requires significant supports. This is Marcus. He is joyful, loving, funny, and sometimes what we call stinky, with typical little boy behavior. He loves music, chocolate, walks, his little pool, and playing the tambourine. He has so much personality, love, and curiosity. There is so much to Marcus, but sometimes it feels like he's waiting for the right door to open. And I hope it does soon, so the world can see more of the beautiful person he already is. That is why communication matters so much. It gives him a way to express his inner world to us and gives the world a better opportunity to know him. After an insurance change, Marcus lost his services and we faced a long wait list. We were also denied an AAC device because he could not point. I hope the IACC will continue prioritizing timely access to evidence-based communication supports and AAC for non-speaking autistic people. I also hope the IACC will continue strengthening privacy protections and giving autistic people and families a voice in how their data is used. Finally, I hope the IACC will continue considering safety in the strategic plan. For families like mine, elopement and drowning are not abstract statistics. Marcus loves water, and he has eloped. And our home state has many open bodies of water within easy reach of children, including retention and detention ponds. We live with this fear every day. I hope you will support research, public awareness, swimming safety, and strategies to prevent drowning tragedies. My sons remind me that autism is not one story. One dreams of becoming a wildlife biologist, while the other is still finding his voice. Both are whole, wonderful human beings with lives worth protecting and futures worth investing in. Please continue building a strong autism strategy that helps people like Marcus communicate, stay safe, and live the fullest lives possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Now we're going to go to online. We have Nicole Carota. Nicole, if you've joined us virtually, you're welcome to speak now.
Yes, hello. And I would like to speak on the issue of autism and elopement. I have personal experience with things like autism and elopement. It was very hard getting into this meeting, but thank you for being able to get in on Zoom through the phone. I would like to give a written and oral deputation on elopement. I have eloped myself as an autistic person, and I would like to clear some things up. For one, a lot of autistic people elope because they feel the situation they're in is dangerous for them. I do have an understanding of danger. I also understand my own sensory system and get when I need to leave. Other times I elope because I want to go to somewhere interesting. This is part of my ADHD. I see something interesting and have to check it out. Recently in my country, Canada, there was a very tragic case where an 11-year-old boy eloped and he was fascinated by culverts and he climbed into a culvert and it flooded out and he ended up drowning. He was missing for weeks and they found him later. A lot of people here want to expand the Amber Alert system to have autistic people be part of that system. The problem with that is that we autistic people don't really need to be surveyed. And also the sound that comes in the Amber Alert could actually cause autistic people to panic and that might actually cause more risk. I think that there should be some kind of alert, but it should be done in a way that is respectful and is sensory friendly. The other thing I would also say is an alert wouldn't actually save a person from a culvert or from the same as tracking devices wouldn't save a person from water. What needs to happen is we need to be teaching safety. You know, like I said, autistic people like myself do have an understanding of danger, and safety skills certainly can be taught. We need nobody in the past had ever questioned why the elopement might be happening. It's just looking at how to stop it. But you can't stop a behavior that has a purpose unless you give an alternative or give a safe way to elope. So if a person is near water all the time, we need to have a safe way for them to play with water, or a safe way to play with culverts or tubes.
Corrado,
so
please
we have
your comments.
I've studied elopement and autism through the University of Waterloo. I am also a civilian community member of the Toronto Police Service Missing Misimplementation Team. And I also, the main thing that I've shared is it's best to only use the first name, that when a person has found their name doesn't forever come up on Google, and to avoid mental age theory, because mental age theory is very confusing and offensive. A 28-year-old with an intellectual disability is not mentally 14. They're a 28-year-old with an intellectual disability.
Ms. Corrado, I'm sorry, we're going to have to ask you to conclude your comments. There's a 3-minute limit for public commenters.
Okay. Well,
thank you
very much. And I'd love to be able to talk to you more on elopement. I'm available to speak. You can find my information online.
Thank you. And we do have your written comment in the packet.
Thank you very much.
Our next public commenter is John Erb. Is he available? John Erb. Okay, we're going to skip John Erb and come back to Michael, or go to Michael Jacobowski, who's next on the list. Are you online, Michael?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Michael or John?
It's Michael.
Okay, go ahead.
Autism dad here. Once diagnosed, you're left alone to discover this world, and it's very hard to navigate. Your pediatrician knows nothing about autism, refers you to a doctor that can diagnose and ABA therapy. Doctors that specialize in autism often lump kids in a one-size-fits-all program of leucovorin and supplements. During the diagnosis, you're told things like your son will never talk, is mentally retarded, will never leave the house, and it's genetic. The diagnosing doctor we had, Mr. James Vandekar, even dismissed my wife's concerns over anything vaccine related and explained that my son is more like a robot and sees us as objects and not as people. We were devastated. ABA therapy is borderline torture for these kids. How is ABA going to correct liver and mitochondria dysfunction, encephalopathy, and leaky gut? The industry itself will send out techs that aren't even certified to do this type of work. It focuses on a reward program to conform to neurotypical standards. And honestly, I felt like my kid was treated more like an incoherent dog. They lack motor skills, not incompetence. My idea is for families to have a centralized place to go like MedMaps or Autism Health, so we can have immediate answers and access to the best medical care we can find. Early intervention is the key. Or like the IACC recommends, autism.gov, that promotes healing and solutions, and not these random websites that are creating fancy terms like neurodivergence or acceptance. and don't promote therapies like stem cells that have done wonders for my kid. I've witnessed kids go from severe to fully recovered from stem cells alone. The misinformation needs to stop. ABA therapy alone is not going to help a family that desperately wants answers and help to improve symptoms. Families deserve to know the truth about autism. It's a brain injury, and most kids have underlying mitochondria metabolic issues that are being pushed over the edge by environmental factors. It's not genetic. My son's been tested. There's no autism gene. Predispositions do not guarantee autism. 32,000% increase over the last 40 years is environmental. We also deserve to know why the Institute of Medicine has been asking the CDC since 1991 to do the studies to provide the answers of why kids are being pushed into regressive autism and some are not. Vaccines are not going away, but at the very least, families like mine deserve testing to make sure our children are not inside that subset of kids more susceptible to being pushed over the edge into autism. I'm in full support of the framework being presented today by the IACC committee, and I appreciate all the hard work that's going in to make this happen. We know what it is, we know what's causing it, we know how to heal it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to go back to John Erb. He's online. Oh, he's muted. Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Erb?
John, I sent you a request to unmute.
John, you should see a request on your screen to unmute yourself. We can't hear you in the room. I think he has to do it. Let me try.
It's in the lower left corner, John.
Okay, how about we come back to John? I'm sorry, Mr. Erb, we'll get it worked out. We'll go to Dave Justice next, and our tech support will help you get unmuted. Dave Justice.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you to this committee for the opportunity to speak and for the great work that you're doing. Us as families really appreciate this. My name is Dave Justice. I'm the father of a 17-year-old son with profound autism and Fragile X. And I'm also the founder and CEO of NeuroCure. And like many parents in this community, my family's journey with autism began with uncertainty. We spent years searching for a diagnosis, and we're not alone in this diagnostic odyssey that we hear so many families go through. And most autism evaluations rely on observed behavior, which often can't be reliably assessed until the child is around 18 months old or later. And this often means that families spend years waiting for clarity, like our family did. And we know that evidence-based early interventions have the potential to change life trajectories. And yet the average age of diagnosis and commencement of these therapies across our nation has stubbornly remained way too high and way too late. For decades, families and clinicians have hoped and searched for scientific tools and biological markers that could identify autism risk earlier before behavioral assessments are possible. And today I want to share a scientific development that contributes to that goal. Researchers at UC Irvine's Center for Autism Research identified a measurable biological marker related to calcium signaling in skin cells that correlates with autism risk. And this means the biological risk of autism can be detected as soon as birth. At NeuroCure, our team, who's passionate about autism, most have a personal attachment to this, are working to translate this research into something that can help families and clinicians access earlier insight to autism risk as soon as birth. And we're working towards the potential therapeutic applications of this discovery. This is a causal mechanism, and we're working to fix this. In our written comments, we've provided the peer-reviewed scientific literature on ASD Insight. These are peer-reviewed articles that are also available on PubMed. And as this committee continues its work on a recommended strategic plan for autism research, I respectfully encourage you to consider the crucial role that biology-based markers and early risk detection may play in the future of autism research and intervention. This is what we've been looking for decades, and we have it now. Continued progress in this area could expand the tools that are available to clinicians and provide families with earlier insights as they navigate their child's developmental journey. Thank you again for your time and for the work that this great committee is undertaking on the behalf of individuals with autism and their families, all those people like us. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Justice. We're going to move to Brian Hooker now.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Brian Hooker, and I'm speaking on behalf of Children's Health Defense and as the dad of Stephen Hooker, who has autism with whole body dyspraxia. The draft 2026-2028 strategic plan is the most significant federal autism document perhaps ever. It finally names neurodevelopmental regression as a real clinical event, a medical emergency, not a research curiosity. It elevates mitochondrial and metabolic dysfunction, one carbon biology, gut dysbiosis, and motor planning as legitimate therapeutic domains. It centers the profound autism population, the families drowning under 24-hour care needs. And it has the courage to say that the rise in prevalence cannot be fully accounted for. That is a rupture and a departure from 2 decades of comfortable denial, and I commend it. But the plan stops one sentence short twice. First, a plan that names immune-mediated regression environmental stressors, yet cannot bring itself to say the word vaccines, has a hole in its center. The CDC's own website now states that the claim vaccines do not cause autism is not an evidence-based claim, and that studies supporting a link have been ignored. HHS is investigating plausible biological mechanisms. You cannot study maternal immune activation and neuroinflammation while refusing to name the most intensive immune challenge ever delivered to infants on an expanding schedule with aluminum adjuvants engineered to provoke exactly the response this plan flags as a potential contributor. Second, a plan that declares communication as a civil right and names apraxia as a priority domain, but will not say the words spellers, S2C, or RPM has stopped one sentence short of honoring its own values. You cannot accept that non-speaking autism is a motor planning disorder, that the mind is present, but the motor system will not obey, and then refuse to name the methods that have given thousands of non-speaking people their only voice. Name the modalities, fund them on their own terms. IACC also needs to know the other side of the NIH ledger. The $50 million Autism Data Science Initiative is a boondoggle, and its roster proves it. 13 awards, and the names read like a closed club of genetic reductionists. Wendy Chung at Boston Children's, Gene Hunting Spark, again, Daniel Yeswind at UCLA, the Transcriptome, again, Jonathan Seabat at UCSD, Genes and Environment, with the genes always winning. Judith Miller at CHOP, Genomic Factors in the Rise of Autism, as if the genome explains a 5-fold epidemic. Jason Stein at UNC is literally growing brain organoids in order to model gene by environmental interactions. This is a quarter century that has produced not one treatment, not one prevention, not one improvement in a single child's life. $50 million to remap the genome, while the actual question, the schedule, the adjuvants, the exposures goes unasked. That is autism research as performance. Elaborate,
Dr. Hooker, I need
well-funded.
to ask you to conclude your comments.
Close the two holes in the plan, entreat the NIH to stop funding the same old names, asking the same old questions. The families are watching. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comments, Dr. Hooker. We're going to go back to John Erb. I believe we've got everything sorted now. John. Go ahead, Mr. Erb.
Yes, thank you. Third time's the charm. Greetings to the esteemed members of the Interagency Autism Committee. Thank you for continuing your great work. My name is John Erb. I am an author, autism researcher, and frontline worker who has spoken before this committee in both 2007 and 2008. At those times, I presented my findings that monosodium glutamate may be linked to the cause of autism. MSG is a substance plentiful in food and used in several vaccines as a stabilizer. Glutamate is an amino acid that grows the brain and can cause changes in white and gray brain matter development. If you go to the website, pubmed.gov, and search autism glutamate, you'll find over 1,500 studies connecting autism to a glutamatergic reaction in subjects. Many people eat MSG every day, often exceeding the 3-gram limit suggested by the FDA. This can lead to spikes in blood glutamate. The FDA has determined that a possible 1% of the population has MSG syndrome complex. Their bodies overreact, leading to headache and migraines, sweating, heart palpitations, and drowsiness. Recently, the Secretary of Health, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., suggested Tylenol acetaminophen is linked to autism. This drug may weaken the blood barrier and reduce a mother's protective glutathione, but fails to trigger the aberrations in brain architecture and glutamate transport that those with autism display. During pregnancy and through lactation, the blood glutamate level of the mother could affect the developing fetus or newborn. What if a meal out for a cheeseburger, Doritos, and a Diet Coke could be a step towards autism? The AI beta-casein in cheese breaks down into peptide BCM7, which can cause inflammation, leading to leaky gut syndrome, causing the intestinal wall to become more porous. Ingested glutamate is not fully digested and can pass through into the bloodstream to cause glutamate spike. Aspartame from the Diet Coke also weakens the small intestine lining, allowing for the aspartate and glutamate to enter the bloodstream in greater amounts. If these arrive to a late-stage developing fetus or a nursing newborn, they can attach to MDMA receptors. The aspartate increases receptor sensitivity. The glutamate locks the receptors in open position. A while later, the calcium from the cheese crosses the open MDMA receptors and overloads the mitochondria, causing apoptosis or death to white brain matter. Excessive free glutamate strips the myelin sheath from cells, altering communication between neurons. This excitatory process could be exacerbated during lactation. One study on lactating rats found that ingested MSG saw a reduction in prolactin and oxytocin receptors, leading to lower milk production and free glutamatic excitotoxic breaches into the mother's milk. One study gave MSG orally to pregnant rats and found it could induce autism in a dose-dependent way. The study concludes MSG should be avoided during pregnancy. You may not be a pregnant or lactating woman with or without MSG syndrome complex, but does that make the cheeseburger, Doritos, and diet soda harmless? In 2008, with the help of food scientist Carol Hornline, we warned Dr. Insel and the previous IACC committee of the dangers of MSG triggering autism. Our research was ignored. This is a whole new committee. I asked that the ACC use the Autism Research Database to investigate the glutamate, aspartate, calcium, autism hypothesis. Thank you for listening. My name is John Erb, author of The Slow Poisoning of America and The Slow Poisoning of Mankind. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Erb. Our next commenter is Lori Hogenkamp.
Thank you. Good morning. Lori Hogenkamp with the Center for Adaptive Stress. I submitted a written comment, so I just want to make one request. The draft shift towards developmental systems thinking is valuable, and I want you to please protect that. Since submitting, I've also appreciated the independent Autism Coordinating Committee's call to distinguish established care from promising interventions and exploratory mechanisms. That distinction matters, but it's not sufficient. No single hierarchy of evidence fits every scientific question. Before the evidence is ranked for a particular question, we have to ask what kind of phenomenon is being studied and whether our methods are capable of detecting it. Please do not let autism become a catch-all for everything happening in an autistic person. A diagnosis identifies an observable pattern. It does not tell us the developmental process that produced it, what else is happening in the body, or what maintaining function is costing that person. We diagnose the pattern. The science must study the process. That requires distinguishing three related but different things. Neurotype, how a nervous system becomes organized through development. Health state, including illness and physiological dysregulation. And functional impact, which can change with communication access, environment, and proper support. These interact, but where adaptation ends and illness begins is itself an empirical question, but they are not the same. And our measurements must distinguish them without assuming the boundaries in advance. A person may be autistic and also have epilepsy, pain, disrupted sleep, GI illness, or motor and communication barriers. Calling all of that autism can hide treatable health problems, but treating that person's entire neurodevelopmental organization as an injury makes the opposite mistake. So every recommendation should say what phenomenon it addresses, what change it intends to produce, and what kind of evidence could show it. Are we treating illness, supporting regulation, improving communication access, reducing environmental barriers, or changing outward appearance without improving health access, autonomy, or sustained participation? These are different goals and they require different measures. Heterogeneity cannot be something the plan simply acknowledges. It must shape the design of the science. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Michael Napoli. Is he online?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Chair Fogel, members of the committee, my name is Michael Napoli, and I'm speaking on behalf of my family. And part of that family is my son, who's 6, my daughter's 3, both have autism. So I want to thank you for extending the comment period. You know, those extra weeks are the reason I was able to read this document at all, and I don't take that for granted, especially because I've only gotten about 3 hours of sleep every night for the past 6 years. So thank you. I want to start with what this draft gets right. It names long diagnostic delays as a problem. It includes initiatives on Medicaid and HCPS alignment, direct support, workforce capacity, and financing for supported living. And it commits this committee to measurable objectives instead of restated priorities. That last comment is why I'm here, and I want it to hold. My family waited 9 months for an initial evaluation for my daughter, still waiting to get the official diagnosis for my son. Nationally, that wait could run 12 to 18 months in many markets. Nothing happens during that wait. No services, no early intervention, no plan. A child ages out of the window where support works best while sitting on a list. The draft says reduce diagnostic delays. It doesn't say by how much, by when, or who is accountable. Under the CARES Act of 2024, NIH's autism budget estimate must now be prepared pursuant to this plan. That makes an unmeasured objective an unfunded one. I'm asking for 3 additions. First, a numeric target. Median time from referral to diagnostic evaluation
with a stated reduction goal and annual public reporting by state. Second, explicit support for diagnostic pathway flexibility. About 70% of autism centers require in-person evaluation, and psychologists conduct 94% of assessments. Multi-site research shows experienced clinicians reach the same diagnosis without a research instrument in the large majority of cases. Fund the workforce and the reimbursement models, like trained primary care clinicians, telehealth evaluation, clinical best estimate diagnosis, not the instrument. Third, name the agencies and carry the same standard through the lifespan. HRSA for workforce, CMS for reimbursement, and apply a number, a date, and an owner to the HCBS and supported living initiatives already in this plan. That last one matters for a reason. GAO reported this March that people ended up in congregate placements, not because they need them, but because community options were never built.
Mr. Napoli, please conclude your comments.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is the same capacity shortfall that produces an 18-month wait for a first evaluation, showing up 30 years later. Measure it at both ends. Time to evaluation and waiver wait list length and placement setting by state annually. None of this asks you to reopen the plan structure, just asks for a few lines that turn stated intentions into something this committee could be held to. So I welcome the opportunity to, share our path, our journey directly with anyone on this community. And again, I just wanted to thank you for taking the time to hear me.
Thank you, Mr. Napoli. Our next commenter is Amanda Peterson.
Good morning. Thank you for the time of the committee. And thank you for everyone that spoke before me. My name is Amanda Peterson, and I appreciate that this committee is examining autism across the lifespan, especially for people with significant support needs. I want to explain what happens when necessary services are not truly accessible. My son was nonverbal and in diapers until he was 6 years old, without needed supports available. When he finally received positive behavioral therapies through Medicaid, it changed our lives. He developed communication skills and showed everyone how intelligent, capable, and full of potential that he is. But accessing that treatment required extraordinary sacrifices. I lost multiple jobs, our home, and all of our stability. I was forced on welfare to find help. When local providers had years-long wait lists, I drove approximately 3 hours a day to get him to a provider who could see him sooner, while I was battling cancer, multiple surgeries, and receiving chemotherapy. I also had to leave my job once again after a speech and language pathologist reported his daycare to Health and Human Services twice because he had gone over 5 hours without being changed, developing welts from his groin down his legs while I worked. His school declined training offered through his Medicaid paid therapies that could have helped staff support my son and their other students. He was denied dual enrollment. Then after he made significant progress through the therapies, he returned to the same school who asked me to train its staff while I was undergoing cancer treatment. I was not a trained school professional or even background checked. Today, 5 years later, that gap remains. My son has waited more than 2 years for 2 different Medicaid waivers, and we are told it could be another 2 to 3 years. The alternative is 2 hours of respite a week with a provider who is not adequately trained for his needs. Those hours cannot be used while I work, and no daycare in my area is trained or willing to accept him. So technically, a service exists. Practically, it does not. And when services fail, families and taxpayers pay the price. We are forced to choose, give up the employment and financial independence we have worked for and rely on public assistance, or keep working without the supports our children need to develop their own independence. I am now at risk of losing my job again, and I am repeatedly told there are no other supports available. The consequences eventually appear elsewhere. 23% of state and federal prisoners and 31% of local jail inmates report a cognitive disability. I am not saying lack of services automatically causes incarceration or homelessness. I am saying we should ask how much crisis could be prevented with meaningful support early in life. If this committee is serious about lifespan supports, measure whether services actually reach people, how long they wait, whether providers are qualified, whether there are enough hours, whether parents can work, and what happens while families wait. My son has shown what is possible with the right support. He does not need another promise that services exist. He needs those services to reach him. And I should not have to choose between providing for my family today and giving my son the opportunity to become independent tomorrow. Again, I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Our next commenter is Alicia Halliday.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the IACC strategic plan. I'm Alicia Halliday, and I'm the Chief Science Officer of the Autism Science Foundation. There are important areas of this plan that we strongly support. We welcome its focus on people with profound autism and high support needs. We support its emphasis on communication research and comorbid intellectual disability, and applaud attention to co-occurring medical conditions and its commitment to moving scientific discoveries more effectively into clinical care. However, that does not mean that this plan as written is based in science. Despite enthusiasm for areas of research, the plan as currently written does not reflect established science. If this is going to be our national strategy for autism research, it also needs to reflect where the science is today across the spectrum of individuals with a diagnosis. It needs to be scientifically accurate and identify where the greatest opportunities for scientific progress across the autism spectrum are. Right now, it does not. One of many examples of the importance of including a broad range of science in the plan is recent genetic discoveries. Hundreds of genes have now been associated with autism, and in approximately 20% of autistic individuals, a specific genetic variant can be identified as the primary cause of the condition. They also strongly influence the co-occurring and comorbid conditions in autism, like GI issues and epilepsy, which the plan emphasizes a priority. We also know that many of these genes act in early brain development, affecting processes like gene regulation, synaptic function, neuronal development, and communication between cells. But beyond this group of 20%, new research has identified how different genetic changes converge on common biological pathways to help an even wider group of people. These shared genetic pathways will give us therapeutic targets that apply across multiple forms of autism. This includes new generation genetic medicines that have the potential to be life-changing and are already being tested worldwide. Also within the plan, there's a presumed interest in the role of the environment. Genetic and environment interactions are mentioned just 14 times. Half of those mentions are in regards to previous funding, with no plans to research it in the current strategic plan. In fact, the plan includes no specific hypothesis or questions of interest, and no particular strategies or approaches other than to collect data. It's unclear how the data collection proposed will enhance the understanding of the questions that this data is posed to answer. The strategic plan should recognize existing scientific truths and develop new hypotheses based on what is already known. This is not the moment to turn away from the strongest science that will help the ever-growing autism community. It is a moment to invest in it. We hope that you do not dismiss decades of valuable research findings or pretend they do not exist. Sound scientific research will help people and their families get the much needed help that they deserve, and fully funded support mechanisms like Medicaid will help deliver those discoveries to families. The IACC should also consider all public comments before they vote on the plan and consider the ability of existing federal agencies and bodies to implement what has been recommended. This is just part of the many areas that ASF focuses on in our written comments, which you can access on our website at autismsciencefoundation.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Halliday. Our last commenter is Steve Kirsch.
I want to talk to you today about the elephant in the room. It's the biggest and the most destructive gaslighting campaign in human history, the claim that vaccines don't cause autism. My name is Steve Kirsch, and I'm a data scientist in California. I'm currently involved in a research study focused exclusively on sudden onset autism cases, where children are developing normally until an onset date at which the parents first notice a dramatic and lasting change in behavior has occurred. I'd like to share with you the preliminary results, which indicate that autism onset is man-made, not naturally occurring. The method used was a parent survey that was publicly distributed by a diverse group of individuals and organizations. We found three things. One, the age at autism onset noted by parents peaks at 18 months and then drops by a factor of 12 at month 19. That is not natural. It aligns precisely with the man-made CDC vaccination schedule. 30% of onsets happen within 1 day of vaccination, and 40% of onsets happen within 2 days of vaccination. That is not random chance. That is a hallmark of causality. And third, the day of the week mattered. Sunday was 50% lower than weekdays. Genes don't take weekends off, but pediatricians do. The McDowell triplets are a stunning example of this effect. The only time in human history where perfectly normal triplets became severely and irreversibly autistic within hours of each other, and it started just 2 hours after vaccination. Nobody can explain why that happened, even though it's obvious to anyone who hears the story. Genes may load the gun, but vaccines pull the trigger. And if nobody pulls the trigger, nobody gets shot. Why aren't doctors speaking out? Well, consider the case of California pediatrician Doug Holstead. In 23 years, he's had 47 cases of sudden onset autism happening within 2 weeks after vaccination, but 0 happening in the 2 weeks before a scheduled vaccine appointment. The Medical Board of California revoked his license because Holstead wrote one medical exemption, one vaccine medical exemption. And there is one pediatric practice still operating in the US that doesn't vaccinate kids. Not a single case of autism since inception 25 years ago. Over 6,526 unvaccinated kids, 0 cases of autism. I urge this panel to set as a top priority to independently replicate these results. The questions are simple, and the data collection can be completed in less than a day. This is the single most important thing you can and should do. Collect and publicly release the data for all to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kirsch. I'd just like to double check and make sure, did Jermoyne Johnson or Christina Thompson join us in the room or on Zoom? All right, we will conclude our oral public comments.
Okay, thank you. We have until 12:15 now to discuss both the oral comments that we heard, and also the written comments. And so I'm going to open the floor. Dr. Memoli.
Thank you. So first off, I want to thank all the public commenters for making those oral comments. We at NIH really appreciate the engagement from the community and folks explaining to us the various challenges and various issues that are important to them, so that we can make informed decisions when we think about research funding. One thing I wanted to address, where there were some comments by Dr. Hooker about the NIH's Autism Data Science Initiative. I was actually quite disappointed to hear his perspective. I think his perspective is not only incorrect, but it overlooks the substantial progress that NIH has made under Dr. Bhattacharya's leadership. We actually think that this program should be celebrated and deserves recognition from the autism advocacy community, and I'll tell you why. Thanks to the NIH's Autism Data Science Initiative, researchers from respected institutions who once may have focused solely on genetics are now being encouraged to broaden their investigations, and in fact are exploring how environmental, drug, and even vaccine exposures, as well as other factors, may contribute to the origins of autism. This is a shift that my understanding is the autism community has been requesting for years, and we are now seeing. This represents a major transformation within the scientific community, aligning with longstanding advocacy goals. So, I would encourage Dr. Hooker and others to take a second look and to really think about this, because to make progress within the scientific community, you can't just sweep out all the scientists that are in academia. What you need to do is bring them along, help them understand the concerns of the community, and bring them along to address those concerns. And that's what NIH is trying to do. And we believe that the places with the most resources and the most scientists should be engaged in all these questions that you're asking. And so NIH wants to encourage them and facilitate that engagement. And this ADSI was really a first step. We feel it's a very strong step, and we really believe we can build on that. So I just wanted to make a statement about that. I think it's a really important program. Thanks.
John Roudakis.
Thanks, Dr. Mamoli, for that perspective on that. I was listening closely to the oral comments that Dr. Halliday from ASF made, and I also reviewed very carefully the written comments. I agree with many of the points that they make in their document. I also appreciate its balance by sharing what they do agree with and what they don't. That kind of balanced dialogue leads to shared understanding, better outcomes, so I'll do the same. The comments, if you pay attention to the written, which is where I'm it discusses progress in genetics, which I agree. It specifically discusses progress in Angelman, SC2NA, where gene therapy, once a dream, is now becoming a reality. Quoting, these advances are especially significant because they demonstrate the potential of gene-targeted therapies to restore a missing protein in the brain, providing a model for precision treatments and other single forms of gene forms of autism. Agree. Further quoting, this could fundamentally change how we think about developing treatments. Rather than needing to develop an entirely different therapy for every individual gene or mutation. Agree. We may be able to identify shared biological targets and develop treatments that could benefit groups of people with different genetic forms of autism and eventually people with idiopathic autism. Agree with the statement, not with the implication. First, this is where we disagree. There's nothing in this plan that suggests genetic work should not continue. I and many families would not want that. Second, I disagree, and more importantly, that the path forward is to continue to predominantly focus on genetics, and then over the next 10 to 20 years, some of that knowledge may potentially and eventually trickle down to idiopathic autism. For those who don't know, idiopathic is medical speak for we don't know. And in autism, that means there's no identifiable genetic anomaly. And since we can only identify a genetic anomaly in 15 to 20% of individuals, that's 80 to 85% of individuals that are idiopathic. Again, to be clear, at least 80% are in the non-genetic bucket. Maybe that number goes down. I hope so. But we must seek answers for those in parallel, not potentially someday. We've made great progress in genetics by investment in discovery. Those investments are now paying off with potential translation. Unfortunately, what we've also learned is that those lessons are not nearly as applicable to the broader population as all would have hoped. It's time to broaden the lens to other domains that other research suggests are important. It would be great, as Sylvia had suggested, we could get more funding from Congress. But regardless, we must pursue a broader, balanced, more diversified research portfolio, not someday. Today, we owe all of our families this. The scientifically prudent approach. Diversification is a good policy in investing, whether it's your 401k or scientific discovery. Thank you.
Tracy Sletsovitz.
Hello. I would like to respond to Dr. Alicia Halliday's comment, and I have read through her full 12-page comment and prepare for this response. And I believe that this illustrates exactly why this strategic plan is absolutely necessary. First, we do not dispute that genetics plays a role in autism for some individuals, but Dr. Halliday states that a specific genetic variant can be identified as the primary cause in approximately 20% of autistic individuals. So my question is what about the other 80%? For decades, federal autism research has heavily prioritized genetics, with genetics and genomics accounting for approximately 38.5% of NIH autism research funding, while environmental factors received only 5.8%. I work with autism families on a daily basis. Many of them come to me and say, my doctor told me to get a full genetic panel. I have yet to have any of those parents come back to me saying that their kids showed up for any of those tests. So, you know, their experiences matter, and they reinforce why we must investigate beyond genetics. But this plan is not anti-genetics. It recognizes that autism is heterogeneous and that genetic susceptibility may interact with immune, metabolic, mitochondrial, gastrointestinal, environmental, neurological, and developmental factors. You have the loaded gun and you have the pulled trigger. Families repeatedly report children who develop normally and then experience significant regression, losing language, motor skills, cognition, and other previously acquired functions. We have a responsibility to investigate this and why. We are not replacing genetics with another single theory of autism. We are replacing genetic primacy with broader scientific inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Laura Sweeney is online, and then we'll take more comments in the room.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to comment on a couple presentations, and thank you everybody who contributed today. You add to our enrichment and your perspectives are valued, so thank you. First of all, to Dr. Halliday's comments around genetics, and I'll just continue with that part of it. Actually, the plan does not remove investigation into genetics. And so I think that is a misapplication of that impression. As a matter of fact, we strongly recommend continued genetics research, but we do, and I think Dr. Halliday did express this, is that where we might see more answers and more investigation that could bring about better treatments and insights is precision. And that is where, for example, how are genes impacting the immune function? What about mitochondrial function? What about the redox capacity? What about how they impact gastrointestinal conditions, neurocircuitry, excitatory and inhibitory imbalances? So we are actually just very interested in taking genetics further and bringing it more into 21st century science. So actually this plan has it all over the place. So I just wanted to bring that as a clarification. The other thing that I want to talk about is that Dr. Hooker and Mr. Kirsch brought up some of the other issues around vaccine research. And I know we received a lot of comments and people who shared their thoughts around that. And I want to stress that in the plan, we are agnostic on triggers because we don't want to close the door for any potential trigger. And that would include things like glutamate or aspartame or a vaccination or an infection or a febrile event or anesthesia. We do use terminology that would be more mechanistic centered around things like stressors, metabolic stressors, immunological factors and stressors. We are very interested in more investigation into those mechanisms. We also are very interested in understanding vulnerabilities, what cohorts may be more likely to have a reduced physiological threshold or physiological reserve state when they are exposed to any potential trigger, and what periods during developmental timing where we might find infants and toddlers who are more vulnerable. In addition, we also do seek to understand things like how the fetal immune environment might impact postnatal immune reactions in the case of maternal immune activation. So we are quite open to investigating anything and everything that could be impacting the development of autism. And this plan closes no door. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Dr. Mumber.
So I want to follow up on the issue of regression, because when I read through the public comments, which were heart-wrenching, people consistently describe these regressions. And I want to share my experience when I was an expert witness in the autism omnibus cases. The autism experts were robustly denying that regression ever existed. And that I did think was one of the factors why we lost that case. The report of regression is consistent with what I see in my practice, and I've evaluated over 600 children with autism. 23% of the parents point to a regression after MMR vaccine receipt. 24% say it was too many vaccines at once, which pushed them over the cliff. I'd like to raise a different point of view on this, which raises the issue of the misdiagnosis, the misclassification, autism masquerading as a vaccine-induced encephalopathy. And VIE actually does exist. It's acknowledged in package inserts. It's acknowledged by Vaccine Corps. I think one of the things that has really happened in our dealing with this umbrella diagnosis, remember, autism was described behaviorally decades ago, and the behaviors and the criteria, that says nothing about all these pathways that we're now investigating, and I am so delighted about. So I think that to be responsive to the people that took the time to write in when they didn't have time, and to the parents that have sacrificed so much for their children, our inclusion of a really robust study of regression, I think, is going to reveal this phenomenon of vaccine-induced encephalopathy. And maybe that slight change in semantics or another way of looking at that perspective will make it more acceptable as we make our recommendations to Secretary Kennedy.
Thank you, Dr. Mumper. Dr. Robertson.
Sorry. Thank you. I wanted to connect with the public comments for the ones I was able to read and process, and the oral ones that relate back to employment, and also transportation and housing, which we work closely as related issues because they do affect not only employment for autistic people, but for our family members and those around us who support us. And I, especially the oral commenter who expressed the concerns with losing her job, losing housing, losing other things for sustaining financially life and having a good quality of life. We hear you, we see you, we recognize you, and I want to make that clear that we are really laser focused on that, on improving the quality of life of all Americans, including autistic people and our family members. And it really disheartens me that I've seen in a thread throughout the comments on issues of folks facing discrimination during hiring. This is on the autistic peoples, and lack of workplace accommodations, complete drop off of services after 21, limited access on job coaches, VR not being trained, transition plans that are too generic, families facing challenges navigating services, few providers that have any autism expertise at all. This is completely unacceptable space we find ourselves in right now, and we need to make much more progress with this. So I want to especially emphasize that. And I don't know whether it can be added with materials here or later on. I did also want to know, and I could share more later on, especially if we have time during the round robin, is that we are in the process of concluding our major groundbreaking innovative autism research project called RAIS, Research Support Services for Employment of Young Adults on the Autism Spectrum. I've been a key subject matter expert for that. It has extensively included folks with secondary like chronic conditions and other co-occurring conditions, more limited verbal abilities, intellectual disability, varied support system and access needs, and the full wide range of tapestry you would find on autism, all of autism in the community. We made a very extensive push for that, for making sure that it extensively included folks in this study. And the sample size between two different samples is more than 3,000 people. This is the largest survey of employment of people on the autism spectrum in the history of America. So I just want to put that out there, and that's why we say large scale and groundbreaking. And I can see if I can get the link to you all in the visual materials, but I can share, I asked for a URL shortener because our research team was like, oh, we have this Microsoft event link. I'm like, I'm not going to read aloud an 128 character link out loud. So I just want to mention very briefly, and then I'll give it back to you, is the, it's tinyurl.com/REY AAS webinar is the link, but we will also make sure that you can get that in the materials for the webinar. It's a public webinar coming up on September 16th. It's open to everybody. It is 90 minutes. It's going to show everything we've been doing for the last 5 years for the American people to improve access to employment, as they say, for all autistic people. Listening sessions, the survey. We've produced more than, I think, about 15 or 16 different deliverables for this project alone. So just want to highlight that, and I'll make sure the link goes into the material.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. Appreciate that. Sorry, I'd like to just respond to a few of the comments, also just in my role as a member. With respect to Amanda Peterson and her comments concerning that services actually have to be delivered, not merely authorized or discussed. This is in the plan. The plan actually measures access, including waiting lists, time to placement, provider capacity, continuity crisis, and avoidable institutionalization. I know that there's more to do, and I think some of this involves really understanding the interface between the federal and state level systems, which I think I, as chair, and I know many other members of the committee are committed to, and we see this draft of the strategic plan as a beginning, not an ending. With respect to Lori Hogenkamp, I think, in my opinion, the plan already operationalized most of her proposals through its developmental systems framework, person-level baselines, multidimensional subgrouping, and outcomes spanning communication, regulation, health, participation, safety, and quality of life. So I think maybe while some of the verbiage might be different, it is my impression that there is a lot of overlap already in the plan with what Dr. Hogenkamp was suggesting. And then finally, with respect to Dr. Halliday's comments, just want to emphasize again that this plan does not deprioritize genetics. It really expands a focus into other areas. I believe during her comments here, maybe even written, I think one thing that I know many members of this committee are interested in, and that came up in the research working group also, is the idea of the ways that genetic information converges on a more narrow set of cellular systems. And so I think we're in agreement there that focus on those places of convergence in terms of cellular functioning, metabolic functioning, regulation, mitochondrial functioning presents a real opportunity. And I would also say, with respect to their written comments, while ASOs are an exciting advancement, and I think will be helpful, they're available to a tiny subset right now, and really only for very specific genetic conditions. And I want to read a few more comments that were in the public comments packet that really focus on the medical needs that are not being met, because there is where that converging biology, that systems biology really matters. So a few more public comments. This one is from Kristen Festa. I hope the efforts of IACC can address this desperate need for awareness and education within the medical community so that other autistic individuals can be freed from immense suffering, morbidity, and mortality. This is from Leslie Neely. Severe self-injury and aggression must also be treated as urgent health and safety issues, not placed under the broad label of challenging behaviors. And finally, from Melissa Smith, it is a story about what happens when neurodevelopmental regression is not treated as the urgent, time-sensitive phenomenon that it is. So again, just as a recognition, we are addressing multiple issues that affect not only that convergent systems biology, but the expression of that as co-occurring conditions and as morbidity, and as one of the commenters points out, elevated mortality as well.
Okay, everyone, we are now at 12:17.
Can we? I'd like to take one more comment from Dr. Gaetanis, and then we'll break for lunch.
Thank you. It's a quick comment, but a point of introduction. So I'm John Gaetanis. I'm representing the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Health and Disease. And I wanted to say first how humbled I am by the legacy of Eunice Kennedy Shriver, because I have to bring it back to that and the fact that she worked for the respect and dignity of all individuals with developmental disabilities. And I feel we should extend that also to respect and dignity for the families. And with that in mind, we have to acknowledge the importance of all the comments, all of the public involvement in this committee's work. To see those thousands of comments, to see them collated and organized in this way, the best way I feel that we can honor this need for respect and dignity is to really acknowledge them, the seriousness of them, and to recognize that these are families who have been completely consumed by this issue. The researchers who comment have been completely consumed by this issue, and all of these comments really need to be deeply respected and understood and synthesized. And I really appreciate the committee's work in helping us do that.
Okay, thank you. We'll break for lunch and be back at 1:15 p.m. to continue review and discussion of the strategic plan. Thank you. part 2 of the strategic plan. There are a few IACC members who are going to have brief presentations, and then the remainder of the time will be deliberation and consideration of any potential revisions. I don't believe we have previously submitted revisions for this section, so it would just be whatever comes up spontaneously, but I'll double check that during the presentations. So I'd like to start off. Jennifer Phillips is going to get us started with neurodevelopmental regression.
Thank you. Can you hear me? For decades, families have described children who were developing, communicating, connecting, and who then lost those skills and abilities. A child who once called your name, looked for you, played with you, enjoyed shared emotion with you, and reached for you loses all of those abilities, and the connection you never realized could be threatened is now gone, most likely forever. That experience has never received the coordinated federal research attention that it warrants, that it demands. Before I go further, I want you to see what regression looks like. This is my daughter, Kate.
Next slide, please.
Kate, what's this? Stop. Good girl. Here you go. Kate, can you say more? Good girl. Can you say mama? Good girl. Good girl.
What does a cat say? What does a cow say?
Okay.
Kate.
Help me? Did you say help me? That never gets easy to watch. Kate regressed into profound autism immediately following illness, and the only recommendation we received was behavioral therapy. The conditions on this slide were identified later and included primary immune deficiency, mitochondrial DNA depletion syndrome, abnormal EEG, and intracranial pressure high enough to permanently damage her optic nerves. She also suffered terrible GI symptoms, which emerged suddenly and lasted chronically. None of these findings established what caused her regression, and that is precisely the point. We had no infrastructure to determine, excuse me, which findings were causal, which were consequences, which were coincidental, and which were treatable. As we discussed in the working group meeting, regression is not simply a different developmental trajectory. It is the loss of abilities a child already possessed, sometimes gradually, in our case, abruptly, and it frequently arrives alongside the medical changes I have mentioned, among others. A 2021 systematic review of 33,000 children found a pooled prevalence of 30%, reaching 40% when regression is defined as the loss of language and social skills. Kate is not
an anomaly. The strategic plan changes the conversation by moving regression from something we document after the fact to something we react to immediately and study prospectively. The priorities on this slide share one logic. Researchers cannot adequately research and determine the biology of an event they learn about months or years later, and they cannot compare children whose regression was not investigated, documented, and tracked. The second shift is looking beyond the brain alone. Development is expressed through the nervous system, but the nervous system does not operate in isolation from immune function, energy metabolism, or the gut. This slide does not claim that every system is impacted in every child. It claims that researchers should follow the cohort-based biology wherever the evidence leads. Regression almost certainly contains multiple biological subtypes. 2 children can both lose language at age 2 and have entirely different underlying biology, which means a treatment can fail on average while a defined subgroup responds dramatically. The question is not only whether something works for autism, it is who responds, why do they respond, and whether we can identify those children before a trial begins rather than years after the signal has been lost. When medical symptoms and contributors are present, they should be appropriately evaluated, diagnosed, and treated versus a wait and see approach. Loss of skills is not normal and should not be assumed as an inevitable outcome. That is what a coordinated national neurodevelopmental regression initiative would build. Definition makes regression measurable. Standardized evaluation makes data comparable across clinics and federal studies. Comparable data makes cohorts large enough to reveal subgroups that isolated projects will never see. Translation is the purpose of all of it, because families do not need another description of regression. They need research that tells clinicians what to look for, what to test, and what may be treatable. Families have waited decades. The question is no longer whether regression deserves serious study, because the lived experience of families and the severity of the disability that can follow have settled that. I am referring to the experiences like those documented throughout the thousands of public comments we have received. The question is how quickly we build the infrastructure to answer it. We should not prejudge causes or promise treatments before the evidence exists, but uncertainty cannot justify inaction. For families living with regressive and profound autism, hope cannot mean optimism alone. It has to mean recognizing regression early, following the biology across systems instead of stopping at behavior, designing trials around biological differences, and delivering change that families can actually feel. I strongly encourage the committee to support a coordinated national neurodevelopmental regression initiative and to make this work a true national research priority. We have the chance today to give an answer that decades of families have been waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you for sharing your heartbreaking experience with your daughter. I really appreciate it. I know it's not easy in this setting, and I know that many of us, including myself, are emotional also having had similar experiences. Thank you. Honey Renisella is going to share some of her lived experience, and then Ginger Taylor, who is online, will do the same.
I echo that. This is going to be really hard to say after watching that. I think I should have gone first. It is heartbreaking to see that and to meet people here today that have young children that are still experiencing it. It needs to stop. It just needs to stop. Okay. In August 2000, I gave birth of 2 beautiful, healthy twin boys who were meeting their developmental milestones. And since they were slightly premature, our pediatrician had recommended spacing out their vaccines. But after every vaccine, I want to stop for a second because they need to pull up my slide. It's one simple slide. There you go. After every vaccination, such as this picture, something happened. They screamed inconsolably, became ill, took longer and longer to return to their baseline. I repeatedly called the pediatrician and was constantly reassured it's probably just a bug that they picked up from the office. Give them Tylenol pre and post. This is totally normal. These were called well visits, yet after each one, my children were less well. No one recognized this pattern. They were regressing in front of our eyes after each of these events and recovering less and less each time. Then came their 18-month visit. When Vincent, my one son, was sick with a low-grade fever, and I specifically questioned the doctor prior to bringing him in on the vaccination schedule, I was reassured it was fine to vaccinate him, told again to give him Tylenol pre and post, and I proceeded because I trusted my doctor. But this time, we completely lost Vincent. Both boys were severely, profoundly affected, but Vincent was hit the hardest. Both boys lost language and muscle tone. They turned into limp puddles and atrophied. Victor began screaming nonstop as though he were in excruciating pain and became extraordinarily sensitive to sound. But Vincent appeared deaf completely. He stopped responding to his environment and even to my voice, which always had previously made him smile. My children, who had met all their developmental milestones, were suddenly more than a year developmentally delayed and diagnosed with autism. Their physicians documented and confirmed this vaccine reaction. This is not a conclusion that I reached decades later or on my own. Years later, when Victor developed life-threatening seizures, the chief of neurology at AI DuPont referred us to a leading mitochondria neurologist at Children's Health of Atlanta. That evaluation confirmed what our MAPS physician suspected, which was a cerebral folate deficiency and a mitochondria dysfunction. With the appropriate dose of leucovorin and a dairy-free diet, Victor's seizures stopped and he has remained seizure-free for 15 years. That's what happens when medicine asks why. But more notably, we were also told that because of their underlying mitochondria dysfunction, our boys required a more individualized approach and should not have ever received multiple vaccines at once because their bodies could struggle to recover from repeated biological stress. Why did medicine look for my children's vulnerability only after they were injured? Why wasn't this done the first time? Maybe the second, the fifth? In 2009, before appearing on the Today Show, my husband and I spoke privately in the green room with the incoming president of the American Academy of Pediatrics before we went on. We asked about the biological vulnerability children like ours had, and his response was that they knew some children would experience adverse reactions, but that vaccinations benefited the larger population. To which my husband said, "So you're essentially saying our children are collateral damage?" My children's story is not every autistic child's story, but after more than 20 years of working in support for families with autism, I know that I am not alone. That testimony just proved it. These stories do not prove every regression has the exact same cause, but they do prove that we desperately need to investigate why regression happens. This is why the strategic plan matters. It recognizes regression as a clinical event requiring investigation, and it calls for studying what happens before, during, and after regression, including the biological susceptibility, immune markers, mitochondria markers, metabolic, neurological, and environmental factors. Families are not asking science to predetermine the answer. We are asking science not to predetermine what we are allowed to ask. In closing, my boys taught me that medicine cannot be one size fits all, even though they are identical twins. They can respond differently depending on their health, the underlying vulnerabilities, and what their bodies are able to withstand at that very moment. That is why we need to identify the vulnerable children before they are harmed, and when a child regresses, investigate it immediately while the biological signal is still there. We need to understand what happened, find what may be treatable, and help those that we have already injured. We need rigorous science to prevent future harm. My boys deserved it 24 years ago, and every child deserves it today. Thank you.
Thank you, honey. Ginger Taylor, who is joining us virtually.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you to Honey and Jennifer for their testimony, because it'll help me cut mine shorter, because it's the same story. Our story is, you've heard it 1,000 times from a million parents. My son Chandler was born in 2002. His first hepatitis B vaccine resulted in gastrointestinal distress and colic, which I was told was normal by my pediatrician. And they continue vaccinating him on the CDC schedule. At 18 months, I was given advice, Tylenol before and after, to ease discomfort. And the first week following his shots, he began to regress. He lost speech. He stopped calling us mom and dad. He stopped greeting strangers at the door with hugs. And by week 6, he was having the kind of meltdowns that you saw Kate have after her regression. What is different about our story is because it was a clear regression, it was clear that something happened to him medically. So I spent conspicuous energy trying to just get the pediatricians to evaluate him for a regression. 2 in Los Angeles, and we moved across the country. 2 pediatricians in Maine that no one would evaluate him. He wasn't given any kind of medical evaluation for either vaccine encephalopathy or any kind of regression. We know that there's regressive triggers, not just vaccines, but pesticides and dry cleaning chemicals and anesthesia and viral infections and food products, as we heard the testimony today, but they wouldn't look at any of it for him. I eventually, when he was 15, filed a claim with the state medical board to ask them to teach, so that they would teach my pediatrician how to do a medical evaluation of his regression. The state simply commented that I did not communicate well with my pediatricians and dismissed the case. And even 2 years ago, I've discussed my stroke on this platform, and when I was being discharged from the hospital, my neurologist said, "Do you need any help at home?" I said, "Yes, I have some aggressive autism. I don't know how I'm going to manage him with my physical injury." And she said, "Oh no, dear, there's no such thing as regressive autism." This was at the Medical College of South Carolina. It's a teaching hospital that is teaching, this neurologist is teaching today that there's no such thing as regressive autism. So I don't know how anymore to prove that we, an entire generation of mothers and our children, have been failed for decades, and it's time for that to end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy, can you bring the slides back up? Thank you.
They're being shared. Does the screen need to be switched there?
No, we can see it. Thanks. Yeah. See them. Wait. Yeah, they're here.
Next slide, please. Okay, great. Sorry about that. So in connection with the National Neurodevelopmental Regression Initiative in the plan, and with the lived experience of members of this committee, I want to highlight some clinical features of regression that are hypothesis generating and that connect to priority therapeutic domain 2, immune, autoimmune, and inflammatory biology. Clinically, many observe that autistic regression and pediatric neuroimmune disorders, such as PANS and PANDAS, can have similar features at the bedside. A number of public commenters on the draft plan asked us to examine immune and neuroimmune contributors, and some named PANS and PANDAS directly. So let me walk through what that overlap looks like. At their core, both are about a young child losing skills they had already gained. In autism, regression happens in roughly a third of children, and its course and timing have not been well characterized. It can look different for different children under different circumstances. PANS is defined by a similar loss, bundled with a sudden burst of OCD or eating changes. It often follows an infection and comes in flares. What parents describe ties the two together even more tightly than formal criteria. Over days to weeks, the child's personality shifts, anxiety climbs, moods swing from tearful to enraged. The child can become rigid, sensory sensitivities flare, and motor changes may develop, and they are often described as inconsolable in a way that is new. Parents will often say, the child they knew is gone. And that is the starting point for asking whether a neuroimmune process is driving the change. That's it. Sorry, research, the back, yeah, sorry. The mechanisms are not identical, and there is no single pathway. In PANS and PANDAS, the best known model is antibodies acting on the basal ganglia after an infection, but there is also evidence of leaky blood-brain barrier, activated microglia, elevated cytokines, and gene expression changes that are partly reversed after immune treatment. On the autism side, the neuroimmune picture is just as broad. Activated microglia and astrocytes, elevated cytokines, oxidative stress, mitochondrial function, a vulnerable blood-brain barrier, pruning, and excitatory inhibitory balance. To be candid, most of that work is in animal and cell models, so the details are not settled. The point is convergence. Across both conditions, the biology keeps landing on the same or similar immune and inflammatory pathways. Exactly the biology the regression initiative is poised to study. Slide 3. Genetics tells a parallel story. In children with PANS, the few genes identified so far, mainly from a single sequencing study and only in a minority of the children sequenced, fall into two groups: genes that build and fine-tune the brain's synapses and genes that run the immune system, including the brain's own immune system or immune cells. The synapse genes are the same ones linked to autism and to autistic regression in particular. And in large population studies, neurodevelopmental and immune conditions share genetic risk. So the overlap is at the level of shared systems, not at a single gene, and certainly there's no genetic test. Next slide, please. So where does this leave us? I think there are sort of two horizons. In the near term, hidden inside a mixed regression population is potentially a subgroup with a real repeatable immune signature, a child with recurrent infections who may have an immunoglobulin deficiency, or a child whose blood work shows autoimmune markers or antibodies pointing to autoimmune encephalitis. These children can be rooted to standard of care evaluation and treatment instead of having the charge written off as just autism. That is what initiatives 2.1 and 2.2 do, and we can act on those now. The longer term is what domain 2 is for. If we phenotype these children from the outset, same lab tests done in the same way across different sites, we can understand the biology of regression and test whether immune treatments that we already have might help, including children who do not meet strict criteria for PANS. I'll be candid, the treatment evidence today is thin and mixed, which is exactly why this has to be studied prospectively rather than simply adopted. The plan is also careful. It does not claim all regression is immune mediated, and it does not endorse immune treatment for autism broadly. It commits to looking carefully and prospectively and to getting standard medical care now to the children who may already qualify it. And that is the bridge to domain 2. I will also just quickly reference a few commenters with respect to neuroimmune or PANS PANDAS. Dr. Melody Aylesworth says, diagnostic overshadow restricted eating or skill loss quote, is attributed to autism's natural course rather than investigated as an acute, potentially treatable neuroinflammatory event, unquote. She notes PAN's criteria were not developed with autistic children in mind. Anna Conkey from the Neuroimmune Foundation wrote that she appreciates that the plan acknowledges PANs and PANDAS within neuroimmune mechanisms. She asks for longitudinal data sets to characterize regression, recovery, fluctuating symptoms, and treatment responses. Dr. Finola Moore, a researcher, notes, quote, acute neuroimmune destabilization evaluation pathway, standardizing clinical protocols for acute neuropsychiatric deterioration fills an urgent diagnostic gap in acute medical care, unquote. There are so many more that I could read, but I'll stop there. And I really want to open it up to the committee for deliberation, discussion, or consideration of revisions. Thank you. Dr. Monarch.
Thank you, everyone, for the excellent comments and overview. I've worked in the field of neuropsychology for 30 years. In the last 20 years, I've specialized in...
Could you just speak up a little bit more? Sorry.
I'm a neuropsychologist, and I've worked in the field of neuropsychology for 30 years. I did not go into neuropsychology expecting to study neurodevelopmental regression. However, 20 years ago, I started noticing that children were regressing. I was listening to parents and began studying PANs and PANDAS. I think it's best if I quote one of the public commenters. I read thousands of public comments, and this is one that is representative. This woman, her name is Nikki Hammonds. She's a social worker, and she's also a parent. She says, when my twins were 2 years old, they experienced substantial developmental regression and were diagnosed with autism. After years of intensive therapies, both regained skills to the point they no longer met diagnostic criteria. For years, they thrived. Then at age 11, my daughter experienced something entirely different, but hauntingly familiar. She was eventually diagnosed with PANS and autoimmune encephalitis related to infection. She says, what if regression itself is one of the most important clinical clues we have, regardless of the eventual diagnosis? She says, as both a clinician and a parent, I've seen how quickly families are directed into behavioral health systems, while the research for potentially treatable medical conditions is delayed or never happens. And I think most of us here have seen that those medical evaluations typically never happen unless parents pay out of pocket, search, study, work all night to try to find evaluations and care for their kids. Finally, she says, I respectfully encourage the IACC to prioritize research that examines biologically distinct subgroups of autism and neurodevelopmental regression, including immune, infectious, inflammatory, metabolic, environmental, and other medical contributors. Fortunately, the current draft of the strategic plan meets that request.
Dr. Mumper and then Katie Sweeney.
So I've been doing this for over 25 years, and whenever I hear a regression story, it still breaks my heart. And many of you in this room have experienced a regression as a parent, but I have experienced giving a child a neurodevelopmental regression. As a patient of mine in 1999, a 15-month-old African-American, beautiful, developmentally normal child, and I watched with horror as he regressed into autism after I gave him his recommended MMR vaccine. And this was long before I knew anything about the controversy. It was my lived experience that changed the trajectory of my life. I can't believe that I'm here, 27 years later, and we still have parents that are being told that regression isn't real. It honestly infuriates me. So I think this issue of studying regression and looking for all potential triggers, all possible things that could either be an antecedent to it, a trigger for it, or mediate it, as it continues to happen is one of the most crucial things that this committee could possibly do. And I strongly advocate that we put this research agenda before the secretary at HHS. And I fervently hope that NIH takes up the challenge.
Katie.
Yes, thank you. Hearing Honey's and Jennifer's and Ginger's stories gutted me, as I'm sure it gutted a lot of parents. Their lived experience is very similar and has been replicated thousands of times. I've always said for the last 10 years, 1 million moms are not wrong. 1 million moms are not wrong. Sorry, dads, but it's just kind of what I say, not to discredit them at all, but the moms know. But I would like to introduce a perspective that the onset of regression may be happening earlier and earlier because of environmental assaults that are happening prenatally. In my case, my son was born in 1997 and he had 3 shots of Rogam during pregnancy, and at the time, Rogam had thimerosal in it. At 1 month, he was given his DTaP, his Hep B, Hib, and influenza, and that's when we lost him. He screamed for 48 hours. He was never the same child, and it just got worse and worse. So I just want to introduce that perspective that regression may become more and more blurred as the introduction of toxins and environmental, biological, biologics, etc., are introduced earlier and earlier. So I just wanted to introduce that thought.
I'm just going to make a comment that I really want to have an opportunity for us to also be talking about the plan. I know everyone has a lot to say on this, and it's a very emotional topic, but we are here today to specifically stay focused on the strategic plan. So I'd like to hear from all of our members, particularly our federal partners, if there are any provisions that are aligned, any areas that need revision and that kind of thing. But Tracy.
Thank you. There's no need for me to tell my story. It is the story of so many others, especially here. But I would also like to add that there's a huge financial burden. When my son was diagnosed with PANDAS, I was told that he had such severe inflammation on the brain that it was going to cost me 10 grand, me and my husband, 10 grand a month in treatments in IVIG, in which we fought and fought and fought insurance companies to pay for, and we were denied continuously. So we proceeded to sell everything we owned to pay for his treatments. But in regards to the plan, I think the plan treats neurodevelopmental regression as a national research priority. Regression affects 30 to 40% of children with autism and has been chronically undercharacterized. Standardized case definitions and biomarker-defined subgroups studied before, during, and after regression are exactly the kind of infrastructure we should be recommending. So I'm truly grateful for the attention that we are giving to regression. Thank you.
We have anyone online?
So I'm just curious why all of our moms are the only ones speaking. I want to hear from somebody, and I'd love to have an open dialogue as to why this doesn't reflect the push for this plan. I mean, this is an obligation that we owe society to undo the wrongdoing that these stories are clearly screaming at us. I mean, I went to the restroom and met a beautiful, sweet mom who's sitting in the back with a 6-year-old with the same story as me. Why would anybody ever hesitate? I'm asking in complete honesty in pushing this through. We have listened, We have gone through everybody's opinion, and I would just really like to open up the dialogue to hear what opposition would be to serving this community.
We have one request online from Deidre at SA.
Hi, yes, this is Deirdre. I just want to clarify that I don't know that it is necessarily hesitancy to support the recommendation. I think from my perspective, we're talking about a number of potential causes for these regressions, and that this is the Autism Coordinating Committee, and some of this may be beyond the purview of this committee. I do want to recognize that the recommendations do go to the Secretary of HHS and would be picked up by the NIH. And so I think that that is the appropriate place if we do decide to move these forward for that to live. But I do think that there's a potential that we may be delving into a broader focus than this committee.
Isn't it about autism? I mean, isn't this?
Well, we're talking about PANS and PANDAS and autoimmune encephalitis. And so I do think that there is the potential for this to be a broader topic and a recommendation that goes beyond the scope of this committee.
Can I comment to that? So just to comment to that, I think there's a lot of overshadowing happening constantly for our children, and two things can be true at once. You can have autism and you can have PANS and PANDAS. I'm saying this as somebody who also went through IVIG and had their insurance. We were the first case to get it covered in AI DuPont Hospital, but they had autism as well. So I think the broader scope of what you might be missing is the fact that we have an autism diagnosis, and there is a ton of underlying issues that are being ignored because of that diagnosis. I think the plan is crystal clear that we need to look deeper and not allow these kids to suffer. That one mom, Amanda, when she mentioned not being able to get the services for her child, if you think it's tough to get services for your child, try getting proper medical care. I mean, I have pretty much used my husband's retirement to heal my children who had a confirmed documented vaccine reaction. I built them back with our own funding, no help from anybody else. So I just don't know, as you're looking at the broader scope here, we cannot chalk everything up to autism. We have to give all of these individuals with autism the right plan to dig deeper to help them get to their full potential.
I'm also just going to make a comment in my role as a member. So my presentation was really more of a hypothesis generating one, and one that kind of shares what the clinical experiences of many individuals with autism that I've treated as a clinician, but also that I know from the community. I think there's the issue of diagnostic overshadowing. I think there's an issue that maybe the underlying biological vulnerabilities that are associated with autism, that we know in some subsets, mitochondrial dysfunction, immune dysfunction, redox changes, may set them up to be more vulnerable to neuroimmune presentations later in life. That it may set them up to be more vulnerable to regressive episodes earlier in life under a range of different stressors. My own son regressed at the age of 2 years and 4 months in the setting of a prolonged upper respiratory infection. So I guess I'm just going to say, just personally, that I disagree that we're going beyond the mandate of this committee. That what I think the public comments have been telling us for decades, including the current set, and I think what many members here are talking about is that I think there are immune presentations in a subset of those with autism that are not being appropriately investigated. And that this is potentially a role for our federal government and our research apparatus to look at these issues in a systematic way.
Do you see she has her hand up online, Amy?
Thank you. Did you want to respond to that? You were,
Yeah.
I thought you were looking to raise your hand just a moment ago. Okay. I just want to reflect first how much I appreciate.
I'm sorry, can I ask you to please speak a little louder?
Yeah, sorry. I just want to take a moment and reflect how much I appreciate the genuinely heartfelt stories and experiences that we have heard throughout the day and at the previous meeting. It, as a mother and as a scientist, it is heartbreaking. And I just want to say that as the acting director of the National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, we do not disagree that regressive autism exists. What is painfully clear by the stories today is that community clinicians don't have the tools that they need or the information that they need to recognize it, to recognize the related conditions, distinguish them from each other, distinguish them from other common developmental syndromes. And researchers also lack the tools. We don't have clear diagnostic criteria, and we don't have any kind of consensus criteria or recommendations in this space. And I just want to be clear that in order for us to conduct rigorous research in this area and to try to achieve some of the goals of understanding what is happening in these children, that's where we have to start. So I'm not arguing with the goals, and I really appreciate the framing of this document as a hypothesis generator, because we really don't know, right, what's going on. And so there are many potential hypotheses to pursue. But we have to start with a shared definition in order for research to move forward. So I just want to make sure that we don't put the cart in front of the horse in how some of these sections are structured, and we make it clear that that's where we have to start. Thank you.
Dr. Gaetanis.
Just to follow up on Dr. Adams talking about definitions, a lot of this discussion sounds like something that's very basic in science, which is lumping versus splitting. And I think it raises a real question about whether is the term we use too broad? Does it need to be splitted? Why was it lumped? Why do we use this term? And should it be split? And that's just a very basic question. And one reason to think about that is that another thing to consider is that disease does evolve over time. So if you go back to Leo Kanner's 1943 paper of 11 patients, only one was described with regression, so 1 of 11. And that regression was not nearly as profoundly described as what we just witnessed. Most of the literature on regression really, there were some papers in the 50s and 60s, but most of it really came on in the 80s. And it raises a question about whether the disease landscape may have changed. Is what was being presented in the 80s, is that the same as what Kanner described in the 40s? It would be interesting to do a direct comparison. It's very hard to do, and we only have what's written to help us understand that. So that disease landscape may change, and the other thing that changes is the technology that we have. So we obviously live in a world now where the tools available to us are very vastly different than what existed either in the 40s or the 80s, or even just 10 years ago. And so we're living in a very much changing landscape, and we have to think about this lumping splitting question. I think it's a really important one, because we're trying to, when you try to do, whether it's a clinical trial, a biomarker trial, or or treatment trial, we really have to make sure we have populations that are well defined. I think oncology does this better than any other field at this stage, and so oncology does provide a really good model for the path forward for many conditions.
Ginger Taylor online.
Yes. For the question of, what does what's the scope of what we can recommend? The legislation that that this work is predicated on since 2006 has read, oh gosh, I lost it. Oh, the current law directs creation of programs to provide evidence-based interventions to meet the needs of individuals with autism spectrum disorder or other developmental disabilities across their lifespan and the needs of their families through federal programs. So that's the rule we should apply to the strategic plan to see if anything that we're doing is outside of that scope. And I can't think of anything that's in the plan that's outside of that. So I guess I would ask the commenter to make a case that PANDAS, PANS, or any of the things that we've discussed in this plan are outside of that standard.
I'm just going to make another comment, just as a member, just in response to Dr. Adams. Thank you for your thoughtful comments. I think woven through the plan is really an attempt to define phenotypes more precisely and share definitions. And so I agree that that needs to be a starting point. And I think as the agencies take these recommendations, that will be their purview to have that be a starting point, a more precise definition. That's the problem in our literature overall on regression. So that different studies and different investigators are using different definitions. But thank you. Lisa?
I just wanted to add, and I'll admit, I am a mother of a wonderful young man who regressed at 13 months and broke my heart, and I could never have the bravery you all did to discuss this because I would fall apart. I see things through a policy lens because that's my career. And the reason I support this is because it gives a wide perspective on what it is we're really needing to address from a scientific standpoint. Listening to what all these commenters have said really has shown me, in my perspective as a professional who does public policy, that we need to understand more fully what it is we're addressing, not denying that it exists, because I would, on my deathbed, swear that it exists, but to really fully understand then what policies and programs need to occur and what need to be funded. So this is the bedrock and this is the foundation of what future parents will or will not have to worry about when they give birth. So I think it's critical to do this and to fund these programs and policies and recommendations, but first you need the basic research and foundational research to really know what you're addressing. So I fully support this as a policy professional. I don't see how you can have good policies and programs without it.
Okay, thank you. It's 2:05. We're going to move on to the next parts 3 and 4 of the strategic plan draft. I think Laura Salini is going to kick us off online. If we could pull up her slides. Oh, there, I think they're there. Okay.
Okay. First off, I'm just going to touch on 2 things really quickly. One, Deidre's question and point. Thank you so much, Deidre, for asking that question and bringing it up. I want to clarify, and I think I'm going to piggyback on what Ginger brought up with the act. Actually, we are mandated to look at causation, contributing factors, all of these things, and so co-occurring conditions. So as Honey pointed out too, PANDAS and PANS often overlaps and co-occurs with autism. But to Dr. Gaetanis's point and others, sometimes, and Dr. Mumper's, sometimes we have to figure out if there's a differential diagnosis because we do have overlap. And I thought that was really important that Sylvia presented slides where there was showing where there was convergence and where there was departure. So we are, just to reestablish for everyone listening here, we are within our purview of our discussion and it's appropriate. And then secondly, on part 3, I just wanted to touch on that the budget architecture for NDR very quickly. So we recommended, and remember everything is a range. We do not set appropriations, but we are charged by Congress to suggest budgetary items in the plan. So we do have 57 million as a recommendation under the NDR initiative. And within this initiative, we have prospective rapid onset cohort, serial biospecimens, and functional trajectories with approximately a $7 million allocation. Immune, cytokine, purinergic, microglial, inflammasome mechanisms, 12 million. Environmental exposures and developmental exosome, 7 million. Mitochondrial redox, metabolic, and GI immune mechanisms, 10 million. Genetics, mitochondrial genetics, epigenetics, and gene environment interactions, 7 million. Assay harmonization, replication, and reference methods, 7 million. Target engagement and proof of mechanism studies, another 7 million, to total 57 million. So I wanted to be clear that we have recognized, as speakers have previously acknowledged, we do not see one trajectory, one phenotype for regression. We believe that there is most likely various pathways and triggers and vulnerabilities that can converge and then create a regression in a susceptible cohort. So just wanted to get that out of the way with the current, and then we will move on now to the NAPD section, in which we're going to discuss some of the more precision-based science initiatives. NAPD stands for our National Autism Precision Therapeutics Initiative. And so this is where we take the recommendations around heterogeneity, basic science, on our little roadmap, and eventually develop them into therapeutics. So next slide. So basically what we have for our problems is that, as we've mentioned earlier in our discussion today, the scientific problem is heterogeneity. So we have quite a wide, diverse population to consider. And so a lot of times we'll see studies where we think something's going to be promising, and then the sample or the cohort that's examined just has a diagnosis of autism, and therefore it's too wide, and then we start to see signals collapse and disappear. So we should be better about cohorting and being much more specific and precise so that we can develop more specific recommendations for that cohort. Like John mentioned earlier, Cancer Research Oncology got much more specific, and they developed much more precise and effective tools for cancer by doing that. So the other thing that we have is fragmentation within our federal system. There is no standing mechanism that carries credible findings all the way from study, validation, trials, regulatory review, implementation, and outcomes. So imagine that a study gets published and then it just stays there. We would like to see any findings that come out of a study or an investigational trial passed from agency to agency when appropriate. So that is essentially one of the things that NAPD seeks to do. So there's a shared progression where we have common cores, evidence gates, public milestones that are visible to the public, and make that pathway visible and accountable. Next slide. The 11 priority domains were selected by looking at morbidity, biological plausibility, the readiness of evidence, and the needs that have remained underaddressed. As you can see, these are very much systems biology areas in which, if you're familiar with autism or you have read some of the studies on PubMed, you will be very familiar that these are themes and biological systems that are often discussed in findings. So they include immune and inflammatory biology, mitochondrial and metabolic function, GI biology, the microbiome, neurotransmission and brain circuits, epilepsy, folate metabolism, sleep and circadian function, autonomic dysfunction, motor planning, and praxis. Neurodevelopmental regression is also included in NAPD, and the biomarkers and trial infrastructure needed to translate findings across all of these issues. These are interconnected systems. They're not 11 competing theories of autism, nor do they replace genetics or foundational neuroscience. That is not what we are advocating for. That work continues, and we applaud and support that work continuing. The purpose, however, is to broaden the portfolio so we can better identify clinically meaningful subgroups and understand how these systems interact. The recommended FY 2028 target for this domain-directed portfolio is approximately $270 million in additional federal investment. The amounts are weighted. This is on an order of magnitude. We recognize, like I said, we do not have appropriation authority. but we believe these investments are important as still are impacted in the population, that there has been a long time underinvestment into autism research. Next slide. The budget is also staged. We are not proposing that the federal government immediately spend the full amount without first establishing the necessary capacity. The initial design and coordination stage is estimated at 10 to 20 million. Launch is estimated at 75 to 125 million. And in the mature scale, 150 to 250 million annually. Next slide. NAPTI connects the agencies around the work each has already positioned to do. NIH can coordinate the research, infrastructure, and multi-center studies. FDA can support the regulatory science pathway for biomarkers, endpoints, safety, and trial design. Other agencies can contribute surveillance, evidence review, workforce development, service translation, and outcome measurement within their existing authorities. The outcome is an accountable continuum. Identify a credible signal, validate the subgroup or contributor, test the appropriate intervention or care pathway, and then measure whether it actually improves health, function, communication, safety, or participation. These are the inevitable next steps. We do not intend for these just to be databases. That is not the intention. We do not intend for the science just to sit in a journal or just to sit only on a portfolio. We intend for it to be actionable, and we intend for the federal government to work in coordination and in partnership. And you can see that throughout each of our tiered stages. So thank you.
Thank you. I believe there was a proposed addition or amendment that NIDCD wanted to discuss with respect to the NAPTI section.
I thought someone named Bill was going to go before me.
That's right. Okay, I apologize, Dr. Cooper. Bill, yes, thank you. Your revision to the NAPTI section. Let me just say that that can be found for the public and for our committee members under the document proposed revision for committee consideration. And yes, okay. It's right at the beginning of that document. Sorry, I'm just pulling it up. It's one of the first, so proposed revisions for committee consideration, version 2. And Bill is going to be addressing some changes that begin on page 1 of that document in the green box at the bottom.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Laura, as well, for outlining NAPTI and reminding us what it stood for, which was helpful. The National Autism Precision Therapeutics Initiative was intended to be built on. I'm just turning my camera on. Was intended to be built on the model of the Congressionally Directed Medical Research Program, which the DoD uses and is commonly understood and a best practice within the federal space. The comments, the additions also suggested that there should be the use of CMRP's multidisciplinary scientific and consumer participation in a research priority setting and programmatic review, adapted, of course, to the NIH construct and model. That also said that the NAPTI should incorporate a structured scientific and stakeholder priority setting modeled on the program, that its purpose is not to substitute programmatic preference or lived experience for scientific merit. It is to ensure that scientific merit is evaluated broadly, and that the decisions among scientifically credible opportunities should account for unmet need, clinical relevance, heterogeneity, translational readiness, and portfolio balance. NAPTI was also suggested that it should have a standing rotating programmatic review panel composed of scientists representing diverse disciplines, methodological approaches, and scientific perspectives. Following on, just to highlight that competitive research should then proceed through 2 complementary levels of review: first-tier scientific and technical review, and then second-tier programmatic review to compare those opportunities according to NAPTE priorities and unmet need and subgroup relevance. NAPTE should also maintain a defined high-risk, high-impact pathway for rigorous investigation of consequential science that are underrepresented. That's the highlight of most of the changes involved. I just wanted to also reference that this stems from a lot of work that was done in the work groups that began after our April meeting, and that those work groups defined a model for us to move forward to. I would also add a personal comment on CDMRP. It's a program that I have a great deal of familiarity with personally, having worked a number of years ago on a teleradiology initiative in collaboration with a center of excellence at a university that took CDMRP funding. And a number of years later, we now use what is essentially Netflix technology to transfer medical images around the world. So it's proof that you can actually use these kinds of programs and models to actually make a huge difference in communities of all sorts of different types. Thank you.
I think Dr. Cooper will address your potential revisions also, and then we'll open it up for some discussion before moving on to the different domains.
That sounds fine. Thank you. Okay, we actually offered 2 modifications to this NAFTE part of the report. These are issues that cross, I think, a number of issues in the report, a number of priority therapeutic domains that are in part 4. And they are evidence and community acceptability. And the second one has to do with the profound definition. So let me just say a word about the evidence and community. The comments from our communication and safety working group, as well as the community feedback, suggested that the report needs to address the fact that the absence of evidence should not be conflated with the proof of non-effectiveness. And there's a great need for consideration of the strength and direction of the evidence. There's a need to acknowledge in the report those areas where the science is already clear, and that research must include attention to the cumulative burden of intervention and prioritize research that reduces burden. And finally, research-supported treatments must be truly accessible to all. Now, the amendment that we see before you establishes 4 clear categories of evidence maturity: supported, emerging, absent, or demonstrated inefficacy. It's clear from the community response that almost everyone wants the same research standards applied uniformly across all types of interventions. Together, this protects emerging, unstudied areas and centers community priorities at the outset of the research section, while ensuring that we do not ignore instances where rigorous science has proven an intervention is ineffectual. And our point is that we can put this text on page 63 of the strategic plan right near the existing table. So I'll pause before I go on to just say a few words about profound and our comments about that. And this is certainly relevant to many parts of the NAFTE sections. We're offering a modification regarding the use of the term. We want to try and strike a balance on the categorization. You probably all noticed that in the public comments, there are very mixed opinions on the value and the consequences of using this term. While many stakeholders felt this designation is necessary to prioritize those with the greatest support needs, others strongly felt that it masks the abilities of some autistic people and potentially creates negative assumptions about their autonomy and abilities. The IACC adopted definition is distinct from the definition used in research, which makes it difficult to track progress toward the IACC goals. The term collapses heterogeneity, individual developmental profiles and unique support needs. So this is with relevance to the research purview. We recommend that the word profound is replaced in the NAFTE sections with more precise descriptive language that emphasizes an individual's and depending on the research focus, specific terms like minimally verbal or IQ less than 50 or continuous or near continuous supervision can be applied separately or with more precise descriptors or in combination to target the exact population and their needs. This retains the emphasis of individuals with high support needs while respecting individual differences and avoiding mislabeling. Ultimately, this will strengthen the strategic plan's goal toward precision therapeutics. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll open it up to the floor, Dr. Robertson.
I hate to ask, by the way, as a side thing, sometimes in the past we've had more microphones. I don't know if that's a possibility for the future meeting is to have some so we don't have to pass it back and forth all the time. I just noticed a couple of quick things. One of which was that sometimes we're referring to our military department as DOD, and in some cases DOW on the website versus the plan. I think we should just make sure we have a consistency in concert with our rep from the department to make sure that folks aren't confused, because I think having them interchangeably used could create some confusion for the lay audience that's going to be looking at the plan and other deliverables. And I suggest that find a consistency from what they think is best for all the materials of the IACC may be helpful. And then the other quick thing is some of these budget numbers are large, and I was just wondering how that aligns with the fact that it's a little over $300 million or so is what's authorized under the statute. And as far as the CARES Act funding, at least, again, I'm not a budgeter person, but at least my understanding and having worked on the Hill previously is that for things even to be appropriated, they have to be authorized to that amount also originally in the statute. So just wondering how the budgetary items align with sort of limitations we have in the CARES Act right now for at least for 2029, right? Because those numbers are already set in law in terms of like the maximum ceilings on some of these areas as far as the portfolio of Autism Center research that flows through the authorization out of the CARES Act.
I'll just respond to two of your questions, Dr. Robertson, and then open it up back to the floor to respond to some of the potential additions. In terms of the use of the Department of Defense versus Department of War, we do note in the strategic plan that the official name continues to be Department of Defense with Department of War as a secondary, and there is a footnote in the document that we do use Department of Defense throughout. And in terms of funding, many of the initiatives in the strategic plan would depend on more appropriations from Congress. My hope as an individual member and a stakeholder is that our community would be energized by the proposals and initiatives in the strategic plan and would advocate for Congress to appropriately fund autism to the level commensurate with its socioeconomic costs across an entire lifetime, especially with rising birth cohort prevalence. But I'm going to open up back to the floor to discuss the visions. Crystal Higgins.
Thank you. My concern is that these submissions are not federal technical corrections and would reopen settled committee action and materially restructure the plan after review. The committee specifically adopted Profound Autism in April for purposes of this federal document, and that committee action was subsequently accepted by the Secretary and NIH. I understand your reflection of the comments and personal preference. However, every analysis I've seen and every comment I've read has been overwhelmingly supportive of the communication and motor proposals within the plan. Where the evidence is uncertain, the plan's answer is better examination and measurements, not presumption. And NIH and HHS have already begun implementing the term profound autism. So I think it would be problematic to change the plan now in such a substantive way.
Oh, Dr. Becker-Mitchell.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. I will just stand as another representative from NIH endorsing Dr. Cooper's language for a lot of similar reasons. I think it clarifies the research opportunities for us. And the terminology profound autism, I think, can still stand. And I think the recommendation is relevant for most of the committee's work and the secretary's acceptance of that. I think we're trying to say for the research, in the research domain, it's actually more useful if we either define that better or use other terms that makes the availability of and the clarity of the research a little bit more appropriate. So I think that the recommendation is to just wherever research is positioned, that we would somehow clarify the language around profound autism.
Tracy.
I have more of a question. Profound autism was used to describe those who are more severe, those who need more assistance, who are non-speaking. But to my knowledge, when they're diagnosed these days, they're given a level 1, 2, or 3, or somewhere in between. Is that not correct?
That is correct. This came up in our April discussion, which is that those levels seem to be inadequate to actually address the heterogeneity across the spectrum, and that level 3 was sometimes being used in conjunction with people with profound autism and sometimes not. The definition that this committee adopted focused on 24/7 care and being non-speaking or minimally speaking. There are other definitions. Recently, a research group put forward looking at adaptive functioning and also retaining an option for intellectual disability. And I will just say that agencies and researchers are free to implement our recommendations in whatever way they see fit. Lisa Ackerman.
A great man, Dr. Saha Rodney, once told me in the diagnostics and Adam, they very rarely used 1, 2, or 3 adequately. So.
Yeah, I'd respectfully suggest that the amendment looks at exactly the problem that the plan is trying to solve. That profound autism is a broad distinction, and that the research priorities should explore what other research can be done to refine those. So I think we're actually locked in mortal agreement. We just are, and I would hate that we spent too much time fighting over what words, right?
I'm sorry, who's next? Yes, honey.
So I think we're saying the same thing, and that kind of was my point too, Bill, because I feel like it's unnecessary and duplicative. Like, I think the profound, I wrote it down, it's more about the profound needs, and it's encouraging us to dig deeper and look at the related communication that's already in the plan. I think that we have encompassed, I agree with what you're saying, but I think that's already in there. I think that it would only strengthen our scientific rigor if we don't predetermine those outcomes. And I know profound is a very tricky subject. I have a son who's also a non-speaker who's 26, and he spoke for Harvard University as a non-speaker, and he's considered profound because of his profound needs. So I worry about if we change the way we have it written now in the plan, that might be going backwards. I feel like what we have laid out here is pushing things forward. That's just my opinion, but I believe we're kind of saying the same thing. I think we're in agreement is what I mean.
I have a comment. Laura Sweeney was unable to raise her hand, but I'm going to call on her in the virtual space.
Hi, thanks, Sylvia. First of all, I just appreciate the agency, and Judith, thank you so much for this. However, having said that, I think that because we did spend so much time in April and we were really thoughtful about establishing a definition of profound autism in that meeting, which was then voted upon, passed by this committee, sent to the secretary, accepted, and is now being implemented. I don't know that. Maybe Andrea and Judith, you guys aren't aware, but we did have a meeting with the secretary and Dr. Bhattacharya in which they informed us that they are adopting and they are right now implementing that across NIH research efforts. And so I think for consistency and clarity, we should not change that now. It just turns around and reverses what we just did. The other thing that I personally would not support is that the language around having, new tier 4 and then undefined community acceptability screen, this is the whole problem, is that we're trying to be precise around research. We're trying to go back to basic science in many cases around this. And so our community, quite frankly, is very divided, and not everyone has the same level of understanding and sophistication around the science and the complexity. And so we really were very thoughtful around this section, and we did put quite extensive guardrails in. A lot of this is actually very medical-based science. Not everyone who's a scientist related to autism has a medical background. And so I will admit that a lot of the NAPD area is not maybe in the field of like psychology, but is strongly represented in the field of medical and basic research science. So I feel like we do have those guardrails in, and I feel like we really have built those tiers in, and that there are many safeguards. So I personally would not support this. So thank you.
Jennifer Phillips.
I just want to speak up as another voice in support of using the term profound autism and say that if we want to branch out from using that term, it needs to be with biologically anchored criteria.
Just going to go back to some of Bill Oldham's recommendations for revision regarding scientific and stakeholder priority setting, high-risk scientific impact challenges, and there are a few others in the document proposed revisions for committee consideration that you all have. So I just wanted to see if there were any comments on those potential revisions. Laura Salini.
I strongly support that idea. I think it's a great idea. I know in our public comments, there were some organizations and stakeholders who requested greater ability to have an impact. One of our charges under the CARES Act for this committee is to figure out more opportunities for stakeholder engagement and influence in autism research and budgeting. And so I think that is an excellent model, and I think that's an excellent suggestion by Bill, and I would wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Bill.
I also wanted to reference some public comments that I forgot to earlier. Details. Quoting here from a comment early on in the packet, one, I also strongly support the plan's focus on translation and accountability. The plan's inclusion of responsible agencies, proposed actions, timelines, measurable outcomes, and public reporting could significantly strengthen federal accountability. So we are, with this, answering the call for what that comment is looking for. Historically, going back 10 years to a 2016 comment, accountability and transparency are imperative.
I'm sorry, could you talk just a little louder? We're getting hearing.
So going back to a 2016 comment, Accountability and transparency are imperative as this committee controls funding of research that should translate into real and relevant help for those affected.
Bonker.
I fear this evidence of harm language will be used to restrict communication access.
Speaking personally now, I did have a question about that, Judith, like what you imagined would be in terms of, can we put up the other, Judith first? Yes, that one. I did have a question about the idea of harms, and just if you could give us an example of what you were thinking of as you wrote that.
I don't know that I was thinking of anything particular. I think safety is an issue. And I'm not really sure that I heard what Elizabeth was. Could you just say that one more time?
Elizabeth typed, I fear this evidence of harm language will be used to restrict communication access.
Oh, well, that's not what was intended.
Okay, I'm going to have us move on then to just reviewing some of the domains in the rest of part 4. And we can certainly come back to this again if needed. I'm going to start with my slides reviewing domain 1. There's just going to be a few people reviewing a few of the domains, the therapeutic priority domains from part 4 of the strategic plan. We're not going to review everyone, but a few people had particular interests that they wanted to highlight. Okay. Okay, next slide, please. So domain 1, neurotransmission, neural circuits, and neuropsychopharmacology. This domain has 2 purposes. They operate on different timescales. The first is immediate. A large proportion of autistic people are already taking medication for anxiety, attention, sleep, irritability, aggression, self-injury, seizures. Some of that prescribing rests on evidence. Much of it rests on extrapolation from non-autistic populations, clinical experience, family preference, and payer constraints. I think there's an important task to make prescribing safer and better evidenced. I'll just give you an example from my own clinical practice and my own training that I know is widely used in the autism community, the issue of using clonidine as a sleep medication. Clinically and personally, I have found it to be incredibly effective and helpful for families. The evidence base for it is really, really thin. And it's become a kind of a standard practice that's passed across generations rather than something that is evidence-based or even particularly studied in autism. And I'm a huge fan, by the way, but I think we need more evidence. And the second purpose of this domain is translation. To build biomarker and phenotype-informed trials capable of identifying which interventions help which subgroups. One principle governs both. This domain does not define autism itself as a medication target. Medication use should be tied to a specific medical condition or symptom, a defined neural circuit hypothesis, or a biomarker-supported trial design. And a word just on the title of this domain. I think neural circuit is a vocabulary we've built around what our instruments can measure, our functional MRI, our EEGs, maybe even spectroscopy. Each is an indirect measure of what neurons, glia, and immune cells are actually doing. The term is a useful lens for measurement and stratification. It's certainly not and is not meant to be a complete account of brain functions overall. Slide 2, please. Okay. Clinically, many observe this one a second for sleep, a third for attention, often by different prescribers in different settings without structured review. The concern is not necessarily the number of medications. The plan is explicit that polypharmacy should not be used as a kind of a blunt count. The concern is low value, unsafe, duplicative, or poorly monitored use that accumulates over time, and for which we have very little evidence. The second issue is adverse effects in people who cannot report them. Sedation, activation, akathisia, appetite change, gastrointestinal effects, pain, potential changes in seizure thresholds, even in cardiac functioning, are easily missed in individuals with minimal speech and easily misread as behavior. And the outcomes we track, symptom scores, are not necessarily the outcomes families need, whether the person can better communicate, learn, sleep, participate, and stay healthy. Next slide. Medication safety is implementation ready now. It can proceed through the shared NAFD real-world evidence and outcomes registry, assuming that was implemented. The precision side of this is not ready. I think 3 large, well-designed trials of mechanism-directed agents, intranasal oxytocin, balovaptan, and arbaclofen, were each negative in broad autism clinical samples that were very heterogeneous. The lesson is not that a mechanism doesn't matter, it's that heterogeneity does. And I think this is going to speak to when John Rodakis reviews domain 11. We really need stratification in our autism research and in our trials. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what the plan calls for. It calls for 4 initiatives. A comparative effectiveness research on medications already in use, potentially led by AHRQ. A medication safety module built within the proposed NAFD registry, led by CDC. 1 shared infrastructure rather than a parallel one. Biomarker-informed adaptive trials with FDA guidance on evidence for treatment-responsive subgroups. And functional augmentation studies, asking whether a targeted intervention increases a person's ability to benefit from communication supports, education, or community participation. Throughout, research and implementation should include high support and communication diverse autistic individuals, unless, I'll just say that, success should be measured by access, safety, function, health, stabilization, and quality of life, not necessarily simply by medication exposure, trial launch, or symptom score change alone. Okay, I think, Laura, are you going to do domain 2? We sort of touched on it.
Yep. I can go really quickly, Sylvia.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. So basically, domain 2 touches on the immune system, and we really had a lot of discussion on this. So let's just go to the first slide, please. So I'm just going to touch on this briefly because while we had a lot of discussion and Sylvia did show some slides, immune system study is very significant in autism. Why? Because we do know when we have had investigations, we do see some common themes that has been validated, replicated, and found over many years. Abnormal cytokine profiles, IgG dysregulation, including reduced total IgG, low IgG subclasses, specific antibody deficiencies, common variable immune deficiency features, and things that are in a cohort. And I want to be particular about when I discuss any of these aspects that these are not necessarily autism-wide findings, but these are actually candidates of cohort markers. including brain autoantibodies, markers of neuroinflammation, and there have been studies that have looked at postmortem brain samples in which they have found progressive and continual neuroinflammatory markers throughout the lifetime. So that is a significant aspect that we should better try to understand. In addition to that, we often see co-occurring autoimmunity and atopy in certain populations. We see higher rates of autoimmune thyroid disease, psoriasis, celiac, IBD, atopic disease, and things like mast cell activation disorders. Also, as well in first-degree relatives. So there is significant and important findings in the immune system, and this is an important area for us to further understand. Next slide. So the plan is really trying to define distinct immune cohorts, but not tell one immune story. The cohort really seeks to find whether it's the phenotype, what kind of things do we, presentations do they have in the clinic? Do they have a history of recurrent infections or severe or longer lasting infections? Do they have failure to thrive, a poor or absent vaccine response, a subclass deficiency? Do we see significant autoimmunity? Do we see them requiring multiple antibiotics or the need to have antibiotics longer? Do we see things like GI inflammation? Do we see them having bowel disorders, mast cell disorders, food reactions, rashes, allergies, eosinophilic disease? I know that for my own son, as I'm reading these, I can answer yes to almost all of them. He has a primary immune deficiency. So there is a significant segment of the autism population that does have experience with one or more of these immunologically related conditions. Another thing that we do see is a very interesting cohort that has a, not only we discussed regression earlier, but we have a cohort that changes the presentation or severity of autism during a fever. Interesting. We'll call them the fever responsive cohort, in which sometimes symptoms may improve or worsen. So that is a very fascinating one. Next slide. Maternal immune activation is very important. We know that what happens prenatally with the maternal environment can impact the fetus and during pregnancy and postnatally. There is now evidence of MAR or maternal autism-related autoantibodies that can cross the placenta and impact brain structuring, and that can impact the infant significantly. We now have, there is a test to test for some of those. Maternal immune activation is a little bit different, but we do know that some people show regression or post-infectious decline or changes, and this is most likely due to immune system function. Next slide. That's it.
Okay, I'm going to just very briefly review domain 4, the gastrointestinal biology domain. If I could have my slides, I'll just begin. GI problems are the most common co-occurring condition in autism. Roughly half of autistic people report GI symptoms, in some studies as high as 80%. The odds are about 4 times those of non-autistic peers. In profound autism, the symptoms are not necessarily more frequent according to the data that we have, but they are harder to detect, harder to report, may be compounded by medication exposure, and at least clinically and by lived experience in the autism community, may be more likely to be missed. These are conditions that already have standards of care: constipation, reflux, abdominal pain, esophageal disorders, celiac disease. The federal problem is not the absence of standards. It's a problem in the medical community in terms of inconsistent recognition, referral, access, and follow-up for autistic people. Clinically, many observe the same presentation: a child who becomes irritable after meals, who presses on the abdomen, who stops sleeping, whose self-injury escalates without apparent cause. In people with limited speech or potentially with difficulty with interoception in terms of understanding their internal body awareness and states, behavior may be the only pain signal. Nutrition also requires the same discipline. Many of individuals in our autism community, both children and adults, have restricted food preferences and intake, and it's inconsistently put out for referral. Micronutrient deficiencies are inconsistently evaluated. Next slide. The gut and the brain communicate, and that communication is increasingly documented. Microbial metabolites, mucosal immune activation, barrier function, and gut-derived vagal and inflammatory signaling can affect pain, sleep, behavior regulation. Microbiome studies are, I think, really emerging, especially there have been a few out of China recently. But the findings vary very much by age, diet, medication, antibiotic history. And I think microbiota transfer therapy remains at a controlled trial stage, but to me, as a stakeholder in the autism community, I think it is an exciting potential that deserves more research. I think this is among the closest interventions we have to translation, and the signal is strongest when studying individuals with pre-existing gastrointestinal symptoms. Slide 3, what the plan calls for. Federal action is ordered by evidence maturity. Standard GI recognition, pain assessment, and nutrition access can move through implementation now, led by HRSA, CMS, and AHRQ. An integrated biomarker program led by NIH and coordinated through the proposed NAFD infrastructure is meant to move beyond the statement that the microbiome differs in autism and determine whether reproducible signatures can identify subgroups and potential treatment targets. And controlled precision trials of microbiota transfer and enzyme interventions potentially led by NIH and FDA are also mentioned in the plan. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Trying to keep it quick. Okay, motor planning, Crystal Higgins.
Thank you, Dr. Vogel. Okay, can we have the slides up? Thank you. First of all, thank you to the members from the NIDCD for their collaboration and our line-by-line edit of motor and communication sections of the plan. Motor and sensory motor challenges in autism are common, consequential, and often under-recognized. Motor planning and praxis affect our ability to plan, initiate, sequence, sustain, and adapt movement. So someone may know what they want to do, but their body may not reliably execute it. Research suggests about 88% of autistic children are at risk for motor impairment, with the greatest risk among those with the higher support needs. Motor planning difficulty may involve speech, gestures, posture, and whole body movement, limiting independence. Next slide, please. Okay, this matters because for some individuals, motor demands may limit their ability to demonstrate what they understand. It can be the gate to almost everything else. Communication, whether through speech, pointing, eye gaze, typing, switches, or AAC, requires motor output. When that output is unreliable, we can underestimate what somebody understands. The same is true with behavior. Difficulty initiating or inhibiting movement might be mistaken for refusal, noncompliance, impulsivity, or even intentional behavior. Traditional assessments also underestimate comprehension and capacity because they too require speech, pointing, writing, imitation, or other motor responses. Studies built on these same demands exclude the people most affected. And importantly, daily performance and functioning, including feeding, hygiene, safety, and work participation, require motor. Performance may vary by context, fatigue, pain, sensory load, posture, and time pressure. Validated motor minimized assessment is needed to determine when that is occurring. Next slide, please. Some supports are ready now, including clinically indicated therapies such as OT, PT, speech-language pathology, feeding therapy, and assistive technology and adaptive equipment. Others are ready but need a clearer clinical pathway to determine who benefits and under what conditions. Praxis and sensory processing tools can be measured, but they are standardized. For many interventions, we still don't know what works best for whom and with what lasting effect. The larger failure is systemic. These challenges are too often unrecognized, and addressing them can affect every area of life. Next slide, please. Okay, so what the plan calls for. The plan addresses both sides of that problem, improving access now while building the evidence for more precise care. It calls for practical clinical pathways to recognize motor planning, speech motor, feeding, and postural problems, and importantly, to distinguish them from behavior, cognition, pain, seizures, or other conditions. It also calls for standardized measures, comparative research on interventions, and research methods that stop excluding the people with the greatest support needs by separating comprehension from motor output. Finally, the plan calls for mechanistic research on regulation, how sensory processing, autonomic regulation, and inhibitory control affect motor function. None of this delays access. These are established clinically indicated services, and they should be delivered now at every age while research makes care more precise. Next slide, please. Thank you.
John Rodakis on domain 11. Yeah, I think Judith has another. Oh, wait. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. Dr. Cooper, sorry. Dr. Cooper.
Okay. So we are offering a proposed amendment, which is really a new domain. So it doesn't look like the other domains, entitled Communication Research Priority, which recommends this new domain as part of the NAPD. It's clear from the comments from the IACC, as well as the massive feedback we received from parents, service providers, and researchers, that communication must be a focus of our strategic plan. While communication is in fact addressed in other places in the plan, under navigation and access and accountability, this amendment bolsters the plan's prioritization of communication and ensures this cross-cutting area receives dedicated research focus. The Communication and Safety Working Group, which met several months ago, emphasized that communication access should not be stopped while evidence is absent, but also recognized the need for research to actively pursue critical issues and concerns related to communication. Public comment that we have all read have heavily emphasized two areas: the urgency for rigorous science to address treatment efficacy on all communication approaches and all types of communication challenges, and the importance of ensuring that everyone has the basic human right to communicate their own thoughts and choices. The addition of this domain will allow us to address these foundational research issues with rigorous research to determine which approaches work, for whom, under what circumstances, and with what outcomes. Tool development, validated outcome measures, and comparative efficacy will allow us to better meet the communication needs for all people with autism. The challenge for us all is how to expand access while establishing reliable evidence of effectiveness, independence, and appropriate safeguards for various communication methods.
I'm going to ask John to proceed, and then we can use the remaining time. I think we'll have to get back to this after the break as well. Okay.
Thanks. We got domain 11. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to give a brief introduction on domain 11 and the recommendations it puts forward. Can you hear me okay? A little closer? Sure. All right. Hope it's not too much. So my comments are informed by over a decade of working with academic researchers and private and public companies designing and funding autism clinical trials, as well as my perspective as a former medical venture capitalist. Domain 11 addresses a mismatch between how traditional drug trials are designed and evaluated and the biological reality of autism. Next slide, please. So despite decades of research, there are 0 FDA-approved treatments for the core symptoms of autism. Meanwhile, many medications are prescribed off-label, often on the basis of small studies with limited replication and widely used or thinly documented. I believe that many of the clinical trial failures in ASD are not due to ineffective treatments, but rather using the wrong trial designs and measurement tools. Next slide, please. As has become abundantly clear today in the comments, both from the public and from our members, autism is not a single biological condition. It is a heterogeneous, it's a behavioral diagnosis, not a single biological condition. Very different underlying biologies can produce children and adults who meet the clinical definition, and this has direct consequences for how drugs are evaluated. Traditionally, drugs and treatments are approved on how they affect the group as a whole. A drug works via one mechanism, may genuinely help individuals whose autism arises from that mechanism, but do little for the rest. In an all-comers trial, the benefit and the responders with the relevant mechanism can be diluted out by the non-responders at the group level, resulting in a failed trial. I've seen this time and again, but often what we see in clinical trials and autism clinical trials is that a trial helps some in the trial, often meaningfully, but fails to reach statistical significance at the group level, halting further trials. This is not a reason to dismiss such signals, it's a reason to evaluate them differently. The good news is there are trials designs that can deal with heterogeneous conditions. They just have not been applied to autism. Next slide, please. There are other challenges in identifying and approving safe and effective treatments for ASD. Next slide. Sorry, I wasn't looking. Were we on? Yeah, so this was the heterogeneous point. Basically, think of the different colors as different mechanisms. At the group level, no statistical significance. When you're looking, if you were able to somehow break the individuals in the trial out by mechanism, you might see a strong signal. So now next slide, sorry. There are other challenges that are, sorry for the small font here too. There's other challenges in developing safe and effective treatments for ASD. As previously mentioned, there's wide use of off-label drugs with signals of efficacy, but limited, incomplete, or unstructured data. Clinical trial endpoints are another pain point. Autism has very few validated clinical endpoints and no biomarkers to detect change quickly. So even when we suspect a drug is helping some people, it's difficult to confirm and cost more than it ideally should. Now, ideally, we could move away from our reliance on subjective, expensive behavioral endpoints and use biomarkers. However, at this time, there are no established biomarkers that can help us accelerate our trials like there are in other conditions. The net result of this is that many companies and large companies in biotech have largely abandoned trying to find treatments in autism. Next slide, please. So what Domain 11 recommends? Domain 11 proposes a coordinated federal response to accelerate the identification and approval of safe and effective treatments on 2 tracks. In the near term, to try to use the authority that already exists. Domain 11 asks FDA to designate autism as a priority area for drug repurposing per its recent request for information. And 2, to pursue label expansion for approved drugs with established safety profiles and a credible autism signal in the published literature. FDA has done this before in oncology, where the agency has reviewed published literature and older approved cancer drugs and updated their labels accordingly without waiting for a new trial. In the medium term, we need to enhance our tool set on how we evaluate treatments to better match the heterogeneous biology of ASD. We are recommending that FDA convene and lead a working group of internal and external experts to determine how existing enrichment, responder enrichment, adaptive, and other trial designs can be applied to autism's heterogeneity, as well as a parallel effort to improve endpoints and biomarkers appropriate for the condition that can ultimately lead to published guidance. I want to be clear what the domain is asking and what it's not. It's not telling the FDA how to design trials. It's asking the FDA to convene expertise to explore how existing trial design flexibilities can be applied to autism, identify approaches that may be needed,
additional approaches that may be needed, and signal in the interim where existing flexibilities may already apply. Additionally, it recommends for focused development of better objective endpoints and biomarkers that will allow for more accurate, efficient, and expeditious trials. I believe that if we do this, if we're successful in accomplishing these goals and the recommendations in this domain, we will rapidly accelerate the identification, approval of safe and effective treatments in the near term. We'll encourage investment and discovery in this area and give families and caregivers options where there are none. As the parent of a child with severe autism, I can tell you that that matters. One last slide, please. Thanks. So after I submitted this domain, I discovered a trial that's called an empiric responder enrichment trial. It's a mouthful, but it's really quite simple. And I think I'd like to show it to you as an example of the types of trials that already exist out there, but to my knowledge have never been applied to autism. So in this trial, we begin with all comers. ASD gets you in the trial. A treatment is applied, open label. Everybody knows who's getting it. We have responders. At that point, the people who didn't respond are dismissed, perhaps continue to be tracked, but we take the responders and then we split them. Some will continue to receive the drug, some get a placebo. Measuring what happens tells you, did you have a reliable subgroup responding without, and this is the most important part, without needing to know what the mechanism was, without needing to have the prospective biomarkers. What shocked me is in more than 10 years of doing autism trials with researchers and commercial companies, I've never once heard anybody bring this up. I discovered this on my own in an FDA document from March of 2019. So I was quite relieved that I wasn't trying to, and I'm not saying that this is the panacea. There's lots of situations where a trial like this would not work, but this is where we need expertise from FDA. I happen to have the FDA expert sitting next to me, as well as external experts, autism clinical trialists. This could transform autism. This can be applied to existing drugs. This can be applied to new drugs. And in that tiny little box, there's a bunch of drug names, which are hard to pronounce anyway. But there's examples of prior drugs that the FDA has approved either with new drugs or label expansion. So what Domain 11 is asking is that we come together, we identify the challenges within autism clinical trials, we develop a plan and try to communicate to people who, like myself, who did not know things like this exist. Thank you.
Okay, we're almost out of time. I think Laura Sweeney had her hand raised online. We'll take one comment and then we're going to have a break. I just, during the break, I'm going to ask if folks would be so kind to review some of the revision proposals packets, both the ones that we received earlier and then the most recent one, because a lot of them refer to domain 5, the housing domain, and I want to be able to sort of go through them. It would be helpful if people could just glance at them. But Laura Salini as a comment, and then we'll come back to this after the break.
Great, thank you. Judith, I just wanted to respond to what the language, the revised amendment. If you could probably help us very quickly, Judith. So one of our directives under the Autism Cares mandate is that we reduce duplication across the federal system. And so I want us to be conscientious not to have anything that it can be seen as duplicative efforts that can be seen as redundant in this plan. And so we do have, I would refer you to page 199 of the working draft for the life course domain 3. And in particular, page 200, where we do have some core objectives, current state of evidence around communication, methodology, testing, research. So I'm wondering if this amendment isn't duplicative, and I would be concerned about, having communication in the NAPD, and then also here in the life course domain where we do have it, and we do call for research, we do call for validation, we do call for precision health, we do call for examination of interventions, subgroups, conditions, durability, co-occurring conditions. It's quite comprehensive, so I wondered if we could just make sure that that's not duplicative.
No, I don't consider it duplicative at all. I saw the suggestion for the NAFTE was a research focused one, and I view the other issues are really in the autism.gov section, which to me really focuses on maybe navigation and administration and access. And I also don't think it's inappropriate to have something that we have heard so much from the community about communication being a big issue.
Sure.
In different ways. So no,
Yeah.
I did not see it as
okay. So because we were in such a hurry, you do 204 specifically, and I agree. I think research is very important. Under that, we do have initiative 5, which is precision-based research. Lead agency is NIH, and you guys would be, of course, a partner agency. That would be precision health studies within a given communication challenge, and that's described therein. So in addition, initiative 6, we also have assigned NIH and you guys as well. Initiative 7, also NIH research led with you guys as well and other relevant partners. So did you get a chance to read those in detail?
Well, yes. And I highlighted that NIDCD was noted in each one of those.
Yes. So I guess, and if you could just, indulge me for a second here. So when we do talk about that very detailed research that is conducted there with NIH and you guys and NIMH and NINS, how do you see that as being non-duplicative, or where are the gaps?
I think we were just trying to highlight communication in the NAFTE part of the report, as because the report is so long. I think people can maybe get a little lost or not realize that, oh, if you go all the way to 205, but you didn't see it. So
sure.
Okay.
Well, why don't we then, we could refer to it. What do you think about that? So it doesn't read as duplicative, Judith. We can certainly state, please see more in-depth research around communication in this section. How does that sound to you?
That sounds just fine.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Judith.
Okay, we are behind time. So our break was scheduled from 3:10 to 3:20. I'm going to ask everyone to keep it a 5-minute break. I'm sorry. And we'll resume at 3:20. Thank you. ask everyone to get started. I did want to take a few more minutes to go back to any comments or commentary about parts 3 and 4. And also, Dr. Cooper, I wanted to just clarify with you, given that the domain 3 communication in part 5 does have all of the research that we did together in our working group in that section. Would you be amenable to what Laura proposed in putting something into domain 4 that refers us to that section, or would you prefer to take a vote on your amendment at the end of the day?
I think the advantage to having it in part 4 in the NAFTA because there's dollars, there research, not so much in the other area. But if this is the best we can hope for, then I think the reference is what the group probably is going to want to go.
Okay, I'll give you some more time when we get to the voting section. You can just give us another yay or nay if you would like to vote on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just I want to give a few more minutes for discussion on parts 3 and 4 before we proceed with part 5 of the strategic plan.
I've got the slide share up.
All right, if there are no further comments on that section, we'll move on to part 5 of the draft strategic plan. Laura's going to give us an overview of autism.gov. Then we're going to present 3 domains, and including, we're going to be referring to those revisions documents. Particularly, there were a number of public comments related to the housing domain, and members had and really great suggestions from members of the public. So we wanted to make sure we review those for potential integration into the plan. Okay, Laura.
Sure. Part 5 addresses the point at which federal policy becomes usable or fails to become usable for individuals and families. The federal government has substantial autism-related information, programs, and responsibilities. What it has not had is one clear pathway connecting those resources across the life courses. Autism.gov is intended to provide that connective infrastructure, a single federal front door for navigation, access, and public accountability. Next slide. Sorry, next slide. Okay, great. Next slide. The underlying problem is straightforward. Federal programs are organized by agency, but people experience autism as a life course. The family may move from screening and diagnosis to early intervention, education, healthcare, employment, housing, caregiver support, and aging. Each transition can involve different federal agencies, state systems, eligibility rules, and points of entry. When those systems are not connected or visible, people encounter broken handoffs, delayed access, lost follow-up, and no clear route to the next level of support. Part 5 does not assume that a new service system is needed. It focuses on making existing authorities and infrastructure work together more effectively and easily accessible. Autism.gov provides the connective layer. Examples that exist right now are HIV.gov, Alzheimer's.gov, Cancer.gov, and the VA.gov. Someone should begin a practical question or concern around a young child. For example, difficulty obtaining a diagnosis, a need for respite, preparation for adulthood or transition, support during aging, and be guided towards agencies and programs most likely to help. That includes life stage navigation, state-by-state services map, visibility into diagnostic capacity, caregiver and transition resources, and guidance towards potentially relevant benefits. It also provides a public view of the strategic plan and what is being implemented. Next slide. Autism.gov is something that can make the system usable. It is a plain language source that makes everything quickly and easily accessible. I think one of the things all of us that are stakeholders can tell you is that we spend a tremendous amount of time trying to search out information, what kind of services are available to us, what kind of science is being conducted, are there clinical trials, where can we find doctors, where can we find services? And so the idea of an autism.gov is that it would be this one-stop place where we could provide this information to stakeholders throughout the lifespan. It would also be able to be accessible, multilingual, and with augmentative communication and assistive communication. And they could also keep reports about where research is in the process. We do not intend for this to replace agencies. Just like what we see with other .gov websites, they do not replace any programs, services, or what agencies do. They merely act as a portal, an organization, and an access for information. Next slide. Are we done? Essentially, we do think about this, that it would be a staggered approach. We understand that it takes time to build and develop these things. In the first 6 months, we recommend a governance charter. We recognize that it would require an interagency agreement. This would also be where the agencies can talk about what kind of information that can be contained there. For example, where there is access to current research, where there is access to current programs, something like, let's say, HRSA's LEND program, or where to find some of the Autism Centers of Excellence. In 12 months, we anticipate that there would be more development into life stage navigation, core agency pages would be available, and we would love to see initial state maps being attempted and to recruit state partners to help share their information. In 18 months, we hope that there's a benefits router, that diagnostic and caregiver resources are made available for our stakeholders to access information. Spanish and other language versions could be available. Then we could start to develop some initial metrics. By 24 months, we would love to see the full IACC dashboard incorporated, along with any kind of standardized state data we could access, and then start to begin quarterly public reporting so that we can fulfill our statutory obligation to be more responsive to the public stakeholders. And so ideally, down the road, it would create ease of access as well as progress with complete transparency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Laura. We're going to review 3 of the life course domains contained in section 5. The first is timely and equitable diagnosis. Lisa.
Thank you, everyone, for your thoughtful comments and presentations. This is a very important topic. Next slide. There's 2,600 comments, and Michael Napoli in today's morning comments hit the nail on the head. I argue that this is probably higher because new parents don't even know that IACC exists. So we really have a lot of work to do, and my target is the green box outcomes. Next slide. The goal is to shorten time to make certain that the first concern identified red flags to diagnosis and medical evaluation and services. We want to make sure people receive an accurate diagnosis and the appropriate follow-up. It's very evident in the comments. Next slide. The federal system cannot measure the diagnostic bottleneck. Only about half the kids with autism are being evaluated by age 3, and the median age of diagnosis is 4. The delays come with long wait lists, clinical or clinician work capacity shortages, payer reimbursement issues, geographic barriers, and referral systems that are not streamlined. Pediatricians are not equipped for chronic and complex health and mental health challenges in children. They often must refer. Next slide. Diagnosis must open clinically as an inquiry, not close it. An autism diagnosis should not cause clinicians to overlook underlying and co-occurring issues like the issues we've talked, pain, seizures, regression, gastro, allergies, sleep, and other medical concerns, including seizures. Overlooking these issues can often lead to missed opportunities for care and symptom reduction. Clinicians should adapt the medical review for patients who have difficulty communicating and quickly refer complex, uncertain, and complicated cases for further specialty evaluation. Next slide. 4 federal actions can really improve the system. CMS should address payment coverage, EPT, SDT barriers, HRSA, AHRQ, I'm really bad at acronyms, guys, should train and support pediatricians and other primary clinicians, expanding access in underserved communities. Let's track whether people can complete the pathway and carefully evaluate new criteria. Telehealth opportunities through LEND and classic training can assist in expanding diagnostic workforce capabilities. Next slide. Implementation will happen in stages. During the first year, agencies should develop payment guidelines, clinical protocols, training standards, and common measures. Training and implementation should be underway by the second year, with agencies reporting with measurable results by the third year. Next slide. What does success look like? Pediatricians and primary care clinicians should be able to diagnose clear and straightforward cases and immediately refer patients and people for services, creating an expedited timeline for diagnostics. This also alleviates the long wait periods and concern for patients, which can feel like a dead zone for patients and for parents. Specialists should be available for medically complex and uncertain cases, while the entire system is measured on how efficiently and accurately people receive a diagnosis and medical follow-up and services. And I want to leave you with one quote that just really captures it. Neri Curie, a mother of a 7-year-old, said it perfectly. I fought for years just to obtain an official diagnosis and a proper services for my son. 4 years is an enormous wait time in the development of a child. We have to make things different so we can open up access to care. They shouldn't wait 4 years, and there are some comments with much longer wait times, and we have to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. There's a potential revision to this section, but we'll address that afterwards. Communication access, Elizabeth Bonker has presented and Aiden.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Bonker, Executive Director of Communication for All and a non-speaker who types to communicate. I would like to take a few minutes to discuss why the communication domain is groundbreaking. There are millions of non-speakers who suffer in silence. Less than 1% have been taught to type as Caden Larson and I do. With this domain, IACC is telling families with non-speakers, we see you, and we want to hear your children. This domain has 7 priorities for communication access. My comments will give a high-level overview of the recommendations and why they are important to non-speakers. I would like to thank the federal members on the Communication and Safety Working Group who work collaboratively with public members in 3 meetings and review of this domain. 1. Protection of established communication access. This priority is vitally important because it protects methods already in use, including communication partners. The federal standard for disability accommodation is individual assessment, not categorical denials. We need to continue to conduct research and collect experience-based evidence. Non-speakers from across the country are being denied access to communication. Imagine living in a group home where they won't let you use your communication device. This has got to stop. 2. Improve communication and access to services. Families deserve choices. Qualified professionals can show families the full range of options, including occupational therapy, speech therapy, and text-based methods. Occupational therapists understand our motor and sensory issues. They are trained to help us overcome our apraxia and regulation issues. With calmer bodies, we can learn to communicate and participate in daily life with our friends and families. 3. Differential assessment and referral pathways. We need clinicians to look deeper. Assessments should include motor, sensory, pain, seizures, and medication. Improving communication can dramatically impact medical care and navigation of service systems. This priority is about overshadowing. I was that 12-year-old child, screaming and smashing my knee into my face every 40 seconds. I heard the neurologist tell my parents that it was, quote, just my autism. Thank God, they didn't believe him. We must do better for families. 4. Common data elements and motor minimized assessments. Research will be translated into interventions with a common language. This priority also calls for outcome measures to be meaningful and related to quality of life. Assessments need to account for motor issues to accurately assess our capabilities. When I was given an IQ test and asked to touch red, I knew which card was red, but I could not get one to touch it. The result that I had an intellectual disability, not a motor disorder. Non-speakers experience a constant bombardment of trauma because the world does not presume competence. People talk about us, not to us. It was only after my body was trained to overcome my apraxia that I could show my cognitive ability. 5. Precision research will help us understand how to improve communication access beyond requesting wants and needs. Full communication of thoughts and feelings should be available across settings for inclusive living. Research priorities include scaffolding and fading supports, and co-occurring conditions. These factors greatly affect our ability to learn to communicate. We need to raise expectations for what non-speakers are capable of, just as we have for the blind and deaf. 6. Motor communication interface and dyadic development. Non-speakers have sensory and motor differences that affect communication. This research would determine if motor barriers lead to underestimation of our cognitive abilities. We need to investigate dyadic co-regulation between the typer and communication partner to maximize effectiveness of communication training. Thousands of typers have reported that the calming presence of a communication partner helps us to communicate. We need to better understand why, to help others. 7. Leveraging emerging technology across the clinical knowledge more efficiently than one-finger typing, and technologies for diagnostic assessments may help us understand our motor challenges. We want to know why our bodies let us smile when we're happy, but contort our faces when we are asked to smile for a photo. Our work is urgent because millions of non-speakers suffer in silence. These priorities will help free them, and on their behalf, I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Caden.
Hello.
When I meet someone who's not feeling well, you have to ask them kind of yes or no questions first to make sure that they're able to communicate. And he was clearly able to do that. I'm open to any way to communicate as long as we are feeling really clear about what the plan is.
Has communication helped?
Communication absolutely saved his life.
Good afternoon. I would like to address the issues of public comments around typing to communicate. There seems to be some individuals that feel we need to prove our communication is legitimate. I find this offensive and insulting and would like to address this with proof. In 2022, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. My chemotherapy was measured not by weight, but if my hands and feet were numb. My communication partner, who was my mom, could not answer for me or message pass. I also had an infection that caused pain but no fever. Had I not been able to report that pain, my infection would have spread and I would have died. My oncologist is on film stating communication saved my life. Please stop doubting us and start supporting non-speakers who use this method and help others to have access. It literally saved my life. We were just able to download a very short clip of my own oncologist for this discussion from a longer film about my cancer journey. We are going to try to play it. Thank you.
Thank you, Caden. And now we're going to address the Domain 5 housing supply. This topic received an extraordinary number of public comments and also resulted in a number of really important improvements to the current draft. So we're going to try to go through those as efficiently as possible. Lisa Wiederlight, start us off. Thank you.
Thank you. As a mother of a social and bright 26-year-old young man who is profoundly affected by autism, who has been on a housing waiting list for about 3 years now, and someone who served multiple years as the chair of the Housing and Community Integration Committee of the Maryland Autism Stakeholder Group on Autism-Related Needs, worked for the National Center for Seniors Housing Research and National Housing Quality Program, I know how dire a situation our community is in and how important the draft IACC Strategic Plan's housing and supported living domain is for our families. It is an honor to have the opportunity to review this section with you. Starting with slide 1, this section treats housing, supported living, and caregiver succession as one connected federal challenge. For adults with autism who cannot live independently, stable housing is often the platform that allows healthcare, daily support, safety, relationships, employment, and community participation to work together. But housing alone is not the outcome. The plan is ultimately concerned with stability, safety, autonomy, participation, health access, appropriate support, and quality of life. Support needs vary widely, from limited assistance to daily support, overnight supervision, nursing, behavioral support, or continuous care. The most urgent capacity problem is for adults with the highest support and supervision needs, particularly as family caregivers age. Slide 2. The core problem is that eligibility on paper does not necessarily result in an actual physical place to live that is accessible and appropriate for the individual's needs. There's a supply problem. Families cannot choose among options that do not exist. There's a workforce problem. Direct support professionals, or DSPs, are the practical constraint on residential capacity. There's regulatory uncertainty. Developers may invest substantial time and money without knowing how a proposed model will be evaluated under HCBS requirements. And there is caregiver succession too. Too often, the system responds only after an aging caregiver can no longer continue. Medicaid HCBS primarily finances, supports, and services. It generally does not create housing, capital, rental assistance, or room and board funding. Service eligibility, therefore, does not necessarily produce an available, appropriate home. Slide 3. The plan responds through 5 initiatives. First, the federal housing and supported living agenda can begin through existing HHS and interagency mechanisms at 12 months without creating a new federal program or authority, and be published within a 12 to 18-month implementation window. Second, clearer guidance should evaluate community integration through actual operating conditions and outcomes, including choice, participation, autonomy, rights, and access to the broader community rather than physical configuration alone. The plan also proposes a voluntary, expressly non-final pre-development consultation process, so likely compliance issues can be identified before major capital is committed without creating a safe harbor. Third, CMS retains responsibility for Medicaid and HCBS policy. ACL, ACF, SSA, and HUD participate within their respective authorities, with HUD limited to housing-related transition and caregiver succession planning, supportive housing expertise, housing resource coordination, and residential readiness tools. Fourth, the plan calls for a stronger DSP workforce through training, career pathways, compensation, supervision, retention, and safety standards. Fifth, subject to available congressional appropriations, it calls for building and comparing multiple supported living models across rural, suburban, and urban settings. The objective is durable residential capacity and comparable evidence, not isolated demonstration projects. Slide 4. These are the adjustments and additional language developed through federal partner review and public comments and integrated into the proposed Domain 5 redline for committee consideration. They include the voluntary pre-development process, measurement of services authorized versus services actually delivered, inclusion of established family developed models, clear separation of housing capital, recurring property support, and service financing, and evaluation of existing, stalled, or unsuccessful projects so the federal government learns both what works and what prevents development. The additional language also strengthens residential safety. It addresses DSP training and supervision, sensory and nighttime conditions, transportation and transfers of responsibility, sentinel event review, independent investigation, protected reporting, aggregate incident data, and safeguards against individuals with substantiated abuse or neglect findings moving between providers. It also asks federal partners to explore options for enabling an adult with autism to remain safely in the existing family residence after a caregiver death or incapacity when that is consistent with informed choice, the person-centered plan, and sustainable housing and support arrangements. Throughout, evaluation remains model neutral and person-centered. The question is which models work, for whom, under what support conditions, with what financing, workforce, rights protections, health and safety outcomes, and long-term sustainability. The bottom line is the autism population is broad and heterogeneous. Housing options should reflect its diversity of needs, support levels, and preferences. Slide 5, please. These references support the housing need, workforce, caregiver succession, living arrangement, and community integration issues summarized here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to turn our attention to the document proposed revisions for committee consideration, version 2. On that document, it is page 9, and that is a revision to the domain 1, which Lisa Ackerman presented. John Rojakis, this was your suggestion, so if you could take us through it, thank you.
Sure, it kind of picks up where Lisa's left off. So this edit really began with a question, which is, how do we make whole genome sequencing part of the diagnostic workup following an ASD diagnosis? It may be surprising that for a field that so heavily focuses on genetics, whole genome sequencing is not a routine part of the workup. And yes, even though the diagnostic yield is presently low, maybe 20%, when you find something, a family now has a direction that can go, an ability to talk to their doctor and find a specialist, a relevant specialist, the ability to connect with rare disease groups for pursuing answers. When you get a positive hit, it transforms a dead end into a path forward. So when I asked this question, I learned that we, the IACC, or even the federal government can't prescribe a standard of care. That's typically done by the relevant medical organizations, which in this case are ACMG or AAP. And then the reimbursement is run at the state level by Medicaid or the private payers. But we can encourage, and that's what this language attempts to do. I can understand historical resistance to whole genome sequencing based on cost. When we got our diagnosis, whole sequence WGS was $25,000 event. Now it can be done for $1,000 to $2,000, maybe less, with financial assistance for families provided by many providers. That's what a full blood workup can cost, or an MRI, for a life-changing bit of information. So this is the best attempt to encourage, and I extend the encouragement to the medical organizations, make WGS a part of the etiological workup following an ASD diagnosis. Thank you.
Thank you. Trying to decide if we should go through the proposed revisions or if we want to just discuss that revision on its own. Okay. Any thoughts, any objections to that? Support? Oh, Laura, sorry.
I move we adopt. I think it's a great addition.
I was going to say the same.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to move on then. So the next item for revision addition in the plan concerns life course domain 5. That's on page 11 of that same proposed revisions packet. Sorry, page 10. And what that proposes is to for CMS to potentially develop a pre-development consultation for either states or individual developers who are looking to create supported housing models, intentional communities. One of the things that we've encountered in the public comments, particularly from housing experts, Kathy Boyle is one from Massachusetts. The ARC of Massachusetts, I believe, also brought this up in their comments, is that developers feel hesitant to move forward because of concern about running into later issues with the the CMS settings rule. So this wouldn't be binding, but it would provide developers or states the ability to consult with CMS. I'm just going to go through them, then we can discuss them all at once then. The next one is a DSP workforce and provider capacity addition to Initiative 4, which focuses on professionalization of the DSP workforce. Would include workforce standards for recognizing and reporting abuse, neglect, and unsafe staffing. Basically creating sort of good faith reporting mechanism protections for DSPs. And also, and this came up in a number of different comments, creating measurement capacities that not only measure services authorized, but services delivered, which again was in the comments over and over again. The next revision pertains to the section on demonstration projects. Again, I'm going to just remind everyone that this is all pending appropriations and agency development, and but the item for the strategic plan is that in addition to the demonstration projects or demonstration models that are already noted in the plan, that family developed initiatives also be included. That's on page 12. And then on page 13, distinguishing capital, operating, and service financing. The addition would be to, within financing domains, data collection should distinguish among acquisition, construction, and rehabilitation capital, rental assistance and recurrence property operating support, service financing to the extent reasonably available, and should document the use of or attempted use of or unavailability of tenant-based housing choice vouchers, including mainstream and existing med vouchers, project-based vouchers, project-based rental assistance, Section 811 project rental assistance, low-income housing tax credit, and tax-exempt bond. I'm going to let you all read it, but it's essentially around trying to get more data about financing roadblocks, what financing models are working, and which programs are working and leading to not only availability on paper, but stable procurement and development of places to live. And then the other addition was in the original version of the strategic plan, we had proposed a series of demonstration projects, but that obviously would depend on appropriations. A smaller ask would actually be, and again, this came directly from a comment, would be to evaluate projects that are already established. There are a number of housing models established throughout the country. And so if appropriations were not available for demonstration projects, but smaller appropriations were available to study the models that already exist, that could be one option. And with respect to the demonstration projects, another element that is not currently in the strategic plan, but that Lisa mentioned in her presentation, was to preserve model neutral, person-centered evaluations. So really evaluating the individual and whether the individual is benefiting from the particular model and not just potentially arbitrary factors that might be kind of conflated with the setting rule. For example, in Massachusetts, there are some occasions where group homes cannot be built within a certain distance of each other because there is a concern that that would somehow not be compliant with the settings rule. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. And then again, through another public comment, was the prevention of avoidable loss of housing benefits through accessible administration. And basically the idea is that benefits renewal is a very arduous process. And for those who may have executive functioning difficulties or processing difficulties, this revision really asks HUD and CMS, SSA and ACL, acting both independently and jointly, to really evaluate the paperwork pipeline and see how it can be adapted for individuals with autism. And that came up in the terms of preventing avoidable loss of housing and benefits, because these renewal processes can be very arduous for everyone, really. Okay. Page 25, a secondary technical benefits continuity measure. Benefits continuity measure, renewal or recertification completion, procedural termination, correction of missing or incomplete documentation, reinstatement following a procedural termination, and avoidable interruption of housing. Basically, just creating not only review of paperwork, but procedures if people miss deadlines that can be more accommodating. Okay, I think I'm going to let someone else, Laura, I think you maybe, I can't remember who proposed this, but on page 26 of 26, actually, I'll just read it since it's here. So this would apply to domain 1, timely, equitable, and technology-enabled diagnosis. And basically, it responds to that in the medical setting, particularly for people with very high support needs or behavioral dysregulation or sensory dysregulation, that there needs to be specific accommodations in order to achieve necessary medical care. So for example, sedation during dentistry or neuroimaging that would require sedation. I know some hospitals have this in place, but there are often waiting lists for that accommodation. And this is really saying that we need procedural accommodations, potentially sedation or anesthesia, in order to address barriers to necessary diagnostic procedures. I think that's it for that one. All right, and then I'm going to turn your attention to, this was just distributed the other day. It also concerns life course domain 5. And again, responding directly to a public comment at the beginning of domain 5, where it outlines a statement of need. There was the suggestion to add the sentence, chronic direct support staff vacancies, turnover, inadequate training, and insufficient supervision are not only capacity problems, they are resident safety risks that can contribute to missed medical needs, medication errors, wandering, abuse, or neglect, preventable injury, caregiver crisis, and avoidable hospitalization or residential displacement. The core objective would reflect that. And then again, responding directly to for enabling an autistic adult to remain safely in an existing family residence following the death or incapacity of a caregiver when remaining in the home is consistent with the individual's informed choice and person-centered plan and can be sustainably supported. This exploration should consider property succession and occupancy arrangements, ongoing housing and maintenance costs, benefits and financing, accessibility needs, etc. Again, I think we recognize that this is, maybe a very long way from appropriation and implementation, but we just wanted to create a framework that addressed all the needs that were present in the comments. And then the last one here, I think, yes, on page, I don't even know what page it is, but this is with respect to demonstration projects. An additional sentence, the demonstration should use a common evaluation framework and compatible measures across sites so that findings can be compared, synthesized, and used to identify which housing and support models are replicable for which support profiles and under what financing, workforce, regulatory, and community conditions, basically creating some common data elements to evaluate different housing projects. Okay, I'm going to stop talking and open it up to the floor. Tracy Sletovitz.
So I'd like to go back a little bit further where we were discussing the lack of diagnostic criteria and pediatricians not really knowing what to ask for. It took me 2.5 years, and this was 20 years ago, to figure out what was wrong with my son after his regression. And my pediatrician only knowing to look at me and say that's normal. And 5-minute visits don't do that. So that system is definitely broken, and I feel that that is super important to be implemented to this strategic plan. I also agree that there is a real need for adults with autism who are aging out of services. I hear from parents every day, and it breaks my heart when I hear from a mom who says, I have, profound children with autism. I have no support, I have no care, and I have no services from the state. That breaks my heart, and there's nothing I can do. So that definitely needs to be addressed. The housing issue, individuals aging out of care, services, respite, these parents are at their wits' end. We need to do something. Thank you.
Who does? Oh, Laura Slaney, sorry.
I just wanted to follow up. I know we didn't cover every section of this domain in depth, but piggybacking on what Tracy just brought up, one of the things that I think I've witnessed over the many years as an advocate is the need for emergency respite. And I was really happy that we were able to include that in this proposal, as well as the mental health issues to be addressed. Depression, access to mental health care. Someone may have autism, but they can also suffer from depression. And so I think these things are very important, and I'm very happy to see them included in the plan, and I hope that we're able to get this done. Thank you.
Dr. Robertson.
Thank you. I know we were talking about some of the other focuses, but I just wanted to point out in terms of the context for us regard to the employment area, although the independent living area also addresses us. Some of the concerns we have are sort of kind of related, that if you understand in terms of the backdrop for us, the Office of Disability Employment Policy is a really small agency. I'm not sure many of you all know that we only have like a $33 million budget for the entire agency. And we don't necessarily have the ability to obligate things completely on the part of the entire department. We, for instance, sit on the committee representing for this and other spaces because it's disability focuses, but it's kind of complex for us in that space. So I just wanted folks to understand that in some cases the concerns are budgetary related. Like there are issues that are raised in here that resonate, right? And in some cases we're already doing some of these things with like our RAS project and some follow-up activities we're working on, but partly because of budgetary limitations and some priorities that we've been handed for, from the entire department priorities and administration priorities create some challenges for us. And so I sent an email to you and Beth last month, and I noted that the tasks included in the draft strategic plan, and this came from our leadership, I did not, I wrote this in collaboration with them, would require substantial resources beyond those already obligated for ODEP's administration priority activities. ODEP is currently leading several initiatives that improve training, increase jobs, and ensure that all disabled Americans, including autistic Americans, can achieve economic mobility and thrive in the president's golden age. In line with congressional appropriations and budgetary requirements, ODEP will continue to support expanded opportunities for autistic workers, job seekers, and employers with an interest in hiring and recruiting people with disabilities. And we look forward to collaborating on IACC activities in the future and to participating in all these meetings of the IACC and the Working Group for Life Course Support. So I just wanted folks to understand that on the context. It's not necessarily that we disagree on issues, and in some cases we've abstained because of the fact of these kind of complexities for us in terms of how the tasks are and where things look like budget-wise, and often in some cases policy-wise. When the administration says do this, this, that, we have to do it, right? Like we're in line, and for good reason, right? Like those are the priorities of the government. And so I just wanted folks to understand that it's not like we're like, oh, we don't want to see better enhanced things for, we're clearly showing that with our RAS project and follow-up exploration of things that we do want to see great activities for folks, but there are just sometimes challenges in this space. Just as the last thing before you throw it back to others, I don't know if there's also a space, there was a request from our leadership if there are possibilities after here for some for some potential changes. I know you already had revisions here. In the past, often what the committee has done is when it's approved, for instance, the plan is approved it with the ability to maybe have, like not wholesale, like not like, oh my gosh, this plan is suddenly going from 300 pages to 100 or something, but just the ability to be somewhat flexible in the spirit of the collaboration, et cetera. And I don't want to speak for other agencies, but I've gotten the sense that, that some other agencies may potentially want to share potential changes. Again, not like to throw it, but like just maybe some adjustments on things. So I asked for the potentiality to have some flexibility on that collaborative spirit, which would be helpful for our leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robertson. We definitely understand and recognize the fiscal limitations inherent in this document, and we just remind all of our federal partners that these are only recommendations. They are not binding. They present a translation of community concerns for agency consideration. And I guess I'll open it up to maybe other members regarding further revisions at this juncture. Dr. Johnson.
Follow up on Scott's comment, because I think he and I and probably other federal members of this committee have probably been thinking and wondering the same things in terms of the comprehensiveness of the strategic plan, and there being a lot of good things in here that I don't think there's necessarily concern or disagreement with, but more concern about the execution. And in some of it, there is places where you do give some suggestions for funding that would be needed to implement a certain activity. I was wondering if in any of the deliberations that you all had, whether there was any discussion about within those funding amounts, sort of the resources that would need to be brought into federal agencies to be able to complete some of this work. So the additional, whether it's staffing or other, I think it's in there a little bit, but I'm just wondering again if there is anything specific that was discussed that did take into consideration if, while these are recommendations, if they were recommendations that we were to act upon, and we would need additional staffing resources, as an example, to implement them. Is that part of the figure that's been suggested?
Yeah, I'm going to let Laura address that in the next section because I think it's outlined in section 6. But again, these are all voluntary recommendations. They would depend on appropriations, and agencies would be free to implement however they would see fit. And I imagine including with new hiring. Yeah.
Well, and one of the reasons I bring it up is because in the budget process, we don't necessarily have the ability or the authority to make those kinds of requests in budget process. So again, that's why I bring it up. If it is identified as a need, that certainly would help support something being adopted through the appropriations process.
To it too, I think something that occurred to me too that may be helpful to illuminate for folks is that, and more so for us than the HSS agencies, we're not funded under the CARES Act. So the non-HSS agencies generally are not in many cases. Our REIS project, for instance, came out of a request from Senate and House Appropriations several years ago in FY21. And we were able to find the funds to be able to do it. So I just want folks to understand and be like, oh, you'll just pull $20 million from CARES. We're not in there, right? We're not. Now, maybe that could change in the future when they go through the motions again in 2029 or, but at least for historically, we've not been in there. So it's had to come out of general funds. So I just want folks to understand that additional complexity. And I don't know if that's, I defer for ACL and other agencies, HSS, that may not be as funded through the CARES Act. But I just wanted, that might have been a confusing context for some folks, because I know a lot of the other agencies here are funded with, again, more than $300 million through that's authorized through the CARES Act. And that's, I think, been a historical limitation for a lot of the sort of life course related agencies, again, like us, HUD, et cetera, that are not, as I say, emphasized for that sort of services, supports kind of thing, and it is not explicitly emphasized in the CARES Act, and has not been historically. It's never, we've never been in the law as anything other than serving on the committee.
Thank you. I think there are a number of people waiting. Dr. Marvin.
Thank you. I first of all appreciate all the work that's been going on with all this work here. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to address a couple of things. There's the feeling that, well, the belief that the SSA has something to do with housing, and has come up a few issues. All SSA does is provide the monthly payments, and if the parent chooses to put in a group home, it's my understanding that often the group home will request that the transfer of a rep payee be to the home, and then the SSA is advised of that, and then we follow the instructions. And that's really the only association SSA has with housing. And I just wanted to add one other item, is relating to, there were a couple of questions, issues relating to applying for benefits, and I just wanted to address that we had a recent SSA press release on July 24th, and we had significant service improvements for the SSI program under the leadership of our Commissioner Bisignano. And two of those significant improvements were streamlining SSI policy instructions for increased transparency, and working closely with recipients and their representatives to promote understanding of the SSI program and maintain trust placed in the agency. So also Commissioner Bisignano, for the first time, named a lead executive and established the SSI Improvement Office to transform the service we provide to SSI recipients, and so we can make the program as good as possible. And we'll be able to, I look forward to communicating any comments about SSI to that team. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marvin. Dr. Adams.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on one of the points about sort of expectations for federal agencies, but it sounded to me like you would prefer to defer that to the next section. Is that right? I'm happy to defer my comment.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. We have Michelle Campbell, and then we're going to go to the next section and circle back to these issues.
Thank you. I would just, I'm a member of many interagency committees like this. One thing that has worked really well, and when I'm hearing what I'm hearing between the lines from my federal partners here, is that we often have an opportunity to actually talk about what the things we are doing and what is ongoing. Because as John learned, he didn't know some of the things that are already ongoing at FDA. In ways we can actually apply things that can work in the autism space. And so I would encourage for a future meeting to let your federal partners be able to present things that, you know, as it's kind of been nice before the draft had been made, but how with this draft as it's going forward, what are already some existing things as we get into a budget thing, if we have to implement something without the appropriations there to do it, what are we actually doing right now to address some of these things that you have drafted and taken into account from your public comments?
Thank you. Laura Salini.
Okay, we're going to touch on part 6, which is going to, I believe, address a lot of the discussion that our federal partners have brought up. And just to respond very quickly, in this process, of course, we did actually request some information from federal partners as we embarked on this journey in working groups and other things. And so if you were someone who was not in a working group and you were a federal member, I would highly encourage you to, as we proceed forward from now on, to join our working groups. And we were really excited and grateful for those who did. In addition, I want to say that we had some federal members who were just absolutely tremendous. In particular, I'm going to call out Margaret Bush and Ashley Stoltz from HRSA, who really took the time to dig in and give us some incredible feedback. Allison, you did as well. Thank you so much. So we had, and I know there's others I'm forgetting. So I do think that this strategic plan has had a lot of federal input, and our federal partners have really engaged and helped us along the way. So thank you. But to your point and your concerns, they're well-founded, and we understand that. We understand that this is a very ambitious plan, but having said that, it is just a plan, and this is just the starting point. These are only recommendations. What we can do here is, we are not an operating agency. We do not make binding decisions. This is not like legislation. These are not laws. These are not mandates. This isn't like when you do rules or regulations and when you adopt them. Our role is to act as this advisory body to Congress and the federal government, and to be a liaison from public stakeholders to tell you what they need. And so to help you conduct and make sure that what we do in federal systems actually serves their needs and makes us more efficient and more coordinated in our efforts across the system. So part 6 really speaks to how are we doing that in the most effective manner. And so we recognize that as we engage in this very ambitious process, that there will be budget constraints, there will be staffing constraints, there will be things that we will need to figure out along the way. We anticipated those. And so one of the things that I want to stress is that since our April recommendations, there have been some meetings, as Diana has touched upon at the beginning of this, with the Secretary and other federal partners. And these meetings have engaged at leadership levels in which they are those people that can make those type of budgetary decisions or requests. And it has been quite productive and exciting. And so for those of you who have not been aware of those, we want to let you know that those opportunities can exist, that we will be here with you every step of the way to help support you as you identify, obstacles to getting things implemented. But at the end of the day, for our listening public, I will stress, if this plan is passed here today, it is only a set of recommendations. It is only our ability to communicate to our federal partners, our federal leadership, and to Congress what our community needs. These are our ideas. This is the roadmap, but it is only that. It is just the beginning. Nothing we do here today is binding. Nothing we do here is implementation stage. This is only the stage where we begin to ask, where we begin to plan, where we begin to work together, and we hopefully develop something that is more responsive so that finally those years of public comments that we have had begin to come back to us and say, now I'm getting the help I need. So to our federal partners, we hear you, we understand, we recognize that, and we want you to know that your concerns are not unheard and they are taken in. And really quickly, I just want to touch on something that Judith offered earlier around the communication piece. And I heard what you said, and I want you to know that I took it into consideration, as I'm sure everyone else did here. You brought up that communication research needs to have a budgetary item, and that was the reason maybe to move it over to NAPD. I agree, and I think that is an important distinction. So I would like to propose that we suggest an additional budget, because we do direct NIH to do some of that research as the lead agency. Our role under the CARES Act is to influence the NIH budgeting process. And so I would like to propose $12 million that we add to our total for that domain specifically, so that that research can be conducted. So thank you. If there's any questions, but I hope we put you to rest to let you know we understand, we hear your concerns, and we're here to support you.
Okay, so for the portion of where we're going to do committee action and next steps and proceed with voting, but I just want to open it up for any last minute comments or proposals. Laura, that additional 12 million funding will become part of our voting process. Tracy.
In regards to budget constraints and funding, I would like to make it very clear that due to the lack of research on vaccinations and the fact that there's never been a double-blind placebo trial clinical study on vaccinations, my son regressed into a state of autism, and my story is the same story of many others, 30 to 40% of us. So I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on care for my son to get him where he is today, and I know many other family members have done so also. So that should not be on the families. That should be on the federal government. That is not on us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. We're going to move to the voting portion. So if everyone can open up, do I have a motion to vote? We're going to vote first on, yeah. Okay, sorry, Dr. Adams. Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to make the comment that I deferred from the earlier session. I'm sorry. Which is just, I do appreciate absolutely Laura's comments, and I absolutely appreciate the efforts to ensure that the budget capacity is aligned with many of the components of the plan. I wanted just to acknowledge two things. One was that there is a lot of really important infrastructure that is suggested in the plan that is separate from the budget section. That infrastructure, I think, is critical to a lot of the accountability initiatives that you are trying to achieve and coordination efforts. But things including the autism.gov website, et cetera, will require not just budget, but the people and expertise to manage them. That could be extremely challenging. And I just wanted to acknowledge that up front. And I just wanted to share many of the areas where NIH is asked to take an important role, we are put there in partnership with AHRQ, which makes sense because we have very complementary missions. But at the moment, AHRQ is very much in a rebuilding phase following HHS restructuring, and it could be that has an impact in the ability to implement or meet any of the deadline or guidelines or goals in the plan. I just wanted to acknowledge that up front and think through how we could consider that when you are thinking through implementation of some of these recommendations.
Thank you. And again, I'm just going to echo Laura's sentiments that we are in any way, but we're not, we're only special government employees and we're not part of the federal system, but we are happy to be a resource going forward with respect to implementation. And I think, as public members, we are also, I think, fully intent on helping to get more resources to the federal government to address the autism crisis. And I know that as public members, we are free to do that. And I think our community will be energized to do that as well by the adoption of this plan, should we do that today. I know that as public members, okay, I'm going to ask everyone to turn on their Zoom protocols for the adoption of this. The voting plan, should we do that today?
I know that
yes,
I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to ask
Are we ready to move into voting? Can I just make a quick comment?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so we all know that we've gotten thousands and thousands of people who took the time to send us their thoughts about the strategic plan, their lives, and their needs. We've heard about that today. Many of these comments were only shared with the committee a few days ago. We need to be able to assure our various communities that we heard them, we considered them, and we're doing our best to respond. That is not being felt. Yesterday, 13 autism organizations and advocacy groups, and we all know these groups, they're dedicated and committed. They signed a letter recommending that a vote on the plan should occur only after we finish reviewing the input and incorporation into a final document. They express deep concerns that the IACC is shutting the community out of important decisions. Thus, I think a bit more time before voting makes great sense to consider all the written comments, not just the AI summaries, and including oral comments and the revisions that we talked about today. Thank you.
Dr. Robertson, and then I'm going to respond in my personal, as a member.
And also in regard to the AI summaries, as a person with a PhD in information sciences and technology, that is my bailiwick. AI has major limitations, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I'm a little bit concerned earlier in the day that was the response. Oh, you have limited time to read them, just use the AI tool. Like, that's not what it's there for. It's supposed to be complementary, not a replacement for the human ability to read at the pace that makes sense to folks. And I did want to elaborate on that statement that came out. It was not just a single autism organization, right? I mean, the Profound Autism Alliance is in there and many other organizations from different sectors of the space that seemed all unified, from what I could tell, on concerns, legitimate concerns, on whether some people humanly, and there are people humanly on this committee who just did not, because of family reasons, because of other things kind of going on, not because we didn't want to, but because there were life challenges in being able to process through all these. And I want to just especially note on that this is unprecedented from my experience. I was a public member and I've been on here in terms of as an alternate rep for us federal, and I can't remember ever prior to like adoption of strategic plan, 13 autism and significant disability organizations coming out and saying, please don't rush through this kind of a thing. We're concerned about our input being fully thought through for something.
Okay, I'm going to just give other people a chance to respond also, including myself. I'm going to be very clear in my personal opinion here. This plan responds to 2 decades of public comments that did not receive adequate attention, whose issues did not receive adequate attention in prior strategic plans. We saw that over and over and over again in every single public comment. And I'm just going to also push back on the suggestion that the AI analysis replaced a read of the comments. I read through thousands of comments and was sobbing during many of them because they reflected the challenges that I've seen clinically and in my own life. This committee is focused on urgency and action, and different people have different priorities. Those agencies were well represented. Some of those agencies who made that statement were well represented on this committee for 2 decades, where there was no response to public comments. We considered public comments more than ever in the history of this committee. This plan was built on 2 decades of prior comments, including the 2024 RFI, from a plan that was never released and never made available to the public. And I, as chair, I'm moving to act. And I am going to leave it to just a few other comments, and then we're going to move on. Honey.
Thank you, Sylvia. That is like, I couldn't have said it better, but I want to ask that you respectfully learn who you're speaking to. We represent a vast majority of the community. It's those comments, I probably knew a third of the people. For 20 years, I did parent support for the National Autism Association. I work alongside Lisa Ackerman. I myself am a parent with a lived experience. I speak on behalf of my children as well. So I just want to make sure, and I apologize if I offended you with the AI. I had to use it because it was too emotional, but I'm just saying that we are crystals with National Autism Association. I mean, we're all on this committee for a reason. I just ask you respect what we bring here to the table.
Yeah, I since I was invoked on that, I'd like to respond just briefly. The reason I had concerns is, and I'm going to invoke the law here, the Rehabilitation Act, Section 504 requires that equal access for folks. And Section 501 is me having equal access as an employee. I don't think, given the significant challenges I have with my autism, I had equal access. And believe me, I've participated in many spheres on these. I participate on other committees. And I try my best, kind of a thing. I have cognitive related limitations. That doesn't mean that I'm not fit to be supporting here. It doesn't mean I have the expertise, but like, I don't have the ability to split myself into 5 different people to go and like process through these things, or like completely turn off sleep. And so that's why I was concerned, because I find value from reading the original text. We use AI a lot in work. I'm not denigrating AI, but I use it as a balancing thing in addition to looking at because AI makes mistakes, it hallucinates, it has limitations, especially right now. It is an early technology, and so that's why I was saying it. And so I it was not really offended on my end. It was just bothered that folks were misunderstanding the accessibility context, which is tremendously important to the government. The government is supposed to be both a model employer and then a model accessibility space for folks. And I still hold to what I said in terms of I didn't think that this space and accessibility goes beyond the physical space. It goes beyond the captions. It has to make sure that folks have full equal access. And I did not feel like I had fully equal access to process through those documents. And I stand by that. And I just want to note that out. And that's why I was just bothered by some of the responses saying, just use AI, everything will be great. So
I think that was a mischaracterization of the ways people were talking about using AI, but I'm going to put the floor to Jennifer Phillips.
I'd like to make a motion to vote and adopt the recommendations.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so the first poll, we'll use Zoom polling. So the first poll is to vote on the strategic plan that we adopted this morning with all of the HRSA and the one additional SSA revision. And then we're going to go through the revisions packets as a separate vote.
So this is poll 3, Sylvia?
Poll 3, yes.
Okay. Is there anybody who did not see the poll come up for them? And we'll record your vote, either online or in the room.
Sylvia, to clarify, this vote is without the revisions, correct?
Without the revisions, we're going to vote on those separately. Next.
And if we believe
this is the plan that we adopted this morning as the working draft. That's what we're voting on.
Okay, perfect. And then we add the revisions as a second.
We're going to vote on those separately.
Is there anybody that did not vote using the Zoom that would like to vote? All right, I'm going to go ahead. We have 26 yes, 1 no, 13 abstentions.
Okay, we're moving on to the next.
Yes. 26 yes, 1 no, 13 abstentions.
So the next thing we're going to vote on is the proposed revisions for committee consideration, version 2. We're going to vote on that as a package. And if that doesn't pass, then we will vote on those individually.
So this is poll number 4.
Yes. Sorry, and by green text proposals, that was sort of in an original format, but basically these are the revisions in the document that is titled, just so everyone's clear, again, proposed revisions for committee consideration. Sorry, I can't pull up the exact title. Yeah, for one full document, I'm just going to get you the exact title of that document. Sorry, I just want to be clear. So that was proposed revisions for committee consideration, version 2. I read from those. They largely they referred to the whole genome sequencing and the multiple additions to domain 5, which was housing.
All right, is there anyone who is not able to vote with the Zoom? Got a few more trickling in. I'll wait a little bit longer.
Nothing's popping up for me.
I'm sorry, did somebody say something? It didn't come up for Dr. Gaetanis.
I'm good.
All right, so poll 4, Dr. Gaetanis? Yes. Anybody else? So we have 28 yes votes, 0 no votes, 13 abstentions.
Okay, now we're voting on just a few more revision proposals that came in after that document. Again, I read them. They concern primarily housing domain 5 and are found in the document. IACC Life Course Domain 5, fully integrated red line with the new provisions in yellow highlight in that document. And we would be voting on all the provisions in that document at once. So that is poll, sorry, pull it up. Sorry, I don't think we have that one as a poll. I apologize. Can we do that one by a hand vote?
Sure.
Thank you.
What are we voting on for this?
So this is the proposed revisions that were titled IACC Life Course Domain 5, fully integrated red line. They were distributed yesterday. They are basically a few sentence additions to the Life Course Domain 5. One was that the demonstration should use common evaluation frameworks.
I can do it. All right, so I'm going to go through the full roster. I'll start with Cody Inman. You can vote yes, no, or abstain if you're still online. I don't see him. I'll come back. Roger Klein, still online.
Yes, you called.
Yes. How would you like to vote on the proposed revisions?
Revisions to Domain 5 housing.
Did I not vote on these?
You would like to abstain?
No, I said, didn't I
This is
vote?
a second package of revisions that were submitted later.
Didn't I vote on this with the Zoom?
No, this is one that's not in the Zoom, so we're going to have to do it.
Oh, I have to announce myself publicly. Yeah, it's fine. You go ahead.
Confused now. So there's one not in. Okay.
It's not. Yes, this is not in the Zoom polls.
So how do we vote? I just raise my hand.
You want to review again,
Oh,
Sylvia, what we're voting on?
Sure. No, I'll vote with the vote yes.
Thank you.
You vote. Is that yes? He said.
Yes.
Just
so is
the
everybody
yellow
clear on what we're voting on?
We are voting abstain. So.
Okay. I'll mark that down. Matt Maynor, are you online?
I'm here. I'm voting abstain. Thank you.
Abstain. Capri Snap.
This is Kirsten Jensen. She had to leave, and we are voting abstain.
Abstain. Thank you. Nicole.
Voting abstain.
Abstain.
Thanks.
Deirdre Essay.
I abstain.
Abstain. Scott Robertson said abstain. Okay. Christy Kavalik.
Abstain.
Abstain. Elaine Hubble. I don't see her online. Okay. Michelle Campbell. Abstain. Margaret Bush. Or Ashley Stoltz.
We vote yes.
Yes. Brendan Quinn.
Thank you.
Abstain.
Abstain. We don't have anybody from IHS here. Dr. Memoli. Okay. Dr. Gaetanis. Yes. Judith Cooper.
Abstain.
Abstain. Kyle Walsh. Or Courtney Wimberly.
Walsh, it's a yay.
Yes. Okay. Andrea Beckel-Michner. Abstain. Amy Adams.
Abstain.
Abstain. Rick Lambert or Captain Barry from SAMHSA.
We vote yes.
Vote yes. And that was Captain Barry. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thank you. Allison Marvin.
Abstain.
Abstain. All right, Lisa Ackerman.
Yes.
Yes. Elizabeth Bonker.
Yes.
Yes. Laura Salini.
Yes.
Yes. Sylvia Fogel.
Yes.
Yes. John Gilmore. Yes. Crystal Higgins. Yes. Daniel Keeley.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Kaden Larson.
Yes.
Yes. Elena Marnark.
Yes.
Yes. Elizabeth Mumper.
Yes.
Yes. Bill Oldham. Yes. Jennifer Phillips.
Yes.
Yes. Honey Renisella.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. John Rodakis.
Yes.
Yes for John Rodakis. Dan Rossignol, is he still online?
Yes.
Yes. Tracy Slepcevic. Yes. Katie Sweeney.
Yes.
Yes. Ginger Taylor.
Yes.
Lisa Wiederlight.
Yes.
Yes. Walter Zarodny.
Yes.
Yes. I'm going to go back to the federal members. EPA. Elaine Hubble, are you here? She was. I saw her. Oh. Hi, Elaine. Can you hear us?
Typed abstain in text.
Abstain. Okay. Hold on. Any other members that I missed, either online or in the room?
I think you missed me.
Jennifer?
Yeah. Thanks, Neil. Abstain.
Abstain. Anybody else? All right, if you'll just give me a second to count this. We've got 13 abstentions. And 25 yes votes. And 0 no's.
I wanted to move on to Dr. Cooper's amendments. And if you could just clarify which ones of those you would like us to vote for. I think, Oni, did you prepare polls for those? Okay.
One for each slide.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I am withdrawing the one with regard to profound and the one about evidence, but we are supportive of the plan for the research dollars related to our communication that was suggested.
So the 12 million that Laura proposed. Okay. I'm sorry.
And the cross-reference.
Oh, and this, and I think a statement
Yes.
within the NAPD section that would read, maybe let's construct that right now. Communication is an important aspect of health and well-being, and that section, along with research proposals associated with it, is located in section 5, domain 3.
Very good.
How does that sound? Okay.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would it be okay if we voted on that together, that sentence with Laura's $12 million suggestion for that domain? Does anyone object to voting on those together? You do that. Have to do it separate.
I would need a little time to add that language into the poll.
Okay. So maybe should we do the, oh, right. How about, can you just say the language we discussed in the meeting along with the 12 million appropriation for communication?
I have to get another computer for that.
Okay, all right. Okay. While we're waiting on that, also, I just wanted to see if anyone raised any objection in terms of, as we're making the final plan, that we would be making non-substantive editorial formation, cross-reference and conforming corrections as needed. I don't know if we need to take a vote on that. Would anyone sort of object to that? Okay, formatting, okay. Dr. Beckenbauer.
Will that version then be posted somewhere where we can see it, or you'll share that with the committee, or how will that, what's the process for that?
I don't know the process for that. So I think that would be something maybe to explore together with ONAC afterwards, how that would proceed and what the typical process is.
I have to imagine that the final product has to be posted along the line. When we get the accommodations or the adjustments made, we will have it posted as soon as possible.
Yeah, are we talking about a final version? Yes, so we could incorporate these changes that have been proposed, but the document does have to go through HHS clearance. So once that happens, then we could say this is the final. So I'm adding.
I think while Oni's doing that, I just wanted to say, you know, in our next set of working groups, the next thing the committee does need to take up statutorily is the publication, creation of a summary of advances. In that case, we really want to hear from our federal partners about what's happening in their agencies, what has moved forward in terms of their attention to autism and for the autism community. We really want to incorporate what's already happening at the federal level into that, not just kind of summarize. I think in the past it's been more of a summary of sort of research findings. I would like to bring up in the working groups creating an RFI so that the public can be involved in that summary of advances, particularly with respect to any research findings. So we're not going to have time to discuss that today, but we can take that up in the working groups. And then for those who aren't in working groups, update the committee accordingly. Elizabeth Bonker.
Elizabeth just wanted to clarify for the vote, that's next vote, that it's not the language in the research amendment, just the 12 million and the sentence.
Yes.
Yeah, so if you could launch poll 21.
Some of us are confused where it says the exact revision proposed by Dr. Judith Cooper. Is that the original amendment?
No, it's the sentence that
Just one sentence.
I just said,
Okay.
And that Dr. Cooper agreed to, along with that $12 million suggested budget. Oh, I don't think I can repeat the sentence again. Let's see. Communication. Something. We'll have to go back to the recording, I think, but it was along the lines of communication is essential to health and wellness, and research about communication can be found in section 5, domain 3. Just a sentence in NAPD directing to section 5. Okay, thank you, Dr. Cooper.
Sylvia, just procedurally, in case there's any conflict between the two sentences you just did, the first one supersedes.
Okay, yes. in case there's any conflict in the sentences, I think my first sentence was better, but I can't repeat it. So if there's any conflict, the first sentence supersedes. Thank you, John.
I think we have the original. Is that right, Katrina? That's okay. So the original is communication is an important aspect of health and well-being. Research about communication can be found in section 5, domain 3.
Okay, we just have another few minutes. So as we're waiting for that poll, I just wanted to thank everyone's extraordinary effort and energy in all of the working groups in this room today. I recognize that there are differences in terms of approach and priorities, but I trust that we are all here with the same intention, which is to improve the lives and well-being of the autism community. And I thank everyone for their efforts and energy.
All right, is there anybody who did not vote in the Zoom that would like to vote on poll?